Chapter 786. The two beasts were tricked by Mr. Zhou and hated him, but they still took the chance to escape. When the old man wanted to give chase, it was too late. The star and moon heavenly winged tiger was too fast, none of them could catch up. What a pity, what a pity. The old man sighed. Zhong Zhenliang's voice was heavy. Even if it's a pity, at least we forced Mr. Zhou to reveal himself. His strength is indeed terrifying. I'm afraid he's already at the edge of the Tongxin realm. Lan Rua continued, we just don't know what this person's background is. The old man smiled, but today's battle was also very fruitful. The two beasts were heavily injured and only a few thousand beasts escaped. Even if they had a conspiracy, it won't be much of a problem. That's right. Lan Rua nodded. All of this was planned by head steward Lu. He was able to scheme against all the beasts in the Miasma mountain range. This kind of intelligence is rare. Even now, he still dares to sneak into the Miasma mountain range, disregarding his own safety. This courage is admirable. Such a wise and brave person deserves this position. No wonder His Majesty favors him so much. Zhong Zhenliang coughed dryly. Before, he was not convinced by Leng Shiqi, thinking that Leng Shiqi did not live up to his name. In just a few days, everything Leng Shiqi did was like adding blood on the tip of a knife. But not only was he fine, he even used schemes to kill 90% of the beasts. Just this point alone made Zhong Zhenliang feel ashamed of his inferiority. It's too dangerous for head steward Lu to enter the Miasma mountain range alone. Regardless of what kind of information he can gather, I think we should support him. The old man's eyes flashed. Clean up the battlefield first, rest for a day, then the army will enter the Miasma mountain range. But we can't go too deep. We have to advance 50 li a day, not only to put a lot of pressure on the Miasma mountain range, we also have to give them a chance to breathe in case they counterattack before death. Also, wait for head steward Lu's orders. On the other side, Leng Shiqi and the remaining beasts finally escaped to the Miasma mountain range. With the protection of the formation and the natural miasma, they finally had a chance to breathe. Leng Shiqi caught up and came to the side of the seriously injured sixth-order monster beasts. They immediately showed a grateful expression. However, before Leng Shiqi could say anything, an angry roar came from the sky. Xianxia, how dare you come back? It turned out that the heavenly winged tiger and the demon mink had escaped back. He was passing by and wanted to appease the remaining demonic beasts, but when he saw Leng Shiqi was also here, he was immediately furious. If it wasn't for this half-demon's idea, they wouldn't have rashly attacked demon-suppressing city. If they did not attack the demon-suppressing city, they would not have suffered so many casualties. With this battle, the demonic Miasma mountain range was basically crippled. They no longer had the qualifications to challenge the Thunderflame dynasty. Although the Starlunar Heavenly Winged Tiger and the Chaos Demon Sable weren't dead, the demon-suppressing city's army would soon arrive. Unless they fled far away from the Thunderblaze dynasty, they would still die in the end. Therefore, when the Starlunar Heavenly Winged Tiger saw Leng Shiqi, he was so angry that he wanted to smash Leng Shiqi into minced meat with his paw. However, the sixth-order demonic beasts came forward to stop him at the same time. The Starlunar Heavenly Winged Tiger glared at them and roared, "Rebel! Are you rebelling? Demon Ancestor, please calm down. Demon Ancestor, if it wasn't for Xianxia who risked his life to stop the human masters, we would have been wiped out. Yes, it's all thanks to Xianxia that we are lucky enough to see the Demon Ancestor." The Starlunar Heavenly Winged Tiger paused, and his face was full of surprise. He took a deep look at Leng Shiqi and hesitated. He still wanted to kill Leng Shiqi, but now they had just suffered a great defeat. If he killed Leng Shiqi in front of them, the sixth-order demonic beasts would be dissatisfied. Normally, the Starlunar Heavenly Winged Tiger would never take these sixth-order demonic beasts seriously. Otherwise, he would not have killed the Ridgeback Venom beast. However, at this time, the remaining sixth-order demonic beasts were the high-end combat strength that he needed. He could not ignore them anymore. The Mixed Devil Sable said, "In this case, you have made a great contribution. However, this happened because of you. Your contribution does not offset your fault. Come with us." Leng Shiqi cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Demon Ancestor. Even if you want my life today, I can give it to you at any time. Because I caused the demonic Miasma mountains to fall into this state. I deserve to die. Cut the crap. Let's go." The Starlunar Heavenly Winged Tiger grabbed Leng Shiqi and flew straight to the center of the demonic Miasma mountains. Leng Shiqi was carried forward by the Starlunar Heavenly Winged Tiger. He glanced around and found that the demonic beast's breath was in disorder. A seventh-order demonic beast's breath was in disorder. It could only mean that the Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger was seriously injured. Since the Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger was in such a state, the Mixed Devil Sable would not be any better. Lung Shiqi was relieved. When he entered the enclosed space for the second time, he would have to face these two 7th-order demonic beasts and Mr. Zhou. The news that the two demonic beasts could escape the old man's encirclement had been sent to Lung Shiqi by the secret method. He was finally going to see the real culprit behind the riot in the demonic Miasma Mountains. The two demonic beasts took Lung Shiqi through a layer of space into the enclosed space. Someone had set up a stone table with several cups of hot tea on it. Mr. Zhou was holding a teacup and drinking tea leisurely. Seeing this, the Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger grimaced, "Mr. Zhou, our demonic Miasma Mountains are almost wiped out. How can you still be in the mood to drink tea?" The Mixed Devil Sable said in an unfriendly tone, "Attacking the demon-suppressing town was your final decision. Xuanhuan, I guessed that the demon-suppressing town was a trap. That's why we hesitated. Since you agreed to attack the demon-suppressing town, why did you leave us to die? Even if we are not as powerful as you, we don't want to be humiliated like this." "Leave us to die?" Mr. Zhou laughed strangely. "If I leave you to die, only one of you can come back." When the three of them decided to kill the two demonic beasts, Mr. Zhou did save them. But what was this? As long as Mr. Zhou showed up, the three of them would not be a problem. They would definitely win this battle. But now, 99% of the demonic beasts in the demonic Miasma Mountains were dead. The two demonic beasts were dragged out with serious injuries. They could have won, but they had to lose. Was there something wrong with Mr. Zhou's brain? Not only were the two demonic beasts confused, Lung Shiqi was also very confused. According to the news from the old man, Mr. Zhou was far more powerful than them. He could even fight against three of them at once. So, if Mr. Zhou joined the battle, even with the help of Gu and Tong, they might not win. It was even more likely that they would fail. Then what was Mr. Zhou's purpose? Did he just treat the demonic Miasma Mountains as his plaything for fun? Lung Shiqi could not figure it out now, but he was sure that Mr. Zhou must have his own ulterior motive. Chapter 787. Why? The Heavenly Winged Tiger gritted its teeth. Boring. Mr. Zhou shook his head and put down his teacup. "Let me ask you first. Why did you agree to cooperate with me? What do you want?" The two demons looked at each other. Their eyes moved, and the demon Sable paused for a moment before saying, "Freedom. The history of our demonic Miasma Mountain range can be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. But what are we, the demonic beasts, in these tens of thousands of years? Ordinary spirit cultivators think that demonic beasts are very scary and evil. There are even many spirit cultivators who come to hunt demonic beasts. Haha, they did not expect that in the eyes of demonic beasts, humans are the most terrifying. Every year, they kill countless demonic beasts to exchange for spirit stones, increase their cultivation, and then hunt even stronger demonic beasts. No matter what rank the demonic beast is, it cannot escape this fate. So what if the soul-departing scorpion successfully passed the tribulation a few years ago? In the end, it still self-destructed. What we want is nothing more than for the demonic Miasma Mountain range to stand on equal footing with humans. It is true that Xingyue and I were able to break through to the 7th level because of you, but we have already made it clear that we will recognize you as our master. But you did such a thing. The Heavenly Winged Tiger said hatefully, "The demonic Miasma Mountain range has been destroyed. If you do not give us an explanation today, even if we die here, we will bite off a piece of your flesh." The demonic aura around the two demons rose. Blood flashed in their eyes as if they were really going to fight Mr. Zhou to the death. Mr. Zhou smiled mysteriously. "Who said that you can't achieve your goal? There is one thing that you are wrong about. If you want the humans to face the demonic Miasma Mountain range, you can't rely on those low-ranked demonic beasts. What's the use of having so many low-ranked demonic beasts? You have seen how terrifying the Scarlet Thunder Army is. As the saying goes, the survival of the fittest. The demonic beasts that came back from the demon-suppressing town today are the foundation. Only then are they qualified to be baptized by the Blood Beast Sacrificial Refinement." Blood Beast Sacrificial Refinement. Hearing this, Lung Shiqi's heart shook. Hearing this name, he immediately thought of the top sect of the Northern Wei Empire, the Blood Beast sect. This Mr. Zhou was most likely from the Blood Beast sect. He did not know if he was representing the Blood Beast sect or the Northern Wei Empire. Lung Shiqi found the goal of the demonic Miasma Mountain range laughable. It turned out that the demonic Miasma Mountain range only wanted such a simple thing. What they wanted was to exist as equals with the human race, and they no longer wanted to continue being livestock. Lung Shiqi could understand, but he could only say that the demon sable and the heavenly winged tiger were too naive. This was not because they were simple-minded. After all, the two of them had lived for hundreds of years. Even a pig would have become intelligent. Unfortunately, they were wrong from the start. The reason why the demonic miasma mountain range could exist on the continent was because the three empires had treated it like a pigsty. Yes, it was a pigsty. Every year, the demonic miasma mountain range flowed out all kinds of demonic beast materials and heaven and earth treasures, fattening countless people. There were even a large number of sect disciples who used this place as an excellent training ground. It could be said that this was a place that could benefit both the imperial court and the spirit cultivator sect. And once a Class 7 great demon was born in the demonic miasma mountain range, it would be silently dealt with. Last time, when 9 Leave advanced into a Class 7 great demon, it was the people from the Blood Beast sect and the Imperial Beast House who came. They were Sky Origin stage experts from the Northern Wei Empire who could enter the demonic miasma mountain range to collect great demons, and the Thunderblaze Empire did not make trouble for them because the other party could deal with Class 7 great demons. The threat of Class 7 great demons was too great. If it was not handled well, there might be a beast tide or even a massacre. Since there were people who came to deal with it, the Thunderblaze Empire was happy to do so. In short, the demonic miasma mountain range was a pigsty in the eyes of the three empires. It could be imagined that a few strong pigs in the pigsty could be on equal footing with the owner? Laughable. Naive. Ignorant. This situation was similar to the Bloodcloth Pavilion. They both wanted to break the current shackles, but the Bloodcloth Pavilion knew how to plan, so they had the Blood Seed plan that had lasted for hundreds of years. And the demonic miasma mountain range was grasped by someone who wanted to use them to cause great trouble for the Thunderblaze Empire. What made Leng Shiqi a little surprised was that the Blood Beast sect, or rather the Northern Wei Empire, was behind this. Perhaps the change of imperial power in the Thunderblaze Empire was too smooth. Not only did the first Spirit Cultivator Assembly allow the new emperor to sit firmly on the throne, it also resolved the trend of the Spirit Cultivator sects joining forces. Thinking of this, Leng Shiqi suddenly felt that the Spirit Cultivator sects could actually join forces. Could it be that the Northern Wei Empire or even the Starfall Empire was secretly pushing for this? The Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger and the Chaos Demon Black Marten fell into deep thought after hearing Mr. Zhou's words. They could tell that Mr. Zhou seemed to be planning to refine the remaining demonic beasts into blood beasts. Others might not know what blood beast refining was, but the two of them knew very well. This was because they had become 7th-rank great demons through the blood beast sacrificial refinement. About a year ago, the mysterious Mr. Zhou came to the demonic miasma mountain range. He used his powerful cultivation of the Sky Origin stage to intimidate the demons. Then he chose the Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger and the Chaos Demon Black Marten from more than a dozen Class 6 demonic beasts to undergo blood beast refining and set his own conditions. At first, they did not believe it, but after experiencing the blood beast refining, they actually passed the heavenly tribulation with Mr. Zhou's help and advanced to Class 7 great demons. The two demons did not understand what was going on. At first, they also shouted that it was a miracle. Later on, they began to familiarize themselves with their own strength, and Mr. Zhou set up some arrays in the demonic miasma mountain range. He also used a strange item to open up this small space. Until half a month ago, when Mr. Zhou suddenly said that he had something important to do and would leave for a period of time, the two demons' strength swelled, and they could not endure the endless slaughter of spirit cultivators. Only then did they launch a beast tide which attracted Leng Shiqi. And now, Mr. Zhou actually said that he wanted to refine a large number of blood beasts. That meant that in the near future, the demonic miasma mountain range would give birth to a large number of Class 6 and Class 7 great demons. With such terrifying strength, even the Thunderblaze Empire had no choice but to take it seriously. But at this time, Mr. Zhou's gaze suddenly glanced at Leng Shiqi. This caused his heart to jump. The three in front of him could not hide so many secrets in front of him. It was definitely not because they trusted him, but because they wanted to silence him. Leng Shiqi had already made 2 preparations. One was to use all his strength to fight for a breath of time, then use his destiny technique to escape. If he could not even last a breath of time, he could only temporarily hide in the underworld. However, Mr. Zhou looked at him with admiration and said, "This half-fiend is not bad. Let's not talk about whether he was seen through by the people of Demon Suppression City or not. Let's not talk about whether he's a spy from Demon Suppression City. His cultivation and strength far surpass you guys when you were at the 6th level. If this half-demon is refined by the blood beast refining, his strength in the future will probably be above you. Let's start with him." Chapter 788. The demon sable and the heavenly winged tiger also looked at Leng Shiqi with a sneer and pity in their eyes. The demon sable's eyes flashed even more vaguely. Leng Shiqi thought that the heavenly winged tiger did not plan to let him go. It was waiting for him here. From this point of view, the heavenly winged tiger seemed to have predicted that Mr. Zhou would use the blood beast sacrifice on him. The two demons also had their own plans. Leng Shiqi pretended to panic at first, but then he said resolutely, "No matter what, this defeat was caused by me. My life should have been left behind in the demon-suppressing town to be buried with my people. Fortunately, my life is still useful. Demon ancestor and Mr. Zhou, please do it." With that, he closed his eyes as if he was going to die. The two demons' expressions stiffened. They thought that Leng Shiqi would fight to the death, but they did not expect him to do this. Could it be that they had been wrong about this half-demon? "You have some backbone." Mr. Zhou clicked his tongue in amazement. "Because of this, I'll make it less painful for you." Mr. Zhou opened his hand, and the scene in the sealed space suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a scarlet purgatory. There were countless corpses of demon beasts in the purgatory, piled up like a mountain. In the center of the corpses, there was a strange and terrifying altar, and Mr. Zhou was suspended above it. Leng Shiqi looked around. So this space was the so-called Blood Beast altar. According to the two demons, the Blood Beast altar could allow a rank 6 demon beast to have the qualifications to advance to rank 7. And Mr. Zhou seemed to be planning to use it to cultivate more rank 7 demons. A rank 7 demon beast was comparable to the existence of the Sky Origin stage. It was even stronger than a spirit cultivator who had just entered the Sky Origin stage. However, if a demon beast wanted to advance, it was not as simple as training. It relied more on the bloodline. Most of the demon beasts' bloodlines were very inferior. From the moment they were born, their upper limit was determined. Take the demon sable for example. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to advance in his lifetime. But not only did he have the qualifications, he also succeeded. There was also a huge danger in front of the demon beast, the heavenly tribulation. Mr. Zhou could help the demon beast to advance, which was amazing enough. He could even help the demon beast pass the heavenly tribulation. This was a little shocking. It could also be said that it was against the heavens. If Mr. Zhou could cultivate a large number of rank 7 demons, who in the world could be his opponent? Therefore, Leng Shiqi concluded that the blood beast sacrifice had an irreparable flaw, or Mr. Zhou would have dominated the Starfall continent long ago. He wanted to see just what kind of mysteries were involved in the blood beast sacrifice. With the underworld as his life-saving trump card, Leng Shiqi's courage has grown. Dragon he was also a bet. Had two zzz, and Mr. Zhou did it now did it had so he did so he was him was so, and he, sure, was to him, is he was. To avoid to avoid to avoid to the end. Go. Boom. Leng Shiqi activated the wild demonic blood beast physique and arrived at the center of the blood beast altar with a single step. Mr. Zhou looked at Leng Shiqi and said, "Your demon qi is mixed with devil qi and evil qi, which may be the reason why you're so strong. But you're a half-demon after all, and the demon beast blood in your body is not pure. Plus, the devil qi and evil qi are mixed, so your chances of success are not high." If I fail, I fail. I'll just die, Leng Shiqi said calmly. "Well, you're more courageous than these two. Let's start." Mr. Zhou ignored the two demons' ugly faces. He made a gesture with his hands, and the whole space was filled with boundless blood qi. At the same time, there seemed to be thousands of beasts roaring and shaking the space. Leng Shiqi's eyes were suddenly stained with endless scarlet. With him as the center, blood-red spells flashed one after another. After those spells appeared, something strange happened. The corpses of the demon beasts in this space grew flesh and bones, and they came back to life. No, Leng Shiqi blocked it with his divine soul and immediately found that it was just an illusion. However, there were indeed a large number of blood-red beast shadows floating out and gathering in his direction. Not long after, thousands of blood beast shadows hovered above Leng Shiqi. Mr. Zhou changed his gesture and immediately, a blood beast shadow entered Leng Shiqi's body. He suddenly felt a wild, violent and ferocious power pouring into his body. However, Leng Shiqi felt a little strange. It was not that the power was too strong and made him uncomfortable. His body was also very strong and could completely contain this power. The main reason was that this power felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. Then, several blood beast shadows poured in one after another. Leng Shiqi's mind flashed and he finally remembered this feeling. That was the beast essence demonic technique. When he was still on Blood Mist Island, he accidentally entered an underground space and took the risk to obtain an incomplete beast essence demonic technique. The reason why he came to the demonic miasma mountain range last time was because he cultivated this technique. He could refine the demon cores of demon beasts to improve his cultivation. Because of this, he accidentally met Nine Leaf. At this moment, he felt the aura of the beast essence demonic technique from the power that invaded his body. From this, he was sure that Mr. Zhou must be from the Blood Beast sect. As such, Lung Shiqi mobilized the Heaven Fiend 9 underworld demonic beast devouring blood record that he hadn't used for many years. This was the first cultivation method he had fused together, and it included the incomplete demonic beast origin technique. After using this technique, the power of the blood beast shadows immediately became much more docile. Lung Shiqi smoothly converted them into his own power. Seeing Lung Shiqi easily absorb several blood beast shadows, Mr. Zhou was a little surprised. Even the Star Moon Heavenly Winged Tiger and the Demon Mixed Demon Sable could not absorb power so quickly. He thought to himself, this half-demon is really not simple. Perhaps it won't be long before a 7th-rank half-demon is born from my hands. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhou's heart surged with excitement. In the next moment, waves upon waves of blood beasts pounced towards Lung Shiqi, and Lung Shiqi took them all in. The demonic qi on his body surged crazily, and his physique grew even more ferocious. Time passed. About a day later, Mr. Zhou's forehead was covered in sweat, but he was getting more and more excited. Because Lung Shiqi had absorbed thousands of blood beast shadows so far, his aura had reached the peak of a 6th-rank demon beast. Just as he was about to cultivate an unprecedented 7th-rank half-demon beast, an accident happened. The Star Moon Heavenly Winged Tiger behind him suddenly revealed its true form. It was a huge white tiger that was dozens of feet tall and shone with the light of the stars and the moon. On the back of the white tiger was a pair of wings that were 2 to 3 feet long, with mysterious star patterns engraved on them. The Star Moon Heavenly Winged Tiger roared to the sky, and in an instant, strange phenomena appeared. In the blood-red space, there were specks of starlight and a silver moon hung high in the sky. However, both the starlight and the silver moon emitted terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations and murderous intent. The demon mixed demon sable quietly hid its body. A thick layer of demon aura surged from the ground and covered the entire space. The demon aura rolled up like waves, condensing into demon aura tentacles that slapped at Mr. Zhou. The two demons shouted at the same time, "You think we are nothing? You think the demons are ants? You deserve to die." Chapter 789. Outside the demonic miasma mountain range, tens of thousands of Scarlet Thunder Army and demon hunters, as well as the city guards of the demon-suppressing city, were gathered here. The old man Zhong Zhenliang and Lan Ruo floated in the air. Their speed was not fast because the weakest demonic beasts that escaped back to the demonic miasma mountain range were at the 4th level. There were even more 5th-level demonic beasts. Most of the Scarlet Thunder Army and demon hunters were low-level spirit cultivators. These people did not have the ability to fight against high-level demonic beasts. What the old man and the others cared about the most was not the Star and Moon Heavenly Winged Tiger and the demon Black Marten, but Mr. Zhou behind them. Especially at this moment, everyone was deep in the demonic miasma mountain range. With the miasma and array affecting them, they had to be careful. What made the old man a little worried was that after a day had passed, he had not received any news from Lung Shiqi. There were only two possibilities. Either Lung Shiqi was beside the two demonic beasts and did not have the chance to send any news, or he had already met with an accident. The old man was leaning towards the first possibility, but he was still a little worried. He did not have a deep relationship with Lung Shiqi. Perhaps it was because of benefits that he got close to Lung Shiqi and pulled him into the elite hall. However, after spending some time together, he had long recognized Lung Shiqi. Whether it was talent, strength, or conduct, they were all to the old man's liking. Furthermore, Lung Shiqi was a popular person in front of His Majesty. If something really happened, the old man and the others would not be able to escape punishment. Other than the old man, there was another person in the crowd who was even more worried about Lung Shiqi's safety. This person was Delta Origi. Delta Origi's purpose in coming to the demonic miasma mountain range this time was purely to leave the imperial capital to hide, and did not think of achieving anything. In the short few days in the demon-suppressing city, facing the extremely complicated situation, Lung Shiqi was able to find a way to take the risk alone and win a great victory. This caused Delta Origi's heart to be filled with mixed feelings. First of all, Delta Origi were prideful creatures. Back on the Blood Mist Island, her cultivation was far superior to Lung Shiqi's, but her battle prowess was not as good as xianxia's. Later on, even though Delta Origi cultivated with all her might and encountered some opportunities, and her cultivation realm was already at the top among her peers, she was still surpassed by xianxia. And now xianxia had pulled ahead by an entire realm. Unknowingly, all the Delta Origi could see was xianxia's back. In terms of cultivation and strength, she believed that she would never be able to catch up to xianxia in this lifetime. In the past 2 days, she had once again witnessed xianxia's ability to solve most of the problems in the demonic miasma mountain range in a very short period of time. This ability was even more astonishing. In other words, xianxia was becoming more and more outstanding, more and more powerful, and had the confidence to stand on this side of the world. He could even scold experts of the Sky Origin stage without hesitation. But what about Delta Origi herself? Ever since she entered the headquarters of the Discipline Commission, she had spent most of her time in closed-door cultivation. Occasionally, she would go out to carry out missions to gain experience, and the rest of her leisure time would be used to deal with some necessary connections. She had a position in the Discipline Commission, but her presence was not strong. Perhaps the people who paid the most attention to her were the young talents. Of course, those people were attracted to her beauty and talent, but compared to xianxia, these people were like the difference between heaven and earth, and she was too lazy to even look at them. Thinking of this, Delta Origi felt a little proud. However, she also thought that as xianxia's strength increased, the gap between them would slowly widen. Perhaps one day she would not even be able to see xianxia's back. This also made Delta Origi feel a sense of urgency. Delta Origi walked with the crowd with mixed feelings, but suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her heart. The pain came inexplicably, as if a piece of her heart was missing, as if she had lost something important. She suddenly exclaimed, Lu Xingji is in danger. In the enclosed space in the center of the demonic miasma mountains, the heavenly winged tiger and the demon sable suddenly burst out and attacked Mr. Zhou with all their strength. Mr. Zhou had been controlling the blood beasts for a long time, which consumed a lot of energy, and now seemed to be the most critical moment. Otherwise he would not be so excited. But this was also the moment when Mr. Zhou's vigilance was at its weakest. The two monsters' timing was very tricky. Mr. Zhou was furious and then he sneered, "Ridiculous, you are trained by me and you want to kill your master? You are courting death." He continued to control the blood beasts with one hand, and held a dark golden machete with the other hand. The machete seemed to have a bloody cave on it which looked very evil. The machete shook slightly and a sharp aura tore the void, exuding a murderous aura. In the sky, the stars and the moon surged and smashed down majestically. On the ground, the demon sable's tentacles were like countless evil spirits from hell. Mr. Zhou's eyes flashed with disdain. When the machete slashed down, it was as if the sky was torn apart and so were all the forces of the stars and the demon chi. The two monsters' powerful attacks were so weak in front of Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou became more arrogant. "Not to mention that you are seriously injured. Even if you were in your best condition, you would not be able to defeat me. I wanted to keep you alive as pawns, but now it seems that I have raised two ingrates. Fine, your demon elixir and demon body are worth a lot, so it is not a loss." Judging from his tone, the two monsters' lives were already in his hands, and he could take them away at any time. Then he pointed his finger and two fist-sized blood balls appeared. The star moon heavenly winged tiger and the demon sable's eyes suddenly shrank, as if they had seen something extremely horrible. "Haha, you didn't expect it, did you? In fact, when you were unconscious after accepting the blood beast's sacrifice, I took away a part of your natal demon blood and planted a restriction in it. Your lives are only in my hands." "Humph, demon beasts are demon beasts and you want to be on equal footing with the human race? Dream on. Now, if you are willing to kneel down and admit your mistakes, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself." Mr. Zhou thought that the two monsters might give in or beg for mercy, but they laughed at this moment. How dare they laugh when they are about to die? Mr. Zhou's heart was filled with rage, and he was ready to kill these two disobedient monsters. However, the demon sable said something that made Mr. Zhou's heart tremble. "You think we don't know that you took away our natal demon blood?" The next moment, the two monsters' bodies quickly shriveled like a deflated balloon, and the two blood balls in Mr. Zhou's hands rapidly expanded. Suddenly, the two balls of blood exploded. The violent explosion stirred up the chi of heaven and earth, almost detonating the entire enclosed space. Endless demon chi burst out, causing the space to shatter, and the power was immeasurable. Chapter 790. Mr. Zhou was at the center of the explosion. He could no longer maintain his attitude of being in control. Instead he exclaimed, "You're crazy. You actually tampered with the natal demonic blood. Before his voice could be heard, it was drowned by the extreme demonic power. However, in the terrifying heat wave of demonic power, there was a strange roar of a beast. One could vaguely see the shadow of a giant beast, with a blood saber in its mouth. This was not a real spiritual weapon, but it was derived from Mr. Zhou's cultivation. It was no worse than an 8th level earth soldier. The blood saber turned into a blade of slaughter and slashed down. The entire space was filled with the saber. Even the heaven and earth were wailing. Lung Shiqi, who was still on the altar, was a little embarrassed. He forcibly suppressed the power that was about to go berserk in his body. If he escaped now, it would be equivalent to exposing himself. If he did not escape, he would be affected by this terrifying power. At this time, layers of blood-red light screens rose around the altar. On the light screens there were pictures of strange beasts. Lung Shiqi thought, Mr. Zhou still has the time to protect me. It seems that the two demons can't do anything to him. What is his cultivation level? After Mr. Zhou's saber, all the demonic aura was swept away. He was like a king in this space. His strength was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The space was quiet again. Looking at the heavenly winged tiger and the demon sable, the two demons had become very shriveled. All the essence and blood in their bodies had been burned out. Just now they had risked their lives to attack but still failed. However, Mr. Zhou did not have it easy either. His body shook slightly, and the strange beast shadow dissipated. His face was pale and his voice was a little unsteady. You're really capable to force me to this point? Why don't you just be my dog? Why do you have to court death? The two demons knew that they would definitely die today, but at this moment, they had no intention of begging for mercy. On the contrary, the two demons' eyes flashed with bloody light, showing their ferocity. They roared, "Demons swear not to be slaves." Then the two demons used the last of their strength to charge at the Lung Shiqi. This scene made Mr. Zhou's expression change. The Lung Shiqi was at the most critical moment of the blood beast sacrificial refining. If he succeeded, the Lung Shiqi would become his proudest work. He could not afford to lose it. The golden scimitar slashed out, splitting into hundreds of scimitar lights. Each of the scimitar lights could easily tear open the two demons' skin and flesh, leaving behind horrifying wounds. The Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger and the mixed demon Black Marten did not resist at all, nor did they dodge. They allowed the saber light to cut their bodies. On the other hand, Mr. Zhou's face darkened. He had a bad feeling about the two demons' suicidal behavior. In the next moment, the two monsters roared at the sky. Immediately, two beasts left their bodies and instantly surrounded the Lung Shiqi. Demon soul. Mr. Zhou shouted in shock. You are not a real 7th-rank demon beast. How can you have a demon soul? Demon soul was a soul that would only be born when a demon beast advanced into a 7th-rank demon beast. It was somewhat similar to the divine soul of a spiritual caster in the Xuanhuan realm. It could live outside the body for a period of time. Mr. Zhou knew very well that the mixed demon Black Marten and the Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger had broken through by secret techniques. Although they had the power of a 7th-rank demon beast, they did not have a demon soul. But now the two demons' demon souls had left their bodies. How could he not be surprised? The two demons' demon souls immediately went into the sea of consciousness of the Lung Shiqi. When they arrived, they were first stunned. Because this was not the sea of consciousness, but a mysterious starry universe. Stars of different sizes, shining with all kinds of strange lights, were moving according to a mysterious pattern, as if they contained the truth of the great Tao. Lung Shiqi's divine soul naturally saw the two demons. He waved his hand and countless stars slowly approached. Feeling the pressure, the dark fiend Black Mink was the first to react. They weren't here to enjoy the scenery, and he hurriedly said, "Xianxia, we have no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, we'll even give you an extraordinarily great fortune." Lung Shiqi narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm all ears." "There's no time to talk." The Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger hurriedly said, "Our bodies are almost destroyed and our demon souls can't hold on for long. At the last moment, we can give you all our power and make you a 6th-rank half-demon beast with the power of a 7th-rank demon beast. But you have to promise us that you will kill Mr. Zhou." At the end of the sentence, the Star Lunar Heavenly Winged Tiger's eyes were full of resentment and hatred. The mixed demon Black Marten seemed to be still worried. He added, "Don't be obsessed with the so-called blood beast sacrificial refining. This kind of secret technique against nature has a huge flaw. Take us for example. Although we are 7th-rank demons, our lifespans are rapidly decreasing. Even if we do nothing, we can only live for 1 or 2 years at most. You are a half-demon beast. Even if you succeed in your advancement, you will only live for a few months. Hearing this, Leng Shiqi thought to himself, I see. From their conversation and actions with Mr. Zhou, he could almost guess what happened. Basically, the powerful Mr. Zhou suddenly came to the demonic miasma mountain range one day. Then he chose 2 demons among the many 6th-rank demons and used blood beasts to refine them, giving them the power of a 7th-rank demon beast. Of course, there was a price and a condition. The price was that their natal demon blood was taken by Mr. Zhou, and their lives were in the hands of others. Fortunately, the 2 demons were smart and had already tampered with their natal demon blood. The other thing was their lifespan. The lifespan of demons was much longer than that of humans. The 6th-rank 9-Leave and the mixed demon Black Martin had already lived for hundreds of years. After reaching the 7th rank, their lifespans were greatly extended. If they did not fight, they could even live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. But the 2 demons said that they only had 1 year left. It was obvious that the side effects of the blood beast sacrificial refining were endless. As for Mr. Zhou's condition, it was probably to let the 2 demons be his master and continue to use blood beasts to cultivate demons to fight against the Thunderblaze dynasty. But Mr. Zhou did not expect that the 2 demons were already prepared from the moment he appeared. If Mr. Zhou had not tricked them and caused so many demons to die in the demonic miasma mountain range, they might not have resisted. It was Mr. Zhou who thought himself clever that made the 2 demons determined to kill him. How could it be easy to kill such an expert? The 2 demons took advantage of Mr. Zhou's poor state and used all their strength to attack him without injuring him. It was obvious that Mr. Zhou's strength was something Leng Shiqi had never seen before. Now the 2 demons actually wanted him to kill Mr. Zhou? Leng Shiqi shook his head and said, "You think too highly of me." "No." The mixed devil Sable said with certainty, "You are in the middle of the blood beast sacrificial refining. Do you know that the thousands of blood beast shadows are the souls of our race? Even though they have lost their consciousness deep in their souls, they have long wanted to tear Mr. Zhou apart. After Xingyue and I die, we will turn into remnant souls to command all the blood beasts. At that time, you can take over the blood beast sacrificial refining and refine Mr. Zhou. Moreover, don't think that he is fine. In fact, he is only strong on the outside. He has been maintaining the blood beast sacrificial refining for so long that more than half of his spiritual energy has been consumed. Just now, when he used the blood saber, he even used his trump card. Now his strength is not even half. It is not impossible to kill him. Besides, if you don't kill him, you will die in his hands sooner or later. What are you hesitating for?" The 2 demons abandoned their demon bodies and would rather destroy their demon souls to kill Mr. Zhou. It was obvious that they hated Mr. Zhou to the core. Leng Shiqi's eyes flashed and he said resolutely, "The demon race swears not to be slaves." Chapter 791. The 2 demons were overjoyed. Then they disintegrated themselves in Leng Shiqi's spiritual sea. Their demon souls turned into countless light spots and merged into his spiritual sea. In the outside world, Leng Shiqi's body suddenly underwent a huge change. Boundless demon energy rose from his body. However, within the dark demon energy, there were faint dots of starlight twinkling. In the blink of an eye, all the demon energy suddenly shrank. Leng Shiqi was now more than 10 feet tall. His original 4 arms had turned into 6. A pair of huge wings spread out from his back. Starlight swirled around them. It was very mysterious. In addition, Leng Shiqi's skin and flesh had turned dark. His body was covered with ferocious scales and spikes. Behind him, there was a slender tail that swayed gently. His entire body emitted a terrifying demon energy. It was mixed with demon energy, evil energy, and blood energy. He looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out from hell. Especially his pair of blood-red eyes, which were filled with endless killing intent. Mr. Zhou smiled and said with interest, "The 2 of them gave all their power to you. What? Do you want to kill me first? But don't forget that you are still in the blood beast altar. Your life is still in my hands. Just stay here. Now that you have the power of those 2 ingrates, the blood beast altar will definitely succeed. When you reach the 7th level, your strength will far surpass most of the Sky Origin stage cultivators. You might even be close to me. You should know what to choose. Die or gain power that you will never be able to reach in your lifetime." Leng Shiqi also smiled. He clenched his 6 arms and an unprecedented power ran through his body. The reason he agreed to the 2 demons' conditions was because of this powerful power. Mr. Zhou's blood beast altar had pushed Leng Shiqi to the peak of the union of heaven and man realm. Unfortunately, this was where he stopped. He was not a half-demon and could not advance through the blood beast altar. Now that he had the power of the 2 demons, even Leng Shiqi himself did not know how strong he was. However, he was sure that in terms of pure strength, he was definitely not weaker than a Sky Origin stage cultivator. If the two demons could really reverse the blood beast sacrificial refinement, there was still hope for him to kill Mr. Zhou. Leng Shiqi still didn't know Mr. Zhou's true identity and purpose. In short, he was a person who deserved to be killed. It would be best if he could kill him, but if he couldn't, he could just escape to the underworld. Don't forget that there are 4 Sky Origin stage cultivators in the demonic Miasma Mountains. Once Mr. Zhou leaves the enclosed space, he will be surrounded by the 4 Sky Origin stage cultivators. Leng Shiqi clenched his fist, and the 1000 Illusion Dao sword and bloodstained star demon saber appeared in his hands. The demon race is truly disappointing. Mr. Zhou sighed. What a pity. You could have been my proudest creation. He made several seals in succession, and thousands of blood beast phantoms suddenly flew out from the altar. If these phantoms all entered Leng Shiqi's body, he would immediately explode and die. However, at this moment, a strange scene occurred. The heavenly winged tiger and the demon sable suddenly appeared from the phantoms all over the sky. Then the two demons turned into fine threads and spread out. They seemed to be sending some kind of message. All the blood beast phantoms in the altar trembled slightly at the same time, and then looked at Mr. Zhou fiercely. Mr. Zhou opened his mouth and his face was full of disbelief. At this moment he couldn't control the blood beast phantoms. He suddenly made a seal, but the blood beast phantoms didn't move at all. They didn't listen to his command at all. The blood beast sacrificial refinement was a secret skill that the blood beast sect had developed for a long time. They spent hundreds of years to collect the phantoms of the blood beasts. No one knew how many demonic beasts they had killed. These demonic beasts naturally wanted to kill Mr. Zhou even in their dreams. Now that the altar was out of control, all the blood beast phantoms flew up into the sky, densely packed as if there was no end to them. Mr. Zhou was stunned. Even though he was at the peak of the Sky Origin stage, he couldn't hide his shock. He never expected the heavenly winged tiger and the demon sable to do this. Before the two demons died, they not only used their own demonic blood to weaken Mr. Zhou's power, but also passed their power to the Leng Shiqi, which greatly narrowed the gap between them. In fact, from the two demons' point of view, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing, which was also the biggest threat to Mr. Zhou, was the countless blood beast phantoms in the blood beast altar. Now all the blood beast phantoms covered the sky. The hatred and murderous intent soared up into the sky, and even made the demonic wind blow in the air, forming a horrible storm. One blood beast phantoms wasn't strong, but when there were enough of them, even Mr. Zhou showed a trace of fear. Tens of thousands of blood beast phantoms rushed toward Mr. Zhou crazily. Mr. Zhou was a Sky Origin stage cultivator after all. He instantly picked up his scimitar, and the blood chi and metal chi around him turned into a strange beast. This strange beast looked like it was pieced together by several demonic beasts, and it was very strange. Seeing the strange beast appear, countless blood beast phantoms rushed over even more violently. Unfortunately, they couldn't even get close to Mr. Zhou before they were melted by his powerful spiritual power. But they still swarmed over like moths to a flame. At the same time, the Leng Shiqi also moved. Ghostly chi rose up behind him, and a gloomy, terrifying, and ominous gate of hell appeared in the world. The gate of hell opened, and suddenly the sealed space swayed, and countless ghosts returned to the human world from the netherworld. The gate of hell. The Leng Shiqi stabbed out with his 1000 Illusion Dao sword, and with a shocking sword intent, a sword fairy phantom stepped out. Immediately the Leng Shiqi's spiritual power strengthened, and tens of thousands of ghosts turned into a faint green light and merged into the sword fairy phantoms. Using the heavens to control the sword, using the gods to control the sword, and using the ghosts to control the sword, the ghost god sword. At the same time, the blood-soaked demonic blade slashed down, and it split into 3 blades. The first blade had a misty color, and it slashed the physical body and the primordial spirit. The second blade was torrential with demonic flames, and its demonic power was unparalleled. The third blade shone with Buddhist light, purifying everything. The flash in the pan. A flash in the pan where the gods, demons, and Buddhas merged into one. It wasn't over yet. The 4 arms behind the Leng Shiqi's back struck out with a punch, a palm, a finger, and a seal. That punch was full of yang energy, and it had a domineering aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Leng Shiqi had comprehended a large number of cultivation techniques and spiritual techniques for a long time. He imitated the Li family's patriarch, and fused all his spiritual techniques into his strongest move. This punch was based on the domineering power, the tyrant fist. With that palm, a Vairocana image appeared behind the Leng Shiqi, and the boundless Buddhist light saved all living things. The giant palm covered the sky, and it carried the power of Vajra to vanquish evil. Not only that, but a dragon's roar sounded, and a golden dragon coiled around the Vairocana image, burning everything with golden flames. The golden dragon flames merged with the Vairocana divine palm, and it was the Vairocana dragon flame palm. With a finger, endless illusions exploded. Lung Shichi integrated the illusions into his finger technique, and it was the Thousand Autumn Dream Finger. As the seal fell, all the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings was repelled. The blood-red seal led Lung Shichi's blood to burst out, and it emitted a strange rhythm. Blood summoning heaven's might seal. Lung Shichi used 6 powerful spiritual techniques at the same time, and it was after he absorbed the power of the blood beast altar and the 2 demons. He was in an unprecedentedly powerful state. Although he was still in the realm of oneness of heaven and man, the power of his attacks had faintly surpassed that of the old man, who was in the realm of Xianhuan. Mr. Zhou could no longer remain calm. His eyes widened, and there was only one emotion in them, and that was disbelief. Chapter 792. Each of Lung Shichi's moves had the power of the Sky Origin stage. Among them, the Ghost God Sword, the Ephemeral Flash, and the Vairocana Dragon Flame Palm were far beyond the limit of most Sky Origin stage cultivators. He was only a 6th-level half-demon. Even if he received the power of the Demon Mink and the Star Moon Heavenly Winged Tiger, he could not burst out with such terrifying power. What Lung Shichi was showing was clearly not the power of a demonic beast. Mr. Zhou also saw Lung Shichi's soul, which meant that Lung Shichi was not a half-demon, but a human. He had been tricked by the 2 half-demons, and now he realized that the half-demon he treated as a toy had been fooling him from the beginning. Of course, Mr. Zhou did not have the time to care about that. He had to stop Lung Shichi's storm-like attacks first. Mr. Zhou bellowed, and a layer of blood-red flames appeared around him. Within the blood-red flames, a ferocious blood-red dragon roared out with great power. He began to burn his essence blood. The blood dragon roared and met the fist power of the tyrant fist. The fist power had the power to dominate the world, but it was shattered by the blood dragon after only 2 moves. The blood dragon's power was obvious. The blood-summoning heavenly seal fell. The seal flashed in a strange rhythm. Every time it flashed, the blood dragon's body would collapse a little. The seal was formed from Lung Shichi's blood chi, and the blood garment pavilion was good at controlling blood chi and evil chi. Although Mr. Zhou's blood dragon, which was formed by burning his blood essence, was powerful, his control was far inferior to Lung Shichi's. After all, no one would deliberately burn their blood essence to cultivate such a life-threatening spiritual technique if they had nothing better to do. Mr. Zhou frowned immediately. While controlling the blood dragon, he tore off a cloth bag from his waist. The shadow of the strange beast behind him gradually solidified, and in an instant, it became a real demonic beast. In the air, the blood dragon was attracted by the blood-summoning heavenly seal. Above the 9 heavens, boundless Buddhist power suddenly appeared, and the Vairocana dragon flame palm fell. Before it got close, the Buddhist light and golden earth dragon flame had already evaporated a little of the blood dragon. With one slap, the Buddhist light was extinguished and the flames burned the sky. The blood dragon immediately let out a tragic cry and gradually collapsed in a twist. Puff. The moment the blood dragon disappeared, Mr. Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dragon was formed by Mr. Zhou's essence blood. The blood dragon's destruction naturally, Mr. Zhou suffered a lot of internal injuries. Originally, his blood dragon's power was unparalleled. It could even tear apart several layers of Lung Shichi's spiritual techniques. However, the blood dragon was first restrained by the blood seal. Then it encountered the pure gold earth dragon flame and Buddhist power, which were the bane of demons. The golden earth dragon flame palm and the Shichi flame palm, the blood dragon was easily destroyed. Not only the blood dragon, the blood beast's flame Shichi flame was, but it also the heavenly flame's flame was black smoke. Black Shichi chi. Mr. Zhou forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart. He held the machete in his hand and slashed down fiercely. His whole body instantly turned into a giant blade and slashed the Lung Shichi's golden earth dragon flame palm. The machete did not lose its momentum and met the demon god's sword. The machete and the sword collided and a huge wave burst out. With the machete and the sword as the center, the ground within dozens of miles was directly shattered and sunk several feet deep. However, the result of the clash between the machete and the sword was that they were evenly matched. This was not what Mr. Zhou wanted to see. He thought that the machete could at least break 3 of the Lung Shichi's spiritual techniques, but it only broke the blood-summoning heavenly seal and the demon god sword. Although he could not use too much of his strength, he was a powerhouse at the peak of the sky origin stage after all. The machete with all his strength did not achieve the result he wanted. This could only mean that the Leng Shichi's power was once again beyond his imagination. The strange beast opened its bloody mouth, and a glaring blood-red machete suddenly appeared. The whole space was filled with the sound of the machete, and the machete was filled with the intention to kill. The blood-red machete was instantly slashed out, and it slashed towards the demon god's triad. This time there was not much of a movement. The blood-red light flashed in the sky, and the 3 machete lights were instantly shattered. The blood-red machete lights even reached the Leng Shichi at an incredible speed. Leng Shichi's face was expressionless. The Vairocana form behind him suddenly shrank back into his body. His body was full of Buddha's light and he was extremely majestic, just like a real Buddha. His ferocious demonic body was now stained with the light of Vajra, and he looked both holy and evil. The Vajra unbreakable divine art. However, Leng Shichi did not use the Vajra unbreakable divine art to resist the attack. He moved his feet slightly, and his figure appeared a few miles away like a ghost. This was the xuanhuan underground technique that he could only use with the power of the earth. In terms of speed, it was definitely not inferior to a spiritual technique of the 8th level. Boom! The blood-red machete slashed the ground where Leng Shichi had been. With a loud bang, a huge and bottomless machete mark appeared on the ground. Mr. Zhou's pupils shrank. Not only did Leng Shichi master all kinds of powerful spiritual techniques, but he also had such a strange movement technique. How was he supposed to fight him? At this moment, an invisible blade suddenly broke into Mr. Zhou's mind. This was the blade of the primordial spirit of the triad. Ah! Mr. Zhou suddenly felt a splitting headache and he immediately screamed. At this moment, the dream of 1,000 autumn fingers split into dozens of illusions, and in the blink of an eye, Mr. Zhou was dragged into the illusions. Mr. Zhou's eyes showed a hint of absent-mindedness. The strange beast behind him roared and wanted to protect him, but it was not enough. It charged straight at Leng Shichi. However, countless blood beast phantoms blocked in front of it. The strange beast also had the strength of a 7th-level demon. It could tear apart the blood beast phantoms with a wave of its hand. However, all the blood beast phantoms were not afraid of death, and they charged forward one after another. Leng Shichi knew that this opportunity would not come again. At the same time he formed 4 seals. In an instant, the fire phoenix's cry burned the sky and destroyed the world. The water dragon's roar swallowed everything. The wind tiger's roar shook heaven and earth. The black tortoise's descent suppressed everything. The innate 4 symbols filled the heaven and earth like a Dharma world. Leng Shichi put his 4 arms together and the power of the 4 symbols suddenly fused together to form a formation diagram that connected the heaven and earth. Streams of power of law that went straight to the origin spread out from it. The 4 spirits array diagram. In the time that Leng Shichi formed the 4 spirits array diagram, Mr. Zhou had already broken free from the illusions and woke up. Facing the 4 spirits array diagram that was filled with the power of the laws of nature, Mr. Zhou's heart was already in turmoil. Every time Leng Shichi attacked, it would greatly exceed his expectations. He never dreamed that Leng Shichi would be able to touch the power of the laws of nature that he had always dreamed of. At this moment, Mr. Zhou also felt that his life was in danger. He hurriedly formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, the strange beast that was still trembling with the blood beast phantom stiffened. Then the strange beast turned into a scarlet stripe of blood and merged with Mr. Zhou's body. Mr. Zhou's body mutated again and again. In an instant he became a half-demon like Leng Shichi. His aura suddenly increased. Holding the scimitar in his hand, a shocking saber intent rushed into the sky. At this moment Mr. Zhou had merged himself with the saber intent, the strange beast and the heaven and earth. He used himself as a saber, the blood beast as a saber, and the heaven and earth as a saber. With one slash, everything was extinguished. He did not comprehend the power of the laws of nature, but this slash could even cut through the laws of nature. The 4 spirits array diagram slowly fell. The mysterious power of the laws of nature spread. This 4 spirits array diagram that had never failed was cut in half by this slash. Chapter 793. The old man, Zhong Jinliang, Lan Rua and Delta Origi had already arrived at the center of the demonic miasma mountains. Here they could only feel waves of powerful spiritual energy, but they couldn't find anyone. Because Leng Shichi and Mr. Zhou were fighting in a sealed space, even if there was energy leaking out, the old man and the others couldn't get in. They didn't know what was going on inside, but they were worried about Leng Shichi's safety. The old man said, "There's another layer of space hidden here, but the fact that the energy fluctuations can be transmitted so clearly shows that this space isn't very tough." Delta Orgi asked, "Seniors, is there any way to find the entrance?" Her voice was full of anxiety. On the way here, she secretly contacted Leng Shichi with the Netherlamp illusion, but she didn't get any response. Zhong Jinliang and Lan Rua looked at each other and said, "There is a way, but this space is much weaker than normal secret realms. I'm afraid it can't even compare to the small chaos paradise. If we attack a weak point with our full strength, we might be able to tear a hole." But he paused and Lan Rua continued, "But there's still the star and moon heavenly winged tiger and the demon sable in there, as well as the mysterious and powerful Mr. Zhou. If we use too much energy to open the space, it will affect the upcoming battle. The best way is to set up a formation first. It can increase our strength and make it easier to open the space, and it can also counteract the formation in the demonic miasma mountains so we won't be restricted in the battle. But it takes time to set up a formation." Time. What they couldn't wait for was time. Every second he delayed meant that Leng Shichi could lose his life at any moment. Delta Origi's heart was in her throat, and she felt a heavy sense of defeat. "I can't help at all." She deeply felt that she was so useless. She couldn't even get involved in a battle of the sky origin stage. Power, she had never wanted power as much as she did now. Delta Origi clenched her fists so tightly that she didn't even notice the blood flowing out. The old man's eyes turned as if he saw something, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he signaled Zhong Jinliang and Lan Rua to set up the formation. Inside the sealed space, the battle was still going on. Leng Shichi's four spirits formation was broken. And it was broken in a very rough way. Leng Shichi was extremely shocked. He was not shocked because the four spirits array diagram had been broken. It was true that the four spirits array diagram contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It was because his cultivation was too low. Compared to Mr. Zhou, he was a whole realm lower. Moreover, Mr. Zhou was no ordinary person. His slash had already touched the boundary of the laws of heaven and earth. No, he had used heaven and earth as his saber. If Mr. Zhou were to break through to the Tongxian realm, he might even be able to cut through the laws of heaven and earth. Even if the formation is the aurora. To be able to find a flaw in the four spirits array diagram in an instant, this ability made Leng Shichi very impressed. However, Leng Shichi's expression didn't change. He took a deep breath and his eyes turned black and white. Pure yang and pure yin energy rose around him. The yin and yang energies intertwined. The pure yang energy rose to the sky, and the pure yin energy sank into the ground. Then, as the heavens and earth trembled, a dazzling, blazing sun suddenly fell. At the same time, the netherworld energy rose from the ground, and a netherworld ghost sun slowly rose. Two suns appeared, and the terrifying power of yin and yang exploded. Under Leng Shichi's control, the yin and yang suns collided. Then, countless terrifying yin and yang ripples spread out. Everything in the sky and on the ground disappeared, leaving only black and white. The sealed space suddenly shook as if it was the end of the world. All the power, including the elemental power, heaven and earth energy, and even the power of the laws were repelled. Yin-yang brilliance. Leng Shichi's greatest gain in the heavenly tomb wasn't the increase in his cultivation, nor was it finding a way to quickly increase his cultivation. Instead, it was the stronger yin and yang energy, which was the advanced spiritual technique of the great void swimming dragon, yin-yang brilliance. Yin and yang were destroyed, the five elements were reversed, the altar was shattered, and the space collapsed. Mr. Zhou was dumbfounded. Looking at the sealed space that was about to collapse, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew very well that one had to be at the Tongxian realm to break through this space with brute force. The person in front of him actually had such terrifying power? At this moment he seemed to have seen the figure of death. No! Mr. Zhou roared in despair. He couldn't die like this. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the space between his eyebrows. Immediately, a blood-red mark appeared. Tens of thousands of miles away, the blood beast sect suddenly soared into the sky with a bloody light. An ancient strange beast had awakened. It murmured in a low voice, and a mysterious force instantly crossed space and descended on Mr. Zhou. Buzz! The space behind Mr. Zhou twisted, and a pair of beast arms reached out to protect Mr. Zhou. At the same time, Mr. Zhou formed a seal, and the countless corpses of the beasts on the altar also gathered like a tide. It was also at this moment that the power of the yin-yang brilliance exploded. There was no powerful roar, nor was there any heart-palpitating waves. Wherever the yin and yang ripples went, the sealed space was instantly cut into countless cracks. They could even see the demonic miasma mountain range. Zhongzhen Liang and Lan Rua, who were setting up the array outside, paused. The old man's expression changed greatly. He grabbed Delta Origi and flew into the sky, shouting, "Retreat!" Lan Rua and Zhongzhen Liang immediately gave up on the array that was about to form, and turned into two rays of light and flew far away. Just as they flew away, the endless yin and yang energy finally broke through the sealed space and exploded in the center of the demonic miasma mountain range. In the blink of an eye, everything within 1,000 miles was destroyed, leaving behind a large empty space. The old man and Delta Origi were stunned. What kind of power was this? What kind of person could control such terrifying power? The old man held the thunder spear in his hand and looked down vigilantly. So did Zhongzhen Liang and Lan Rua. In this demonic miasma mountain range, there was no other heavenly Yuan realm cultivator who belonged to the Thunderblaze dynasty other than them. The person who could cause this scene could only be an enemy. They never thought that this was all caused by the Lung Shiqi. Under the yin-yang brilliance, the extreme yin and yang energy had blocked all their vision and senses, so they didn't know that the Lung Shiqi was below. Chapter 794. What surprised Lung Shiqi the most was that Mr. Zhou was still alive. At this time, there was a small mountain of monster corpses piled up around him. They were the corpses from the Blood Beast altar. As for the two arms, they had already disappeared. Although the Blood Beast phantom was no longer under his control, the monster beast corpses could still be used. He had used some kind of secret technique to summon the ancient strange beast to protect himself and gather all the monster beast corpses to save his life. However, Mr. Zhou's meridians were completely damaged at this moment. He was bathed in blood, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he have thought that he would be forced to this extent by a mere junior? Lung Shiqi's situation was also very bad. The great void yin-yang brilliance had almost drained all his strength. What was even more uncomfortable was that this move was not something he could withstand at his current realm. Now, his spiritual sea was on the verge of collapse, and his soul was weak and listless. Now, it was extremely difficult for him to even move his body. However, with a light hook of his finger, hundreds of netherworld souls immediately flew out of the gates of hell and entered his body. He immediately felt that the spiritual power in his body had been replenished. As the lord of the underworld, he could naturally sacrifice his soul to absorb some power. Immediately after, his eyes lit up with 9 colors, and his spiritual sea was overdrawn by his eyes. He endured the intense headache, and 6 incomparably large and mysterious vortexes appeared in the gate of the underworld. That was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then, a strange force instantly pulled Mr. Zhou's consciousness into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Mr. Zhou's eyes lost their light and became very empty. At this time he was as weak as an ordinary person. This was the best time to kill Mr. Zhou. Unfortunately, Lung Shiqi did not know that the old man and the Delta Origi were nearby. In his current state, he had to maintain the 6 paths of reincarnation realm with all his strength. He had no spare energy to kill Mr. Zhou. He thought to himself that it would be great if someone else could help at this time. Thinking of this, Lung Shiqi's mind flashed. He did have a helper. With a thought, 8 ghostly shadows walked out of the mansion of the dead. The person in the lead held a spiritual sword, and his entire body was surging with majestic sword intent. His aura was actually close to that of a great expert in the realm of unity of heaven and man. As for the 7 ghost shadows behind him, they were not weaker than Gang Spirit realm. These were the 8 ghost slaves under Lung Shiqi. Their leader was naturally the 1,000 illusion swordmaster, who was also the current sword demon. Needless to say, Sword Demon thrust his sword forward, and the eerie hell's blade rose from the ground, instantly slicing Mr. Zhou into countless pieces. A top-level Sky Origin stage cultivator was killed by Lung Shiqi. The passive skill Hell's Curse was activated and absorbed a strand of Mr. Zhou's soul. At the same time, the Mansion of the Dead also absorbed his soul. The remnant soul at the peak of Sky Origin stage immediately nourished Lung Shiqi's body and sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, his sea of consciousness was stabilized and showed signs of recovery. Next, he just needed to slowly nourish it for a while. However, even so, Lung Shiqi's state of exhaustion could not be changed. From the time he used the yin-yang brilliance and the 6 paths of reincarnation to break the closed space to killing Mr. Zhou, it was only a split second. He was afraid of attracting the remaining evil beasts in the demonic miasma mountains, so he had no time to think about anything else and directly teleported Mr. Zhou's body into the Mansion of the Dead. When everything calmed down, the Delta Origi in the sky were all stunned. At this time, the center of the demonic miasma mountains, including a part of the inner area, had been turned into nothingness. The mountains, the rocks, the trees, everything was gone, leaving only a deep pit that was too horrible to look at. The old man looked dignified and said, "Did you all feel it? It can't be wrong, it's the aura of the laws of heaven and earth, and it's the extremely rare law of yin and yang." Zhong Zhenliang's face was full of surprise. Obviously he could not believe what he saw. Lan Ruo looked around and was extremely vigilant. What happened in that space? Where are the mixed demon sable and the heavenly winged tiger? Where is Mr. Zhou? Is there a Tongxian realm powerhouse hiding here? However, no one could answer her question because they could not sense any aura other than the four of them. What about the heavenly winged tiger and the mixed demon sable? Where is Mr. Zhou? Where is Leng Shiqi? The four of them were puzzled, but they were not the only ones who were puzzled and shocked. Northern Wei Empire Blood Beast Sect. At this time, all the spirit cultivators in the sect were alarmed by the strange beast phantom that appeared not long ago. From the sect leader and elders to the ordinary disciples, they all looked up to the sky. Especially the upper echelons of the Blood Beast sect, they all rushed to the secret place deep underground. Shockingly, this place was also an altar. Different from the Blood Beast altar, this altar did not have thousands of demon beast corpses, only a strange demon beast that was hundreds of feet in size. This was clearly the strange beast that Mr. Zhou had summoned before his death. At this time, the sect leader of the Blood Beast sect, Blood Beast Lion King Situ Huanshu's face was gloomy. He shouted in a deep voice, "Who dares to summon the power of the Beast Sovereign?" The Beast Sovereign in the altar was the foundation of the Blood Beast sect. The Blood Beast sect was famous because every disciple cultivated a blood beast. The Blood Beast's combat power was very strong. In most cases, the Blood Beast's combat power was stronger than that of the Blood Beast sect's disciples. However, the Blood Beast sect also had a major problem similar to the Corpse Puppet sect. That was because low-level demonic beasts were very common, especially since the Blood Beast sect was specially built in a place near the far north wastelands. There were demonic beasts everywhere, and there were plenty of low-level demonic beasts. They could be casually caught and refined into blood beasts. However, with the gradual improvement of the sect's disciples, the demon beasts they needed also had to be stronger and stronger. With the strength of the Blood Beast sect, they could also forcibly capture 3rd level and 4th level demon beasts, but 5th level and 6th level demon beasts could only be encountered in the depths of the northern wastelands. One had to know that the northern wastelands were more than 10 times more dangerous than the demonic miasma mountain range. There were many 7th level great demons there, and it was rumored that there were even 8th level demon venerables. If the Blood Beast sect wanted to capture high-level demon beasts, the price would be very high, so they used another method, which was to use the power of the ancient strange beast in front of them to fuse and refine several mid-level demon beasts into high-level demon beasts. The method was good, and it had also led to the prosperity of the Blood Beast sect for thousands of years, but the power of the ancient strange beast was not inexhaustible. As the Blood Beast sect used that power again and again, the ancient strange beast was slowly weakening. If this continued, it would probably die on its own. The Blood Beast sect naturally could not watch this happen, so the sect's upper echelons decided to temporarily seal the ancient strange beast and create their own cultivation method to solve the problem. Until now, the ancient strange beast had been sealed for decades, and there had been no accidents. However, for some reason, such a major change had occurred today, causing the beast venerable to lose a lot of its power. Especially its pair of arms, which were obviously much shriveled. That was why Situ Huanshu lost his composure like this. The rest of the people did not dare to breathe loudly. After a while, the person beside him said carefully, "Sect Master, the Beast Venerable has been sealed for a long time, and only 2 people know how to mobilize the power of the Beast Venerable. Other than you, Sect Master, there's only one person." The person who spoke was Xie Pingyu, whom Leng Shiqi had met in the demonic miasma mountain range. He was also one of the culprits who forced 9 leave to self-destruct. After he said this, everyone thought of one person, but they exclaimed at the same time, "Sect Master is talking about Zhuozhou. Didn't he die long ago?" Chapter 795. Zhuozhou. This name was taboo in the Blood Beast sect. This person was also a legendary figure because he was the previous sect leader of the Blood Beast sect and also Situ Huanshu's master. However, this previous sect leader had actually done something extremely crazy, something that had once caused the Blood Beast sect to lose all face. That was, Zhuozhou had betrayed the sect. A sect leader had betrayed his own sect. This was one of the top sects in the world, one of the top 7 sects in the world. When this matter came out, the Blood Beast sect really became the joke of the world. The reason why Zhuozhou betrayed the sect was that he secretly took a large number of blood beasts for himself and secretly stole a part of the power of the venerable beast to enhance his own cultivation. After this incident, the entire sect became enemies. In the end, Zhuozhou was besieged and killed by a large number of experts of the blood beast sect. But now, the power of the venerable beast had been mobilized. Other than Situ Huanshu, there was only Zhuozhou. Could it be that Zhuozhou was really not dead? But there were very few people who had participated in the pursuit of Zhuozhou back then who were still alive. Situ Huanshu frowned and said, "Recently, some of our disciples have been inexplicably assassinated. This matter is troublesome enough. Now that the venerable beast has been alarmed, it's an eventful time. Go, invite the elders in the ancestral hall. We must ask them about what happened back then. Also, summon all the formation masters in the sect to use the power of the venerable beast to find the location of that person." Yes. On the other side, in the underworld, Leng Shiqi was surrounded by a large amount of black gas. Threads of black gas entered his body through his pores and were repairing his meridians and body at an astonishing speed. After about a quarter of an hour, Leng Shiqi opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet. He was finally able to move freely. His injuries would not be healed in a short time, and his spiritual power had not recovered much, but at least he could move. With a thought, Leng Shiqi found Mr. Zhou among the thousands of souls in the underworld. This time, the change in the demonic miasma mountain range could be said to have been planned by Mr. Zhou. Although Mr. Zhou was now dead, Leng Shiqi still did not know Mr. Zhou's true purpose and intentions. If it was in the past, Leng Shiqi would find it a little troublesome, but it was different now. He pointed his finger, and the glabella of Mr. Zhou's soul lit up, as if it had gained a sliver of consciousness. However, its eyes still looked so empty. "Who are you?" Leng Shiqi asked. Mr. Zhou's soul said stiffly, "Zhuozhou." Leng Shiqi smirked. Mr. Zhou was dead, but his soul was in his hands. He could play with it as he pleased. The Leng Shiqi could even directly extract Mr. Zhou's memories, but in that case the soul would be destroyed on the spot. That was the soul of a sky origin stage cultivator. Maybe there were more to use. He couldn't do that to Lafite. When Leng Shiqi heard that Mr. Zhou's real name was Zhuozhou, he was not too surprised. It was just an alias and he often used it. He continued, "Tell me your true identity." "I am the previous sect leader of the Blood Beast sect. I am currently the head of the Imperial Hall of Worship in the Northern Wei Empire." Zhuozhou's words immediately caused Leng Shiqi's heart to tremble. This person really didn't stop until he was shocked to death. Even Leng Shiqi was shocked. He had once guessed from the conversation between the two demons and Zhuozhou that the other party was from the Blood Beast sect. Perhaps he was also related to the Northern Wei Empire. However, he never thought that Zhuozhou was actually the previous sect leader of the Blood Beast sect, and also the head of the Imperial Hall of Worship in the Northern Wei Empire. Any one of these two identities was enough to shake a region. However, Leng Shiqi thought about it again. The conflict between the Empire and the Spirit Cultivator sect was not unique to the Thunder Flame Empire, but the same problem faced by all three empires. As the former sect leader of the Blood Beast sect, how could Zhuozhou enter the Imperial Hall of Worship in the Northern Wei Empire? There must be a secret that cannot be revealed. Tell me everything you have experienced. Also, what is your real purpose in coming to the Demon Miasma mountain range? Leng Shiqi asked the answer he wanted to know the most. Next, Zhuozhou dryly explained how he used the Blood Beast sect's Beast Venerable to increase his strength and the process of betraying the sect. In fact, when he decided to betray the sect, he had already reached a consensus with the Northern Wei Empire. Zhuozhou used his strength at the peak of the Sky Origin stage as capital to get the Northern Wei Empire to help him escape the pursuit of the Blood Beast sect. In this way, Zhuozhou obtained the power he wanted, and the Northern Wei Empire secretly obtained such an expert. It could be considered a win-win situation. The main reason why Zhuozhou decided to betray the sect was not simply to increase his strength, but to find another way to refine the blood beasts. That was the Blood Beast altar. This method required the sacrifice of a large number of blood beasts, but it could be exchanged for a rank 7 great demon. This was definitely a profitable transaction, but he knew that the upper echelons of the Blood Beast sect were more old-fashioned than the other. They would definitely not agree with his method. Thus, Zhuozhou, who was almost crazy in his heart, decided to betray the sect. The reason why he came to the Demon Miasma mountain range was for two reasons. One was to find a place to test the Blood Beast altar that he had researched. In the Falling Star continent, other than the extreme north wasteland, only the Demon Miasma mountain range had a large number of demonic beasts. There were many Blood Beast sect disciples in the extreme north wasteland, so Zhuozhou could only choose to come to the Demon Miasma mountain range. As for the second reason, it was because the Northern Wei Empire had secretly interfered. Originally, the Northern Wei Empire thought that there would be some turmoil when the Thunderfire Empire's imperial power changed. However, after Lei Haoyan ascended the throne, he only used the first spirit cultivator assembly to stabilize the Thunderfire Empire. He even caused the spirit cultivator sects in the territory to fight for themselves. The Northern Wei Empire could not sit still. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhuozhou was about to come to the Demon Miasma mountain range, they let him use the demonic beast here to wantonly cause destruction. In short, the greater the shock and destruction, the better. It would be best if he could kill a few Sky Origin stage experts of the Thunderfire Empire. So that's how it is. It's really a wishful thinking. Leng Shiqi muttered. After understanding Zhuozhou's goal and all of his goals, Leng Shiqi turned him into a ghost slave. A peak Sky Origin stage expert turned into a ghost slave, directly possessing the strength of a peak Unity of Heaven and Man realm expert. This was definitely one of his greatest battle prowess. Leng Shiqi gave him a name, Beast Ghost. At this time, Leng Shiqi thought that since he had killed Zhuozhou, then one of the conditions for Underworld's upgrade had been fulfilled. He looked at Underworld's information. Underworld Territory Current Level, Rank 5. Underworld Territory Upgrade Requirements. 1. Recruit 2 Yama Kings of the 10 Halls 2/3. 2. Collect a top-notch soul 1/3. 3. 160,000 system coins. Next, he just needed to think of a way to recruit 2 talented and high cultivation members of Underworld, and he would be able to upgrade again. However, Leng Shiqi did not have anyone he was particularly confident in, so he could only take one step at a time. At this time, Ghost Qi suddenly gathered in Underworld, and the figure of a Ghost Emperor appeared. It was Yuanyang Mingyu Ghost Emperor's avatar. Chapter 796. Seeing Delta Origi's Dharma form, Leng Shiqi slapped his head. He actually forgot to inform Delta Origi. The reason why he took away Zhuozhou's body when he entered the Mansion of the Dead was because he didn't want Old Han and the others to know that Mr. Zhou was dead. This was a powerhouse at the peak of Sky Origin stage, but he died at the hands of Leng Shiqi. Even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Otherwise, he would definitely expose himself. It was better to leave a mystery for them to guess blindly. He would appear in another place and pretend that he didn't know anything. Then he would find out Zhuozhou's plot from the clues and take out Zhuozhou's body at the right time. It would also implicate the Northern Wei Empire. Not only would it be a great merit, it would also be a national merit. If Zhuozhou was only the previous sect leader of the Blood Beast sect, then the incident in the demonic Miasma mountain range was completely Zhuozhou's own doing. Even if Leng Shiqi killed him, it would be purely a merit. But once the Northern Wei Empire was involved, the nature of the matter would be completely different. This was a national enmity. With this merit, coupled with the operation of the Soul Doppelganger, it might be enough to achieve Leng Shiqi's goal. And no one would ever think that Zhuozhou actually died at the hands of Leng Shiqi. That was his plan. After entering the Mansion of the Dead, he first stabilized his injuries and then interrogated Zhuozhou. He really forgot to tell Delta Origi. At this time, Delta Origi saw Leng Shiqi standing in front of her. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she immediately looked a little angry. Leng Shiqi touched his nose and said, "The 2 demons and Mr. Zhou had an internal conflict. I intervened and they all died." Died. They all died. Delta Origi was stunned when she heard Leng Shiqi's words. Those were 2 rank 7 demons, and a mysterious expert who was stronger than Old Han and the others. They died just like that. And they died at the hands of Leng Shiqi? Even though the Delta Origi had been through a lot, they still found it hard to accept. Delta Origi was a little confused as she asked, "Was the force that broke this space just now your doing?" Leng Shiqi did not hide it and nodded. Delta Origi's heart sank. She originally thought that the gap between her and Leng Shiqi was big enough, but now it seemed that they were no longer in the same world. Leng Shiqi changed the topic. "By the way, what's the situation outside?" The Scarlet Thunder Army and Mini-Spirit Cultivator S have already surrounded the participating demonic beasts. The few experts from the Imperial family's consecration hall are all watching from the outside. They thought that there were other experts here and each of them was more nervous than the other. Delta Origi said. She felt that the old man and the others would never be able to guess that all of this was Leng Shiqi's doing. Thinking of those demon beasts, Leng Shiqi pondered. Up until now, the matter of the demon Miasma mountain range had basically been resolved. The reason why it was basically, was because there were still some demon beasts here. It was the demon beasts that Leng Shiqi had brought out of the encirclement. There were only a few of the strongest rank 6 demon beasts here, and they were all heavily injured. Leng Shiqi only needed to give the order to slaughter them all. However, he hesitated. First of all, he considered whether there was a need for the demon miasma mountain range to continue existing. After the battle in the demon-suppressing town, more than 90% of the demon beasts here had died. If the remaining demon beasts were to reproduce and recover to their previous scale, it would take 100 years. Moreover, the remaining demon beasts wished to eat the humans alive. They might not even live on. Perhaps they would fight to the death and drag a few humans down with them before they died. However, if he were to kill them all, Leng Shiqi would not be able to bear it. Of course, he did not sympathize with those demon beasts, but he felt that they still had some value. Leng Shiqi thought of a possibility. Then he asked the Delta Origi to lure the old man and the others away so that he could leave the underworld. Immediately after, he rushed to the location of the participating demon beasts. At this time, the remaining demonic beasts were all hiding in a remote area within the demonic miasma mountain range. Most of the demonic beasts were trembling, because they already knew that a large number of Scarlet Thunder Army S and Spirit Cultivator S were approaching. Their doom was not far away. Especially the terrifying power that came from the center of the demon miasma mountain range not long ago, it made them tremble in fear. Most of the demon beasts here had yet to awaken their intelligence. They only had some instincts and they were all crawling on the ground with their heads in their hands. Only a small number of high-level demon beasts could barely maintain their composure, but their eyes were filled with despair. At this time, Leng Shiqi appeared in the midst of the demon beasts in his half-demon form. Before he came, he had already seen the old man and the others and told them not to be in a hurry to kill these demon beasts. He had other uses for them. Xianxia? Where are the 2 demon ancestors? They knew that Leng Shiqi had followed the 2 demon ancestors. Now that he had returned, what about their demon ancestors? Leng Shiqi revealed a tragic expression and said, "The 2 demon ancestors. They have fallen." What? Impossible. The demon ancestors are great demons of the 7th step. How could they fall? The few rank 6 demon beasts were not willing to believe Leng Shiqi's words. They were not close to the 2 demon beasts, but with the 2 demon beasts dead, their last hope was destroyed. What awaited them was only death. Leng Shiqi shook his head and did not explain further. This is absolutely true. It was Mr. Zhou who did it, but the 2 demon ancestors killed him before they died. The most important thing now is to think about how to escape. Escape? All the demon beasts were silent. The demon miasma mountain range was already filled with spirit cultivators. The demon ancestors were already dead. As long as the spirit cultivators had a few sky origin stage cultivators, they could easily kill them all. Where else could they escape to? Seeing the despair of the demons, Leng Shiqi knew that the time had come. He said, "We still have a chance, but I don't know if you are willing." As soon as he said that, some of the high-level demon beasts looked at him. Their eyes flashed with human emotions. That was the desire to live. No human or demon would be willing to die. Not to mention a glimmer of hope. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, they would still give it a try. "Xianxia, what method do you have?" "No matter what it is, we are willing to try. Save me, I don't want to die." Including some demon beasts that had intelligence but could not speak, they were all wailing softly. Leng Shiqi smiled in his heart. This was what he wanted to see. "You should also know that I'm a half-demon. I've actually grown up outside since I was young and have traveled to many places. I once obtained a small secret realm by chance. As long as I bring you into the secret realm, I will be able to sneak into the human race and escape." Chapter 797. Secret Realm. "You actually have a secret realm? Quickly bring me in." Hearing about the secret realm, even if the demonic beasts had never left the demonic miasma mountain range, they knew that the secret realm was a separate space. As long as they escaped into the secret realm, they would not be caught by the spirit cultivators and would be able to escape this calamity. Thus, all the demonic beasts became excited. For example, a spirit monkey with a broken arm said, "Xianxia, if we want to enter the secret realm, I'm afraid there are conditions." Of course. Leng Shiqi confirmed, "First of all, this secret realm is a bit special. The environment inside is very harsh, so it might not be suitable for you to survive." Hearing this, the demonic beasts disagreed. Harsh environment? Was there anything worse than the demonic miasma mountain range? One had to know that these demonic beasts were not born immune to the miasma here. At first, they were like humans, unable to withstand the miasma. It was only after generations of reproduction that they slowly adapted to the environment here. Could also be said that those who did not adapt to the environment had all died. And the secret realm that Leng Shiqi was talking about was the underworld. The underworld was filled with netherworld chi, and these demonic beasts might not be able to adapt. Since the demonic beasts felt that it was nothing, he was too lazy to explain. He continued, "There is another condition. When you enter the secret realm, you will definitely consume a lot of energy. From this point of view, I will definitely suffer a huge loss. Furthermore, escaping from the demonic miasma mountain range is not that easy. It can be said that you are risking your life. Therefore, you must accept me as your master." As soon as he finished speaking, all the demonic beasts immediately fell silent. All the demonic beasts looked at the few rank 6 demonic beasts led by the spirit monkey. At this point, only they could make a decision. One of the green snakes secretly sent a sound transmission. "He wants us to recognize him as our master. What should we do?" "No, if you want us to recognize you as our master, you must be at the demonic beast clan level. Moreover, he is a mere half-demon. He was born underground and is definitely not qualified to be our master. If you don't recognize me as your master, then you will die. I don't care if you have backbone, I am willing. If you want to die, you can die by yourself." A demonic beast with a broken arm had a different idea. As soon as it mentioned death, the other demonic beasts were speechless. Finally, that spirit monkey said, "All right, I think we should acknowledge him as our master first. At the very least, we can save our lives first. Don't forget that the only reason we're still here is because of xianxia. Otherwise, we would have died in Yao suppressing city. The xianxia is very strong. In the future, it is not impossible for him to break through to the 7th level of the Great Yao realm. It is not a disgrace to us. Brother Lu Ho, I'll listen to you. If you say so." This spirit monkey, who was known as Land Monkey, seemed to have a very high status among the 6th-ranked demonic beasts. It made the decision as soon as it spoke. Lu Ho brought a few 6th-order demonic beasts and came before Leng Shiqi. It bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, master." The remaining demonic beasts all knelt on the ground. Those who could speak naturally followed suit and shouted, "Greetings, master." Those who could not speak all let out a sound of submission. "Very good." Leng Shiqi smiled. With so many demonic beasts under his command, his power had skyrocketed. With a wave of his hand, boundless netherworld chi rose behind him. A tall and gloomy gate of hell rose from the ground. Such a strange and gloomy aura spread out, causing the demonic beasts to feel a chill down their spines. They actually felt the aura of death rushing towards them. What the hell is this? What is in the secret realm? Why does it look so scary? It is not easy to live in a place like this. The demonic beasts' hearts were pounding, but none of them regretted it, because they had no way out. "Go in." Leng Shiqi pointed at the gate of hell. This was also his first attempt. In the past, he had personally brought people into the underworld, and they had to be members of the underworld. After obtaining the gate of hell, he realized that the souls inside could directly come out. This meant that creatures from the outside world could also enter. Leng Shiqi watched as the land monkey carefully walked into the gate of hell. The moment it entered the gate of hell, this 6th-level demonic beast that was not weak actually shuddered. However, it still managed to successfully enter. Leng Shiqi's heart calmed down. "Everyone hurry up. The aura when I open the secret realm is too special. I am afraid that the humans will sense it. They will be here soon. If we are any slower, it will be too late even if we want to leave." Hearing this, the demonic beasts did not care about anything else and rushed into the underworld. There were 2 barren open spaces in the underworld. They were the Wild Dog Ridge and the Golden Chicken Mountain. Leng Shiqi arranged for these demonic beasts to live in the Wild Dog Ridge. He even specially changed the name to Dark Beast Ridge. This was the demonic beasts' first time in the underworld. It was obvious that they were not used to it. Especially when the netherworld chi attached to their bodies, it worsened their injuries. Leng Shiqi could only use the ability of the master of the underworld to dilute the netherworld chi around the Dark Beast Ridge as much as possible. After settling the demonic beasts, Leng Shiqi clapped his hands. This trip to the demonic miasma mountain range could be said to be fruitful. Not only did he solve the beast tied here, but he also uncovered the conspiracy of the Northern Wei Empire in one fell swoop. As for himself, he had absorbed the power of the Blood Beast Altar and the 2 7th-level demonic beasts. Not only did his cultivation soar to the peak of the unity of heaven and man realm, but his physical strength had changed even more. Now, his physical body alone was comparable to a great expert of the unity of heaven and man realm. In the world, there were very few people who could cultivate their physical body to this extent. In addition, after the battle with Zhuozhou, Leng Shiqi also had a deeper understanding of his own strength. Once he digested this understanding, his strength would naturally rise to another level. The only regret was the demon bodies of the heavenly winged tiger and the mixed demon black marten. They were 7th level demonic beasts. 7th level demonic cores, demonic skin, demonic bones, demonic blood. They were all treasures. Unfortunately, when the 2 demonic beasts fought with Zhuozhou, it was equivalent to sacrificing their demon bodies. They did not even leave behind their demonic cores and demonic souls. However, one should not be too greedy. This time he had already earned a lot. He simply packed up and was ready to return to the demonic town. When he met up with Old Han and the others again, Leng Shiqi did not explain where the demonic beasts went. Old Han and the others did not ask either. Everyone had secrets. Leng Shiqi's identity was not ordinary, and he had repeatedly risked his life for this matter. It was not a big deal for him to be a little selfish. The only thing they still felt was that the deaths of the 2 demonic beasts and Mr. Zhou were too strange. Leng Shiqi only told them that the 2 demonic beasts and Mr. Zhou had an internal conflict, and then a mysterious expert killed Mr. Zhou. Yet another mysterious expert. The person who could kill Mr. Zhou was at least at the peak of the Sky Origin realm, or even a Tongxin realm expert. Why would he appear in the demonic Miasma mountain range? Why did he attack? What was his purpose? Old Han and the others wanted to know, but they had no way to find out. They could only wait until they returned to the imperial capital to report it. At last the group returned to the demonic town. Leng Shiqi turned around and looked around. The demonic Miasma mountains, which used to be bustling with noise and excitement, would be abandoned in the future. Chapter 798. In the following days, Leng Shiqi recuperated in the demon town for a while. He was seriously injured and had to take care of his body to tame the evil beasts to open the gate of the underworld, so he had to recuperate for a few days. In addition, the demon town was almost destroyed in the last battle and was being rebuilt in full swing. It was reasonable for him to stay here for a few days. On this day, Leng Shiqi was going to return to the imperial capital with the Dark Thunder Guards and the people of the Discipline Department. After the battle, only about 70% of the people he had brought with him were left. Although they had an absolute advantage in the battle in the demon town, there were too many evil beasts and they all went crazy in the end. They would rather die than to bite off an arm, so casualties were inevitable. At this time a guest came to the door. It was Zhuge. Zhuge was now at the 4th level of the Gang Spirit realm. He had just entered the middle stage of the Gang Spirit realm, so his cultivation speed was very fast. Greetings, Lord Lu. Zhuge walked into Leng Shiqi's room and cupped his hands, seeming a little reserved. Seeing this, Leng Shiqi knew that Zhuge had something to ask for, and it was probably related to the Star Clan. He asked directly, "Brother Zhuge, you don't have to be so polite to me before. Just say what you want to say." Zhuge thought for a while and looked around. Leng Shiqi smiled and waved his hands to release several inhibition formations. Zhuge then said, "Brother Lu, actually I wanted to tell you about this when we were in the imperial capital. However, the outbreak of the beast tide in the demonic Miasma mountain was too sudden, so I had no time to deal with it. Now, the evil beasts in the demonic Miasma mountain are gone, so it is as easy as taking something out of a pocket." "Brother Zhuge, do you mean it has something to do with the demonic Miasma mountain?" "Yes, according to the exploration of the ancestors of the Zhuge family, there are also relics of the Star Clan in the demonic Miasma mountain," Zhuge said seriously. Relics of the Star Clan. Hearing this, Leng Shiqi was shocked. He had obtained a lot of high-level materials in the secret chamber of the Star Clan in Ningyang County. He did not expect that there would be something left behind by the Star Clan in the demonic Miasma mountain range. It was impossible for Leng Shiqi not to covet those things, but Leng Shiqi knew that it wasn't that simple. "Brother Zhuge, can you tell me more details?" Hearing this, Zhuge knew that Leng Shiqi was moved. He said, "Although our ancestors found the remains of the Star Tribe, there are many high-level demonic beasts in the demonic Miasma mountain range. Normally, even Xuanhuan stage cultivators would not dare to enter. That's why we only know the exact location of the ruins, but we don't know what's inside. According to Brother Lu's idea, this time we will still carry out the transaction. I will give you the location of the ruins, and Brother Lu will need to help the Zhuge family release a few more experts." Leng Shiqi narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Zhuge, this is not the first time we've made a deal. Why don't you tell me how many masters you want to release this time? Also, we don't know what's in the ruins, so how are we going to split it?" Zhuge paused. "Regardless of what's in the ruins, it will all belong to Brother Lu." Hearing this, Leng Shiqi was not excited. Instead, he became vigilant. No matter how bad the remains of the Star Tribe were, they were definitely top-notch treasures. Now that the Zhuge family did not want a single cent, they must want him to release a large number of masters. Seeing that Leng Shiqi did not speak, Zhuge Puha slowly said, "Brother Lu, I'll be frank. Elder Zhuge Yun hopes that Brother Lu can release 2 Tianyuan stage experts and 10 Oneness of Heaven and Men realm experts. Brother Lu, you can rest assured that these masters are only there to find the remains of the Star Tribe and leave behind some backup plans. They will not easily reveal themselves to the world." Leng Shiqi thought to himself, 2 Tianyuan stage experts and 10 Oneness of Heaven and Men realm experts. This is enough to support a top sect. The Zhuge family's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. He hesitated for a moment. Not to mention Zhuge Puha, Zhuge Yun must be an extremely ambitious person. What would such a person do if he had a large number of masters in his hands? Leng Shiqi would definitely not believe that Zhuge Yun would simply search for the remains of the Star Tribe. Moreover, the Zhuge family was in the territory of the Thunderblaze dynasty, and the Thunderblaze dynasty already belonged to Leng Shiqi indirectly. Of course, he did not want the Zhuge family to cause trouble in his territory. However, he was indeed coveting the remains of the Star Tribe in the demonic Miasma mountain range. After thinking for a while, he said, "Brother Zhuge, now that I am one of the 4 chiefs of the Dark Thunder Guards, I also bear the heavy responsibility of stabilizing the Thunderblaze dynasty. If we release a large number of masters at once, it will be very difficult for me if something goes wrong and I am implicated. Moreover, we still do not know what is in the remains. The remains have been in the demonic Miasma mountain range for so long. It might have been discovered by those high-level demonic beasts. Therefore I have a suggestion." "Brother Lu, please speak. Why don't we find the remains first and decide how many masters to release after obtaining the treasures inside? If there are enough treasures, not to mention 2 Heavenly Origin Realm experts and 10 Unity of Heaven Realm experts, even if there are more, it will be a piece of cake." Leng Shiqi stated his conditions. To put it simply, they would eat first and pay later. As for how much they would pay, it would depend on how big the meal was. Zhuge Puha looked hesitant and said, "Brother Lu, I can't make a decision on this matter yet. Can you give me some time to think about it?" Leng Shiqi knew that Zhuge Puha wanted to go back and contact Zhuge Yun. He said casually, "Of course. After all, the demon-suppressing town is still being rebuilt. Just in case, I still have to stay here for a few days. In that case, I will take my leave first. Brother Zhuge, please." After sending Zhuge Puha off, Leng Shiqi turned around and teleported to the mansion of the dead. He arrived at the Dark Beast Ridge and found Lu Ho and a few other rank 6 demonic beasts. "Master, what's the matter?" Lu Ho saw Leng Shiqi suddenly appear and asked respectfully. Leng Shiqi asked, "Let me ask you, have you found any special places in the demonic Miasma mountain range? For example, forbidden areas or relics?" He reckoned that since the demonic Miasma mountain range had the star race's relics and the place had been occupied by demonic beasts for many years, he might as well ask the demonic beasts who were most familiar with this place. Lu Ho and the other demonic beasts looked at each other. Among them, a giant ape said, "Master, there were some forbidden areas in the demonic Miasma mountain range in the past. However, there were basically treasures in those forbidden areas. Later on, they were all taken away by the humans. Now, it seems that there is nothing special about it." This giant ape was a long-armed crimson ape. It was extremely strong. Unfortunately, one of its arms was cut off and its combat power was greatly reduced. Previously, when Leng Shiqi said that he wanted them to recognize him as their master, this giant ape was also the most enthusiastic. "That's not right." A green snake twisted its body and said, "Have you all forgotten about the Star Moon demonic ancestor?" Chapter 799. Green Snake's words immediately reminded the few demonic beasts. Lu Monkey slapped his head and said, "I remember now, Master. About a few years ago, a mysterious place was indeed discovered. Master, you may not know that a rank 7 demonic beast, soul-leaving scorpion, was born in the demonic Miasma mountain range a few years ago. Unfortunately, 2 Sky Origin Realm cultivators wanted to capture her, and the demonic beast ancestor self-destructed. After that, a mysterious place appeared in the inner area. However, we could only look at it and sigh. Only those demonic beasts with the ability to fly could explore it because that place was in the sky. At that time, many flying demonic beasts wanted to go in, but there was something like a restriction in that place. They could not even get close to it, let alone go in. As far as we know, only the Star Moon demonic beast ancestor had approached it." Leng Shiqi raised his eyebrows. The first half of what Lu Ho said was naturally about 9 Leaf. He did not expect this matter to be related to Nine Leave. According to what Lu Ho said, someone had actually entered that place and it was the heavenly winged tiger. Actually, the original body of the star moon demonic beast ancestor was not the heavenly winged tiger at first, but the moon-gazing tiger, Lu Ho said again and then closed his mouth meaningfully. Lung Shiqi understood. He knew about the moon-gazing tiger. It was a demonic beast with a mid-level bloodline. This kind of demonic beast could only reach rank 5 at most in its lifetime. According to what Lu Ho said, the moon-gazing tiger seemed to have broken through to rank 6 because of that mysterious place. It evolved from the moon-gazing tiger to the heavenly winged tiger. After that, Zhuozhou came to the demonic miasma mountain range and found that this demonic beast had extraordinary talent. That was why he chose it for the blood beast sacrificial refinement. Thus, the star moon demonic beast ancestor was born. Lung Shiqi understood all this. He guessed that it was very likely to be the star clan's relic that Zhuge Puha mentioned. However, he did not expect that place to be in the sky. He then asked, "What does that place look like?" "We don't have the ability to fly, but I heard from other demonic beasts that the place is like a night sky full of stars. Anyway, it is very mysterious." "Full of stars?" That was basically certain. After asking this question, Lung Shiqi said a few words and left the mansion of the dead. The next day Zhuge Puha came again. "Brother Lu, the elders have already agreed to your request. When can we go to the demonic miasma mountain range?" "Anytime." Right now he really didn't have anything to worry about, so he quietly entered the demonic miasma mountain range with Zhuge Pu. Currently the demonic miasma mountain range was very spacious and empty. It even looked a little dead. There were no longer any demonic beasts here. Ordinary small animals could not survive in the miasma. It could be said that there was no chance of survival. The speed of the two was very fast. It only took them less than half a day to reach the depths of the inner area. At this time, Zhuge Puha's brows were tightly knitted. Then he took out some strange things and arranged them into a simple array. Inside he blocked out strands of starlight. Those strands of starlight stretched out like strands of hair, but they quickly returned. Zhuge Puha exclaimed softly, "Brother Lu, according to the direction of the array, the ruins should be nearby. I guess that the ruins are most likely deep underground." In the past, Lung Shiqi might also think so. After all, last time in Ningyan County, the secret treasure was in the depths of the mineral vein. Now he already knew that the ruins were actually in the sky, but he did not say it. Instead he went underground with Zhuge Puha to search. Of course they found nothing. Lung Shiqi pretended to doubt it, but Zhuge Puha was very sure that they had found the right place. When night fell, even though the demonic miasma mountain range was covered by the miasma, some vague stars could still be seen. Lung Shiqi looked up and murmured, "Could the ruins be in the sky?" At first, Zhuge Puha wanted to say that it was impossible. But after thinking about it carefully, the ability of the Star Clan could not be speculated by ordinary people's thinking. Maybe the ruins were really in the sky. Lung Shiqi's mind moved and a pair of starlight wings appeared on his back. This was not the wings of the Gu King, but a mutation after he obtained the power of the heavenly winged tiger. It could also be said that these were his own wings. "Brother Zhuge, wait a moment. I'll go up and have a look." After saying that, he directly turned into a ray of starlight, cut through the miasma, and flew straight to the ninth heaven. The higher he flew, the thinner the surrounding miasma became. More importantly, Lung Shiqi began to feel a trace of traction force. In particular, the starlight on the wings on his back shone brighter, as if there was a force attracting him. Lung Shiqi raised his eyes and looked into the distance. It was currently night and the sky was filled with stars. Among the countless stars, there seemed to be a mysterious line connecting a portion of the stars. It looked like a simple building. "This is it." Lung Shiqi immediately activated the star bloodline in his body. The mysterious and complicated star atlas on his body suddenly spread out, and another starry universe was set up around him. Heavenly Cosmic Star Gang. At this moment, the stars in front of Lung Shiqi rotated at the same time and slowly gathered together, forming a starlight gate. Lung Shiqi spread his wings and flew straight into the gate without any hindrance. When he entered, he could not help but be a little dumbfounded. According to his imagination, there should be quite a number of treasures in the Star Tribe's relic. However, other than the empty space, he did not see anything. In other words, this place was empty. Could it be that someone had beaten him to it? He remembered that the heavenly winged tiger seemed to have entered this place. No, Lu Ho said that the heavenly winged tiger only got close. Where did the things go? It was a pity that the heavenly winged tiger's body and soul had been destroyed, so there was no way to find out. While Lung Shiqi was puzzled, countless meteors suddenly shot out from this space and intertwined with each other, then formed a huge mysterious shadow. The shadow's appearance was roughly similar to a human's. There seemed to be countless galaxies flowing in its eyes, which were full of mystery. The pair of eyes stared at Lung Shichi, and he felt as if he was being watched by heaven and earth. Suddenly, a pressure as if the sky was collapsing suddenly pressed down on him. He immediately activated the invincible Vajra divine skill, and the stars around him flowed. At the same time he supported the anti-gravity field and resisted the pressure. Lung Shichi began to sweat a lot. He was already seriously injured, and now he could only exert 20 to 30% of his strength at most. The mysterious shadow suddenly withdrew the pressure, and then a huge palm appeared. The huge palm suddenly clenched, and suddenly the space collapsed and the stars were destroyed. A thought suddenly appeared in Lung Shichi's mind. Picking the stars, controlling time and space and breaking the heaven and earth. Grand Star Picking Hand. Chapter 800. Lung Shichi floated in the starry sky, and his eyes lost focus for a moment. When the great plucking star's palm touched his divine soul, his eyes regained their clarity. However, he did not expect that the treasure in this relic was not a treasure of heaven and earth, but an inheritance. The great plucking star's palm was a powerful spiritual technique created by combining the spiritual cultivation system of the stellar tribe and the human race. According to the current system, it was comparable to a level 8 spiritual technique. Even among the level 8 spiritual techniques, it was definitely the best. It was a spiritual technique that was rarely mastered even by those in the heavenly origin stage. Moreover, the great plucking star's palm required the bloodline of the stellar tribe to perform. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the power. Lung Shichi's bloodline of the stellar tribe was not weak, but he encountered a very awkward problem. It was difficult for him to perform this technique. This was because the great plucking star's palm not only consumed spiritual power and mental strength, but also greatly consumed the power of the bloodline. The power of the bloodline was a power that the stellar tribe cultivated over many years after awakening. Once the power of the bloodline was activated, the stellar tribe would gain great power. It was a powerful trump card for every stellar tribe member. However, although Lung Shichi had awakened his bloodline, he had never cultivated the power of the bloodline. When he tried the great plucking star's palm, he realized that his bloodline power was still a little bit away from performing the great plucking star's palm. Lung Shichi was a little embarrassed that he could not use such a powerful spiritual technique for the time being. It seems that I have to get the method to improve the power of the bloodline from the Zhuge family. Lung Shichi made up his mind and then looked around. Could this be the only spiritual technique in this relic? The great plucking star's palm, a level 8 spiritual technique, was rare in the world. It was a treasure that could only be found by chance. However, compared to the secret treasure in Ningyang County, it was still a little shabby. Suddenly all the stars in this space shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye they were the size of a grain. Then they turned into a Milky Way that was dozens of feet long, slowly flowing around Lung Shichi. Lung Shichi looked down and saw that the mysterious star map on his body was flickering. There seemed to be some connection between the star map and the Milky Way. At the same time, the star mark in his sea of consciousness bloomed with boundless radiance, and then the Milky Way suddenly poured into his body. The next moment, a set of astral armor appeared around Lung Shichi. It was the Star God armor that he had not used for a long time. The Star God battle armor absorbed the power of the galaxy and continued to grow. After a while, a Star God phantom that was dozens of feet tall appeared behind him. Following the passage of time, the Star God image no longer grew bigger, but rather became more and more solid, and the veined patterns on its body were also filling up. In the end, even the veins on his skin and every strand of his hair were vivid and lifelike, and the face of the Star God was 80% similar to that of Lung Shichi. Cosmic form. This was actually a cosmic form. Boundless heaven and earth elemental energy swarmed over. Lung Shichi's entire body was surging with a mysterious aura. The heaven and earth yuan qi in this part of the world was like a pen and paper in his hand, which he could use at will. At this moment he could break through to the sky origin stage with only one thought. This was a realm that countless spirit cultivators could only dream of, a realm that countless unity of heaven and man cultivators could not reach in their lifetime. It turned out that other than the great star picking hand, there was also a heaven and earth yuan qi that was completely compatible with the bloodline of the star tribe, which could help him break through to the sky origin stage. Lung Shichi was immersed in a strange state. This feeling was really hard to describe with words. It was as if he could reach out his hand and touch the sky. He could touch a part of the origin of this world. However, Lung Shichi suddenly quivered, and then made an unbelievable decision. He actually took the initiative to withdraw from this state and gave up the opportunity to break through to the sky origin stage. The star god phantom behind him instantly became blurry again, but it did not dissipate. Instead, it shrank back to Leng Shiqi's body and became a star atlas again. If someone else saw this scene, they would definitely hurl abuse at Leng Shiqi. The sky origin stage was already at the peak of spirit cultivators. How many sky origin stage powerhouses could there be in the world? No matter where, the sky origin stage was the symbol of a powerhouse. It was an existence that countless people looked up to. However, Leng Shiqi clearly could have used this opportunity to break through, but he took the initiative to give up. This was simply unbelievable. Leng Shiqi took a few deep breaths and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. It was impossible to say that he did not want to break through to the sky origin stage and obtain a super strong power. On the contrary, he was the kind of person who thirsted for power. However, Leng Shiqi was very clear that he had not completely found the path that he wanted to take. Ever since he obtained the system, the cultivation methods and spiritual skills that he had been cultivating were very heterogeneous. If he were to choose one system to break through to the sky origin stage, then there would be a huge limit to his strength in the future. For example, just now, if he had accepted the power of the stars and broken through to the sky origin stage, then he might only be able to cultivate the power of the stars in the future. Of course, other systems could also be cultivated, but without the support of the corresponding heaven and earth yuan qi, the power would be greatly reduced. On the other hand, Leng Shiqi was very ambitious. He could also say that the sky origin stage was not difficult for him. What he wanted was to rely on his own understanding of the system to break through to the sky origin stage. For example, the Li family ancestor had turned everything he had learned into the 16 heaven transformations technique. Another example was Wuxiang, who had turned all the heterogeneous cultivation systems into a single point, so that his casual attack was all-encompassing. Leng Shiqi could use their methods to find the most suitable path for himself. Moreover, he had only broken through to the sky origin stage for a short time, so his accumulation was still insufficient. Especially when he had broken through to the sky origin stage from the middle stage to the late stage, and now to the peak stage, it had only taken him less than a month. It was really too short. If he used this opportunity to break through to the sky origin stage and left behind any hidden dangers in his cultivation, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Leng Shiqi had also considered many times before giving up this opportunity. At this time, the stars in this space suddenly became dim, and cracks appeared in the surroundings. Leng Shiqi knew that the energy here had been depleted, which meant that there was nothing else here. This time, the Star Tribe ruins had been very successful. He had obtained a powerful spiritual skill. Although he had given up on breaking through to the sky origin stage, he had also absorbed a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi, which had strengthened his foundation. Overall, it was very good. Then he left this place and returned to the surface of the demonic Miasma mountain range. Zhuge Puha was about to ask, but Leng Shiqi said bluntly, "Brother Zhuge, we found the Star Tribe ruins." "That's great. I wonder what's inside?" Zhuge Puha asked with joy. Chapter 801. Leng Shiqi said, "There's a powerful spiritual technique in there. There's nothing else." The smile on Zhuge Puha's face froze. The word, disbelief, was written all over his face. Leng Shiqi frowned. "What? Brother Zhuge, you don't believe me?" No. Zhuge Puha shook his head and retracted his expression. "How can I not believe you? Trust is the foundation of our cooperation. But thinking of the conditions you mentioned before, how many of my clan's experts can be released from that spiritual technique?" Leng Shiqi thought for a moment, then said, "1 sky origin cultivator and 3 unity of heaven." He didn't purposely make things difficult for Zhuge Puha. The great star plucking hand alone was enough to exchange for a sky origin cultivator. He gave up the sky origin cultivator's power, but he still got some benefits. Besides, the Zhuge family wouldn't be able to do anything if he released 1 sky origin cultivator and 3 unity of heaven. "Alright, let's do as Brother Lu says." This time, Zhuge Puha agreed very straightforwardly. This was somewhat out of Leng Shiqi's expectations. "My identity is a bit sensitive now, so I can't move around freely. I'll find a chance to visit the Zhuge family when I return to the imperial capital. I'll be waiting for you at any time." Zhuge Puha cupped his hands. Then the two returned to Yao Suppressing Town. The next day, everyone prepared to return to the imperial capital. In the imperial palace, Leng Shiqi's sole doppelganger, Lei Haoyin, was still reviewing memorials. He was holding the battle report from Yao Suppressing Town. Although he and Leng Shiqi were telepathically connected, they couldn't do this if they were too far apart. When he saw the contents of the report, he didn't look surprised. Instead, he muttered, "How can I get more benefits for this body?" Just as he was thinking, a young eunuch walked over. This was the new eunuch promoted by the soul doppelganger, Xuing. The old eunuch was still there, but his health wasn't good, so he couldn't stay by his side. Xuing walked over respectfully and said with a strange expression, "Your Majesty, Jing Fei Nyang requests an audience." Jing Fei was one of the earliest imperial concubines that had followed the eldest imperial prince Lei Haoyan. Right now, she was the most prestigious imperial concubine in the Hogong and the one most likely to sit on the throne of the empress. The position of empress was temporarily vacant because when Lei Haoyan was at his lowest, his concubines had also suffered a lot. At that time, Lei Haoyan's wife was frail and sickly. She didn't make it and passed away early. Therefore, everyone in the imperial harem was eyeing the position of empress covetously. Because of this, there were many grudges. Whenever the soul avatar thought about the harem, it would feel a headache coming on. There wasn't a single day where it could rest. However, the Hogong could never interfere in politics. The concubines of the Hogong couldn't casually come to his study. Jing Fei naturally knew the rules, but she still came. It must be something important. He put down the report in his hand and said, "Invite Jing Fei in." Xuing took small, quick steps out to pass on the edict. However, just as he reached the door, he turned back, his expression strange. "Your Majesty, Imperial Concubine E also requests an audience." The soul avatar raised an eyebrow. Naturally, Imperial Concubine E was Mo Lu. She had just entered the palace and was conferred the title of Imperial Concubine E Lu. It was the envy of everyone. Her father, Mo Lin Hui, was the prime minister, and now the pavilion elder of 3 Yuan Pavilion. Other people could only be envious of this background. Other than Jing Fei, Mo Lu also had a few concubines that supported her ascension. Other than that, the people that had been selected from the Ling Xiu sects were also tightly huddled together. Their identities weren't ordinary, but it was a pity that none of the powers behind them were from the imperial capital. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. These people had the lowest status in the Hogong, so they hugged very tightly and were able to compete with Jing Fei and Yi Fei. Speaking of this, there was a hint that the Hogong was divided into 3 parts. The ones with the most power were Jing Fei and the other elders. They had followed Lei Haoyan when he was still an imperial son. Now that they were older, they might not be able to compare to those young Gunyang in their prime, but they won in terms of status. Next were the daughters of the officials that had been selected last time. They were led by Mo Lu, and lastly were the people from the Ling Xiu sections. What was worth mentioning was that the concubines of the Ling Xiu sects had very low status, and their backs weren't very visible, but their cultivation wasn't weak. They were all in the 4th realm of celestial being. With cultivation, normal little tricks were useless against them. Instead, they had to be on guard against them, afraid that they would fight to the death. Therefore, the 3 factions in the Hogong were fighting with each other. Now that Jing Fei and Yi Fei had come at the same time, something must have happened. Let them come in together. The soul avatar wanted to see what had happened. Very quickly, the elegant Jing Fei and the youthful Mo Lu walked in together. They bowed and said, "Xie greets your Majesty." "No need for formalities. It's rare for you 2 colleagues to come. Speak, what happened?" "Your Majesty." Jing Fei's eyes suddenly turned red and she said sorrowfully, "Xie wants to sue Yi Fei for using her power to bully others and for being arrogant. This morning, she beat Xie's personal palace maid Xiao Jie to death in front of everyone. Xiao Jie might be a palace maid, but ever since Xie married your Majesty, she has served by Xie's side. She has gone through joys and sorrows with Xie like sisters, but she didn't want to be killed by this venomous woman. Xie begs your Majesty for justice." Someone had died. A palace maid had died. It wasn't a big matter in the Hogong, but it wasn't a small matter either. Normally, the death of 2 palace maids wasn't a big matter. The main thing was to see if there was anyone who wanted to pursue them. Now that Jing Fei was pointing this at Yi Fei, it was a big matter. The soul avatar looked at Mo Lu. Mo Lu raised her head slightly, seeming to be stubborn. She said, "I accidentally killed her." "Ah, she admitted it." "Your Majesty, look, she admitted it." Jing Fei instantly started to laugh. She didn't look as pitiful as before. As an imperial concubine, she disregards human life. How can such a vicious person stay by your Majesty's side? "Your Majesty, how about—" A cold light flashed through the eyes of the soul avatar. He said faintly, "You are teaching Zhen how to do things?" Jing Fei's heart suddenly shuddered, and she hurriedly closed her mouth. "Do you have something to say?" the soul avatar asked. In his view, this matter was most likely arranged by Jing Fei, but if Mo Lu couldn't give a reason, then she would still be punished. Mo Lu said, "I think your majesty knows what is going on. I have nothing to say and will allow your majesty to punish me." The soul avatar laughed inside. This Mo Lu didn't have any schemes and was even a bit naive. Otherwise she wouldn't have purposefully targeted Lung Shiqi at the auction. If this kind of person didn't have Mo Lin Hui behind her, who knew how long she could survive in the Hogong? "Speak of the devil," Zhuang reported with a troubled expression. "Mo Xianghua has also come." Chapter 802. Mo Lin Hui had personally come. Jing Fei had just come to complain and he had come. The news had spread so quickly. In this palace, who knew how many of his spies there were? The soul doppelganger silently noted down this matter. Jing Fei's expression instantly darkened. If Mo Lin Hui interfered in this matter, he probably couldn't do anything to Mo Lu. "Your Majesty." Jing Fei had just opened her mouth when the soul doppelganger reached out to stop her. "Prime Minister Mo must have come for state matters. Go to the side hall and wait. Zhen will handle this impartially," the soul doppelganger said with authority. Jing Fei didn't dare to disobey and could only bow and leave. Before she left, she looked deeply at Mo Lu. Mo Lu also stood and said, "I didn't do it on purpose." After the two women left, Mo Lin Hui quickly walked over. "Your Majesty, regarding Yi Fei, this old subject has something to say." The soul doppelganger shook his head and said, "Beloved official Mo, there's no need to say more. Jin knows what happened to Yi Fei." "No? What did he know?" Mo Lin Hui was still trying to figure out His Majesty's intentions when the soul doppelganger continued, "There is something strange about this matter. Jin doesn't believe that there isn't a ghost. Therefore, Jin has decided to deduct 3 months of Yi Fei's allowance as a warning. What does beloved official Mo think?" The matter of an imperial concubine beating a palace maid to death had been reported to the emperor. If it was an imperial concubine without any background, it was possible that she would be crippled after a fight. But when it came to Mo Lu, it was only 3 months of allowance. This was practically no punishment at all. Did the daughter of the prime minister lack that bit of allowance? Mo Lin Hui understood. This was His Majesty giving him face, and it was done so cleanly that he didn't even have to use the speech he had prepared. He bowed and said, "My daughter is stubborn and doesn't know the rules. She has caused trouble for His Majesty, but His Majesty is magnanimous and does not pursue this matter. This old subject will naturally repay with his life. Since the emperor has given you so much face, you have to show some sincerity." The soul doppelganger smiled, "Beloved official Mo cannot die. Zhen is still counting on you to help Zhen expand the borders and achieve great feats. Right, you should have received this report as well." As he spoke, his soul clone took out the information regarding the demonic miasma mountain range. This old subject has also just found out about the great victory in the demonic miasma mountain range. This is truly a matter of great celebration. That head steward Lu not only solved the problem in the demonic miasma mountain range, he even found the head steward of the Northern Wei Empire's consecration hall. This is truly a miraculous achievement. Not bad, it's an amazing technique. The soul avatar stood up and said, "Then what does Minister Mo think we should give him as a reward?" Mo Lin Hui pondered as he slowly said, "Steward Lu just received a large amount of rewards from the world's first spirit cultivator assembly half a month ago. Not only did he have the authority to act as the great commander of the Dark Thunder Guards, he was also conferred the title of Jinling Duke. Only half a month has passed, and head steward Lu has made such a great contribution. Logically speaking, he should be greatly rewarded. However, if he is given too much of a reward, this old official is afraid that there will be other voices in the court. Especially since head steward Lu is too young and inexperienced. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." His words were rather vague. To put it bluntly, it was inappropriate to give out a large reward in a short period of time. Otherwise, it would easily cause dissatisfaction. Even if Lung Shiqi had made a genuine contribution, continuous rewards would still make people jealous, and even secretly hate him. Beloved official Mo is right, but head steward Lu has risked his life to obtain such a great victory. If his reward is mediocre, it would be unjustifiable. At this moment, Mo Lin Hui's expression suddenly became a bit gloomy. He said in a low voice, "This old official has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Beloved official Mo, there is no harm in saying it. The soul doppelganger saw Mo Lin Hui's expression and roughly guessed what he wanted to say. Mo Lin Hui's eyes flashed and he said, "Your Majesty, Lu Xingji has grown too quickly. 2 years ago he was still a small supervisor in the Western Desolate Province, but now he is about to take over the Dark Thunder Guards. Regardless of whether it is his influence or strength, they are both increasing at a monstrous speed. Your Majesty has only ascended the throne for a short period of time. Previously, there was the first Spirit Cultivator Conference, and now, there is the calming of the demonic Miasma Mountain Range. With his ability, his contributions in the future will not be small. Your Majesty, have you ever thought of a question? Now that Lu Xingji holds great power in the court, what can you give him in the future? Is it the position of commander of the Dark Thunder Guards, or the title of king? And after that? What else can you give him? Your Majesty, you must be careful that your achievements overshadow your master. The more Mo Linhui spoke, the lower his voice became, but the words that came out of his mouth were a bit harsh. If the Soul Doppelganger was an ordinary emperor, he would have no resistance in front of these words. He would more or less be wary and suspicious of Lung Shiqi. The Soul Doppelganger was silent for a moment before saying, "Then what does beloved official Mo think we should give this time? This is naturally up to your Majesty to decide." This old official only has one thing to say, and that is to try not to give him too much power. We understand. How about this? The Soul Doppelganger spoke his thoughts. Hearing this, Mo Linhui's eyes kept flickering and he showed hesitation. The Soul Doppelganger could tell that Mo Linhui felt that the reward was a bit inappropriate. He glanced in the direction of the side hall and said, "Head Steward Lu has not returned to the imperial capital yet, so this matter is not urgent. How about we discuss it another day? Beloved official Mo, you can go back first. We still have some family matters to take care of." When the words family matters were mentioned, Mo Linhui's heart trembled. A trace of understanding flashed through the depths of his eyes. So this was what His Majesty was waiting for. However, he did not understand. He had clearly said it very clearly just now, so why did His Majesty still want to do this? However, Mo Linhui still raised his head and looked straight at the Soul Doppelganger. "Your Majesty, this old official feels that Your Majesty's decision is the most reliable. Although there may be some people in the court who are not satisfied, this old official will take care of them properly. In that case, I will have to trouble you, beloved official Mo. Your words have been recorded in my heart. We know what to do." At this moment, Mo Linhui suddenly realized that he could no longer see through this emperor. Even an old fox like him who had served 3 dynasties could not guess the emperor's true intentions. How could he have known that the emperor in front of him was actually the same person as Lung Shiqi? The Lung Shiqi in the demon-suppressing city had already brought everyone back to the imperial capital through the interdomain teleportation formation. The information had already been sent up, so the Lung Shiqi did not immediately enter the palace. Instead, he chose to rest for 2 days. Regarding this, he was not criticized by the people who thought that he was being arrogant. This was because the matter of the demonic Miasma Mountain Range had already spread throughout the entire Thunderfire dynasty. Lung Shiqi had snuck into the demonic Miasma Mountain Range alone, dealing with 2 Class 7 great demonic beasts, and setting up an ambush to capture all the great demonic beasts in one fell swoop had already shocked countless people. Furthermore, the mastermind behind the demonic Miasma Mountain Range was actually the head of the consecrated hall of the Northern Wei dynasty. This was simply a provocation to the Thunderfire dynasty. Many people cursed at the Northern Wei Empire, and some of them even shouted that they wanted to attack the Northern Wei Empire. It was impossible for them to attack the Northern Wei dynasty, but it was not a problem to use this matter as a warning. More importantly, Lung Shiqi had even brought back Zhuozhou's corpse. Zhuozhou was an expert at the peak of the heavenly origin stage, and was in charge of the Northern Wei dynasty's consecrated hall. He could be considered as the face of the Northern Wei dynasty. But he still died at the hands of Lung Shiqi. This not only caused the Northern Wei dynasty's strength and face to be greatly damaged, it also caused countless people to clap their hands in joy. During this period of time, Lung Shiqi's prestige in the Thunderfire dynasty was unparalleled.
Chapter 1165. Coming from the city, I'm selfish. Fine, I'm selfish. Sakura laughed crazily. His blood was flowing, but it was also boiling. Kill cleanly. Bang! Taking a step forward, the huge stone pillar became even bigger. Buddha's light shone, and with the stone pillar in his hand, Sakura swept through the army, which made the leader's face change drastically. In the past, they fought side by side, and everyone's strength was about the same. But now, Sakura was actually so much stronger than him. Buddha treasure, it must be the help of the Buddha treasure. If he got the Buddha treasure, then he could immediately be verified by the Qian and Kuan temples and become an outstanding person, shaking Xianping province. I must get it. The leader laughed excitedly. Unfortunately, his mind was occupied by the joy of the Buddha treasure, but he forgot that he was no longer Sakra's opponent. Boom! Everywhere the stone pillar passed, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. The leader turned into powder, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. You killed Xiao Dao, you're crazy. The remaining people roared, and their eyes were red. Interesting. Gue Xuanzi sneered at the scene, then his low voice drifted out, did you see that? This person didn't even care about brotherhood for the sake of treasure. What right does such a person have to stay in this world? Moreover, he dared to provoke the experts of the Qian and Kuan temples, which is looking down on us. So, this person must not be left alive. Kill. The people here came from all over Xianping province, and all kinds of sections. At this moment, when they saw others making a move, they all made a move. They seemed to be killing for the sake of righteousness, but in reality, they all had selfish motives, and that was to get Sakra's treasure. This scene was familiar. Previously, Lin Ling and the rest were enemies of everyone in the First Mainland, and now they were enemies again. In the end, it was because Lin Ling and the other three's reputation was too weak, and no one had heard of them. Kill. The arrow was already on the bow, and it had to be released. Sakra and the other two unleashed their full strength, and those who got close to the city gate were killed without mercy. As a result, many experts from the various sects died in the hands of the three of them. It's about time. At the side of the four heroes, Xiaoyun lightly said. Now that Lin Ling's group of four had incurred the wrath of the masses, even if they could leave alive, Xianping province would no longer tolerate them. After all, they had killed too many disciples of the various experts. The three of them have consumed a lot of their spiritual source. It's time for us to make our move. Do Cun Shan nodded. They were like the masterminds behind the scenes, using the greed of the crowd to lure them into attacking Lin Ling's group. Only after exhausting Lin Ling's spiritual source and energy did they attack. The benefits of this were, firstly, that they could take care of the other party effortlessly. Secondly, they had left behind their illustrious names, making the disciples of the various powers owe them a favor. Let me do it. Xiaoyun took a step forward, shooting towards Sakra and the other two in midair. The aura of a third-level transcendent was released. Most importantly, his saint physique had actually reached the rare profound level. This was also the reason why he was able to become a hero. Hero Xiaoyun has made his move. He couldn't stand the arrogance of Lin Ling's group of four. Kill them, these people even killed their own brothers, angering both humans and gods. Many people roared. Seeing their fellow disciples and friends die in the hands of Sakra and the other two, their eyes were already red with killing intent. Rumble. Above the sky, a multicolored giant talisman appeared, emitting a sacred and inviolable majesty. Triple Yuan Golden Dipper Sect's secret art, chaotic clear talisman. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Xiaoyun, he actually cultivated the chaotic clear talisman. It was said that the Triple Yuan Golden Dipper sect had three great martial arts talismans, chaotic clear talisman, and Triple Yuan talisman. With these three talismans in hand, commanding the world would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Not good, I can't hold on to my plaque. This martial art seems to be able to absorb a martial artist's spiritual source and treasures. Sakra and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They realized that the Buddhist treasure was about to fly into the sky, and they couldn't hold on to it. Damn it, the other party obviously wanted to snatch their treasure. This Buddhist treasure doesn't belong to you, it belongs to everyone. It's the same for the rootless water, how can you keep it all for yourself? In the sky, Xuanhuan's words were full of majesty. Sakura and the other two had the strength of a hero card, but he was a hero, so it wasn't difficult for him to kill the other party. Rumble. The earth shook, and the situation of Sakura and the other two was getting worse. The crowd in the distance sneered. Without the Buddhist treasure, these three could still be arrogant. My relic. Yumunyan's relic made a crisp sound, and the string that was strung together with the relic was about to break. This made her face turn pale. Could it be that she had to use the guardian deity? However, if she used the guardian deity in front of everyone, she was afraid that it would attract even more greed. At that time, the experts that would appear would most likely be existences like the Triple Ghost King. I have advised you, but you didn't listen. What a pity. Just then, the earth shook even more violently. The mighty voice drifted out from the ancient city, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Did Lin Ling come out? Sakura and the other two couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was in seclusion before, and now he had succeeded in breaking through. Rumble. The ancient city also swayed, and even the ancient Xianxia's eyes were filled with fear. Then, under countless gazes, the ancient city actually floated. This. The crowd widened their eyes. The city also floated. Bang! Dust flew everywhere, and rocks flew everywhere. After the huge city floated a few meters high, it immediately stopped. Then, it slowly moved forward. It felt as if the city could move. What's going on? More people were shocked. However, when some people's eyes fell below the city, their faces instantly turned pale. Under the city, a black-robed young man appeared. He stepped on the ground and walked forward slowly. His left hand was raised high, and in his palm was the ancient city. Holding the city. Staring at that scene, many people forgot to breathe. It was too terrifying. Many people will die today. A cold voice echoed in the city, as if an ancient general was speaking. Then, the huge city flew towards Xiaoyun. From afar, it looked like an island falling from the sky, pulling up mountains and rivers. Everyone's heart was filled with a terrifying thought. Lin Ling, pulling up mountains and rivers, holding up a city to fight Xiaoyun. Chaotic origin world. Xiaoyun's eyes were filled with shock. If he used his spiritual source to hold up the city, he could still barely do it. However, he saw that Lin Ling didn't use his spiritual source. This meant that he was using his physical body to hold up the city. Pop! 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 The ancient talisman in the sky shot out light like fireflies, majestically sweeping towards the ancient city. Bang! 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 Although the ancient city was huge, it had been there for too long, so it couldn't block the light of the fireflies. Therefore, when the ancient city smashed towards Xiaoyun, it finally disintegrated, causing the dust to soar into the sky. How terrifying! Is this a battle between heroes? Many people's hearts were heavy. However, Lin Ling obviously underestimated Xiaoyun, thinking that he could suppress Xiaoyun with the ancient city. This was simply a fool's dream. Are you finally willing to come out? Unfortunately, such an attack can't hurt me. Chapter 1166. I'm ruthless. Is that so? However, at this moment, a meteor passed through the dust that filled the sky, shooting towards Xiaoyun. This speed was something that Xiaoyun had never seen before. It had to be known that this sort of speed was not some mysterious movement martial skill, nor was it some sort of strength that could cross the void. It was a simple straight-line speed. However, Xiaoyun had never seen such a fast straight-line speed before. It was as if this person was relying on their strength to step on the ground, and after the strength of their legs erupted, they were even faster than thunder. A fist instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun's pupils constricted. So fast. This fist exploded with 900,000 small worlds. It had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Boom! In the sky, the sacred talisman shattered. The fist did not stop and landed on Xiaoyun's body. Xiaoyun's body shook and shattered like glass. Then, it exploded again and turned into sparkling fragments. This was caused by the strength of the fist. It caused Xiaoyun's body to shatter along with the void. Before he could even make a sound, one of the 4 heroes had fallen. He's dead. The faces of the people below stiffened. They did not see how Xiaoyun died. When the dust cloud in the sky gradually dispersed, they saw a cold youth standing in the sky. At this moment, the youth's eyes were looking at the common people. It was as if an ancient emperor had descended. The rootless water is with me. If you want it, come. The cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the people and made their ears ring. Silence. The whole ground was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's aura. Sir, I only need a drop of the rootless water. After you give it to me, I will not participate in this matter. I am from the Lu Manor. A courageous youth said indifferently. If you can take one blow from me, I can give it to you. In the sky, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. He stretched out his left hand and flicked his finger. Boom! There was an explosion from his finger. The void exploded and a tyrannical shockwave shot out. This was a shockwave formed by attacking the void. It should be known that any attack, even a wave of the hand, would have an attack wave. However, in terms of strength, Lin Ling could make an ordinary attack wave extremely terrifying. Bang! The ground below was like a blooming flower. The body of the youth who spoke exploded. He couldn't be more dead. If you want the treasure, you have to gamble with your life. Staring at this scene, many people's faces turned pale. How could Lin Ling be so strong? He wasn't this terrifying before. We just want some treasures, but you killed him. He's from Lord Lu's mansion. You've offended Lord Lu's mansion, said an old man coldly. Lin Ling was too overbearing. Then when the 4 heroes attacked the city, you didn't dare to say anything. In the air, Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the old man's expression to stiffen. He was speechless. Before this, when the 4 heroes attacked the city, their strength and background were too strong, so they didn't dare to provoke them. But now, Lin Ling had obtained a treasure, but Lin Ling didn't have any fame, so they dared to attack. What qualifications did they have to say that Lin Ling was overbearing? Can't you die? Lin. Overbearing. Many people were fearful and unwilling, but seeing Lin Ling's domineering aura, many people still shouted coldly, so you're saying that you won't pay up even if you die, then don't blame us for being merciless. I should be the one saying that. Lin Ling smiled. He took a step forward and shot towards the ground like a cannonball. He punched out, and with a boom, countless people were crushed to death by his power. Any martial arts were useless against him. Killing dozens of lives with a single punch made the crowd's mouths dry up. However, at this moment, a whining sound was heard. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling had dragged Gu Qing out. This caused a large number of ancient souls to appear in the city and surround the crowd. Lin Ling, you are too cruel. Many people roared. The ancient souls came out. They didn't know how many of them would die. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Kill. Lin Ling shouted coldly. These people wanted to snatch his treasures and kill the 4 of them. Now that they were weaker than him, they immediately said that he was cruel. Didn't they think that they were more cruel? Then, ignoring the weak warriors, Lin Ling looked at the 4 heroes. He knew that all of this was caused by the four heroes. Didn't you want me to come out? Now that I'm out, what else do you have to say? Lin Ling stomped on the ground and the earth exploded. He shot towards Du Xuanhuan of the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace. At this moment, Du Xuanhuan's face was solemn. Previously, he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. But now, he was a little afraid. You can't kill me. Du Xuanhuan took a step back and said coldly. He didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength of a hero. One move is enough. Without any superfluous words, Lin Ling unsheathed his sword in midair. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down heavily. 900,000 small worlds erupted at the same time with the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Soaring Dragon Qilin. Du Xuanhuan shouted and formed complicated seals with both hands. A dragon appeared in his left hand and a Qilin appeared in his right hand. The combination of the dragon and Qilin destroyed the world. This martial art was also an extremely powerful supreme martial art that formed the extreme force. Ka. Unfortunately, facing Lin Ling's 900 million strength, the heaven and earth dragon and Qilin's aura were cut down. When one's strength reached its peak, it was already so terrifying. It wasn't afraid of heavenly tribulation, fire, or thunder, not to mention the dragon and Qilin's aura. With a slash, Du Xuanhuan was split into two. A deep ravine was formed on the ground. This sword was terrifying. Even the heroes aren't his match. Those who were resisting the ancient souls sucked in a cold breath. They didn't leave because they thought that Lin Ling would die. Therefore, as long as they persevered until the end, they would still be able to obtain some treasures. Unfortunately, Lin Ling killed two heroes with one punch and one sword, destroying the determination in their hearts. How did he become so powerful? Gue Xuanzi and Bei Xianyang's expressions were extremely ugly. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling before, but now, they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Gue Xuanzi, if this continues, I'm afraid that Lin Ling won't even be afraid of us. It's very difficult for us to kill him one-on-one. Why don't we join hands? Bei Xianyang's enchanting face was filled with anger. When she first heard of Lin Ling's name, Lin Ling was just an ant. He didn't die because of Venerable Si Kongming's help. But who would have thought that this ant would kill her brother? And when she wanted to take revenge, Lin Ling had already grown to the point where he didn't fear her. This growth speed was too terrifying. All right. Gue Xuanzi immediately nodded. The Soul Slayer sword appeared and shot towards Lin Ling. It slashed out in mid-air and the ghost city appeared. Clang! Facing Gue Xuanzi's unpredictable slash, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a meteor and shot forward. The Tyrant Song sword collided with the Ghost City in mid-air. Ghost City Massacre. Chapter 1167. Fighting two heroes, playing with ghosts. Will it work? Lin Ling was still holding his sword as he stared at Gue Xuanzi and sneered. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try it. Gue Xuanzi's calm face also said indifferently. Nature energy. Boom. At this moment, an incomparably sacred golden light bloomed. With Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword as the lead, it swept out like an avalanche. After the ghosts collided with the overwhelming righteousness, they instantly let out sinister sounds as they were completely corroded. Now that you've tried it, it's indeed useless. Raising his eyes, Lin Ling looked at Gue Xuanzi, who had an ugly expression on his face, and smiled again. Then, the 900,000 small worlds in his body erupted again, and he slashed out with his sword, which had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. It's my turn. Crack crack. This sword was extremely terrifying, causing Gue Xuanzi's expression to change drastically. He sensed that his soul slasher was about to break. Break? What kind of power could break a saint artifact? Bang! With a burst of power, Xuanhuan's body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a crater that was hundreds of meters deep. Lin Ling, let's see how strong you are. Xiao Luo. At the same time, Daredevil Lady of the North's attack appeared in the sky. She used a pink ribbon that looked weak but was as sharp as a blade. She waved the ribbon in the air, creating a vortex that was bewitching, demonic, and filled with a destructive aura. It was like a tribulation of the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures of life. Sword of Righteousness. Lin Ling bellowed and released the power of his body. The Tyrant Song's sword slashed out and destroyed the terrifying colorful vortex. The battle between the two went from the sky to the ground, shocking the heavens. At the same time, Xuanhuan on the ground turned into a ghost shadow and shot out. Ghost fog spread out and formed thousands of Xuanhuan, which then rushed towards Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is a nameless junior. Many people were so shocked that they were speechless. He didn't even have a hero card, but he was able to fight 2 heroes at the same time. In the world, except for Lin Ling, who else could do it? Impossible. How is this possible? The 2 heroes both possess extreme martial arts. Even if Lin Ling can block one of their moves, it's impossible for him to block 10 moves, no, 100 moves. The older warrior found it hard to believe. Look at the ground. Someone Studio Daybreak Studio 2 Studio Lin Ling Battle Studio 2 Lin Lee Studio 2 Martial Artist Studio Data Studio Note Studio Daybreak Studio Dime Editor Big Studio 2 Studio 4 Studio. This meant that Lin Ling had a strong physical body and could control it. If he could negate the opponent's spiritual attacks, wouldn't that mean that Lin Ling would never be defeated? Lin Ling. Xuanhuan's expression was extremely ugly, and he even felt like he was in a dream. Before, Lin Ling had taken advantage of him twice. He thought that he would take back all the shame he had lost on the 3rd time. Who knew that when they met for the 3rd time, Lin Ling would go head-to-head with them and not be at a disadvantage? If you keep blocking like this, you'll only attract more and more experts. At that time, everyone will want to snatch your treasures, and your situation will be even more difficult. Xuanhuan shouted coldly. You're saying this because you're helpless against me, and even afraid of me. So, you're trying to goad me into giving up on resisting and fighting you head-on. Still brandishing the Tyrant Song sword, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling, your future will be like this because you can only block my attacks, you can't fight back. Bei Xianyang had been attacking for a long time without success, so she sneered and tried to goad Xuanhuan into action. You two are ganging up on me, and I don't even have a hero card. So, what kind of martial arts are you talking about? The sword in Lin Ling's hand became even more magnificent, and this time, he attacked Bei Xianyang. The sword light was like the sea, as if it could stir up the world. Bei Xianyang was facing Lin Ling alone, and suddenly, the pressure increased, and she kept retreating. Why are you retreating? Where is your martial arts? Facing me, you can only join forces with others, and you can only retreat. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling's heroic voice was accompanied by his sword, and he was madly suppressing Bei Xianyang. Crazy. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked speechless. If Bei Xianyang wanted to compete with Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, then he and Bei Xianyang wanted to see who had the real heart of martial arts. And the result was obvious. The two heroes joined forces, but they were still defeated by Lin Ling. How could Bei Xianyang talk about martial arts? You can't touch us at all. You're just stalling for time. Xuanzi gritted his teeth and said. Lin Ling's defense was too terrifying. With the protection of the overwhelming righteousness, his body was strong, and he could control his body to resist spiritual attacks. Now, he was ignoring him and focusing on attacking base Xianyang. This was a great humiliation to him. He was a hero, a ghost king, and his opponent was ignoring him. Stalling for time. Lin Ling stopped and pointed the Tyrant Song sword at Xuanzi. I'm not stalling for time. I just absorbed too much of the rootless water, so I need some pressure to refine it. You guys are not enough for me to stall for time. What? Refining the rootless water through battle. Many people's eyes widened. Was this Lin Ling's goal? You! Xuanzi's face became even more ferocious. He had become Lin Ling's sparring partner? 95. 96. 97. The more Lin Ling fought, the fiercer he became. He was like an ancient beast. Wind and thunder rumbled in the sky as he waved the Tyrant Song sword. So fierce. One man and one sword, stirring up the wind and clouds. But, what is he doing? Many people trembled in fear as they watched Lin Ling rise like a dazzling star and become famous in Xianping province. 98. 99. 100. A low shout was heard from Lin Ling's mouth. As soon as Lin Ling's voice was heard, a huge aura shot up into the sky. The entire land shook, and many warriors died. At the same time, a sword slashed through the void, bringing with it a violent, destructive, and murderous aura as it slashed at Xuanzi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, all the ghosts were split in half. Xuanzi's face was full of fear. He found that after Lin Ling said 100, the sword became the most terrifying. What was the secret behind it? With this sword, I will awaken 1,000,000 small worlds. The cold voice drifted into Xuanzi's ears, and he finally reacted. Lin Ling had used him as a sparring partner to increase the strength of his physical body to the peak. 1,000,000 small worlds turned into a sword, and that was the strength of 1,000,000,000. When the strength reached the peak, its power was not weaker than a supreme martial art. Crack! The Soul Slasher sword was completely broken at that moment. The sword seemed to have frozen time as it slowly slashed at Xuanzi. Xuanzi found that although the sword was slow, it carried a mysterious magic that made it impossible for him to dodge or block. Am I going to die? Chapter 1168. Get lost. This is the vengeance brought by the 3 lives Ghost King. I shouldn't have helped him. Xuanzi finally realized where he had gone wrong as the memories of his previous life flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! Xuanzi's body was annihilated by the sword. The ghosts were all swept away by the power, leaving only the black ghost energy in the sky. Lin Ling, die. When Lin Ling killed Xuanzi with a single strike, Mistress Bei's beautiful face changed violently. In the end, she made a bold decision, and that was to seize this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Of course, she dared to fight so desperately because she was confident. Because Lin Ling's strength was used to deal with Xuanzi, so he wouldn't have any extra strength to deal with her. Repentance Arrow Hurricane. The colorful ribbons turned into thousands of long spears and gathered together to form a rotating colorful awl. Lady Bei had obviously used her trump card for this martial art. She should be able to kill him with a small success extreme martial art and the strength of a 3rd stage transcendent. Lady Bei's timing is good. Many people clenched their fists tightly, anticipating Lin Ling's death. Who told you that I'm only strong in physical strength? However, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. He didn't withdraw his sword, but blue flames surged out and turned into an ocean, rushing towards Lin Ling's left palm. Then, he clenched his fist. Blazing sea flame. One of the 10 great generals under the Star Plucker Great Emperor, the Undying Fire King's fist had arrived. His fist was covered in blue flames, and the might of an extreme martial art was released. It majestically flew towards the colorful rumble. The two strong forces collided, and a terrifying power exploded in mid-air, like a catastrophe. Then, a figure flew out, spitting out blood. Her face was pale, and even her body was stained with blue flames. However, her eyes looked in front of her with fear, and a shocked voice drifted out. Level 2 Transcendent Realm, Earth Rank Saint Physique. This was why Madame Bay was surprised. She had unleashed her strongest technique, but Lin Ling was the one who had lost. If Lin Ling had used all of his strength, she would have died. She thought that Lin Ling only had a strong physical body, but who knew that he had an earth-grade innate saint body? Was this Lin Ling the most perfect genius? How could she have known that Lin Ling had absorbed all of the rootless water, and Lin Ling's strength had naturally increased by a large margin? How could the current her be a match for Lin Ling? Run! Without any hesitation, she turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. She was afraid. 2 heroes teamed up to fight Lin Ling. One died, and the other fled. On the ground, the crowd looked at the resplendent scene in the sky, and their hearts were broken. Their last hope had been destroyed. How could Lin Ling be so terrifying? The most ridiculous thing was that when the 4 heroes entered the city to fight for the treasure, they did not dare to fight for it. But when Lin Ling was fighting for the treasure, they dared to fight for it. They were simply shooting themselves in the foot. They were trying to curry favor with the 4 heroes, but they had offended an even stronger existence. I don't want the treasure anymore. Leave this place. Many people finally gave up. However, in the sky, a magnificent blue fist fell from the sky, and with a boom, a large number of warriors were killed. It was too late to escape now. Lin Ling, spare my life. I am a subordinate of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. I was wrong, I should not have harbored evil intentions against you. More and more people were begging for mercy. It's too late. In the sky, the gigantic flaming fist seemed to be able to destroy the world. It smashed down majestically and landed on the ground, causing countless lives to fall. At this moment, the clouds in the sky were also burning, and the ground was burning. Only life continued to fade away. If these people were ordinary people, Lin Ling would let them go. However, they were not ordinary people. They were warriors who wanted to kill and steal the treasure. They knew that they were no match for Lin Ling, so they fled. There was no such thing in the world. Therefore, no matter which faction they were from, Lin Ling would kill them without hesitation. At this moment, the crowd finally regretted their actions. If they wanted the treasure, they would have to leave their lives behind. Very powerful. The 3 generations Ghost King told me to be careful of Lin Ling's ancient flame devil and soul seal. However, I did not expect that apart from these 2 trump cards, your strength is also so terrifying. On the ground, the mysterious palanquin was still there. The curtain was lifted, and the thin white-robed youth slowly walked out. He looked at the sky in surprise. Who are you? In the sky, Lin Ling stopped his massacre and looked at the white-robed youth coldly. The 2nd generation's Ghost King. The white-robed youth said indifferently. You want to avenge Xuanhuan? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The other party gave him a mysterious feeling. Although he did not have any martial strength, he gave off a feeling that he could not be underestimated. In the 1,000 generations Ghost sect, there are only benefits and no grudges. I will not avenge the 1st generation's Ghost King. The white-robed youth walked forward slowly and said, however, if I kill you, the 3 generations Ghost King will reward me. That's all. However, I did not expect you to be so powerful. With your strength, even the first generation's Ghost King is no match for you. The second generation's Ghost King has entered the second reincarnation cycle. You seem to have no martial strength, but you have an aura that is even more terrifying than the first generation's Ghost King. Lin Ling slowly floated down and looked at the other party. There were many people around, but not many could make him fearful. The white-robed youth was one of them. The two of them stood on top of a broken hill. Their eyes met in mid-air as if they wanted to see through each other. Finally, the young man in white said indifferently, "You have killed many disciples of various experts. Those experts will not let you go. You don't have to worry about that. Now, you want to kill me." Lin Ling softly spoke, his words causing many people in the distance to gnash their teeth. Lin Ling slaughtered them like slaughtering dogs and wasn't afraid of offending the experts from the Qianhu and Xuanhuan. What courage! Although they were enraged in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. Lin Ling could already fight against the second reincarnation Ghost King. One must know that the second reincarnation Ghost King had a hero token. Moreover, many of them knew that the second generation's Ghost King seemed to have no martial strength. However, the more he was like this, the more terrifying the second generation's Ghost King was. "I wanted to kill you before, but now I don't." Those of us who have entered the reincarnation cycle are more cautious. The white-robed youth pondered for a moment and looked up at Lin Ling. It seemed that he did not want to attack Lin Ling. Perhaps he thought about it and knew that it would be difficult to kill Lin Ling. The price would be great. "Then you are not afraid that I will want to kill you?" Lin Ling smiled and suddenly said, "No, I don't think you can kill me." The white-robed youth smiled and shook his head. "However, I want a drop of rootless water. After that, we will leave and mind our own business. How about it? Are you compromising with me?" Lin Ling still smiled. "You can say that. I can promise you that I will not interfere in the matter between you and the third generation's Ghost King and the 1,000 generations Ghost Sect. I just want a drop of rootless water. It's that simple." The white-robed youth hesitated for a moment and said with certainty. Many people understood that the white-robed youth was afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, he did not dare to attack. Or perhaps, he knew that fighting Lin Ling would be an arduous and unrewarding task. Rootless water. No. Scram. However, Lin Ling nodded. Then, his cold voice drifted out. Chapter 1169. You win. Although the other party was compromising, he was still a member of the 1000-era Ghost Sect. Lin Ling was not happy to see such a strong person. Moreover, if the other party had the strength to suppress him, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, in reality, the other party was still afraid of him. "You want me to scram?" The white-robed youth's pupils constricted. "You know, I hate people telling me to scram the most. I love telling people to scram the most." Lin Ling coldly shouted again, as if telling the white-robed youth to scram. "You!" The white-robed youth's face became gloomy. An indescribable aura finally erupted, cold and murderous. Terrifying, the second-era Ghost King's hidden trump card is actually so terrifying. Many people trembled with fear, as if they saw the arrival of an ancestor from hell. Could it be that the white-robed youth's previous reincarnation was an ancestor from hell? "I only want a drop of rootless water." "It's fine if you don't give it to me, but you actually want me to scram." The white-robed youth took a step forward, and a vast river of blood appeared behind him. It surged and shook the heavens and earth. "You think I have no martial strength, but you don't know that even the second-era Ghost King, Gui Xuanzi, was afraid and respectful when he saw this ancestor. That is because this ancestor has the 72 demonic gods." The white-robed youth coldly shouted again. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, Lin Ling would not know fear. Chi chi chi. The river of blood behind him overflowed even more. A black fish swam in the river, constantly devouring the bones in the river. Its huge body seemed to have come from ancient times, wanting to devour everyone. One of the 72 demonic gods, the blood river ghost fish. It is said to be ranked 33rd. A knowledgeable old man gasped and subconsciously took a step back. Was this why the white-robed youth was so terrifying? However, it was indeed terrifying. One must know that the 72 demonic gods were extremely powerful existences in Xianping province. Even great heroes did not dare to look down on these demonic gods. So what? Lin Ling's handsome face did not change in the slightest. The other party was indeed an ancestor-level existence. It was only because he had reincarnated that his strength had not reached the peak. However, he was not the only one who possessed the 72 demon gods. Smoke filled the air, and the illusion of an ancient flame devil appeared behind Lin Ling. In the hazy fog, a pair of bewitching eyes stared at the Blood River ghost fish, not at all inferior. The fog was too dense, and no one could see what Lin Ling had released. What surprised them was that Lin Ling seemed to still have a trump card. Could it be that the strength of this young man was limitless? You can actually make the demon god appear at will. The white-robed youth's pupils constricted. He could clearly see the terrifying desolate beast in the fog. Furthermore, he knew even more clearly that a warrior possessing the 72 demonic gods did not mean that he could completely control the demonic gods. However, to be able to make the demonic gods appear at will without transforming into a demonic god, it meant that the stage of controlling the demonic gods was extremely terrifying. It was even close to the stage where the demonic god and human became one. The legendary stage of demon and god becoming one was no longer the warrior entering the demonic god's body, but the demonic god and the warrior becoming one, allowing one to borrow the ancient strength of the demonic god. Silence. This time, the white-robed youth fell silent. It was a rare occurrence that he did not say anything else. Scram. Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly, as a deep voice floated out. It was domineering and arrogant, asking the white-robed youth to scram. If he did not scram, then he would fight. The white-robed youth's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had revealed the demonic gods to scare Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was not afraid at all, and even invited him to fight. One had to know that a young junior like Lin Ling only had the seniority of a disciple in his previous life, but now, he was asking him to scram. You win. The white-robed youth finally let out a soft sigh. He admitted defeat. In the end, he did not dare to fight because he was not as stupid as Gue Xuanzi and the Third Era Ghost King, who casually provoked some unfathomable enemies. Then you can scram. Lin Ling nodded, not giving the other party any face at all. In this world where strength was respected, sometimes it was that simple. If he was not as strong as the other party, he would have been obliterated by the white-robed youth. Now that his strength was enough to scare the other party, there was no need to give him any face. Be careful of the Third Era Ghost King. He has found a way to not be afraid of your soul seal. The next time you meet him, he can easily kill you. The white-robed youth slowly walked back to the palanquin, and then the palanquin flew into the sky. As for the surrounding crowd, they had complicated expressions. Lin Ling actually asked a patriarch-level existence to scram. This Lin Ling was too scary. One thing was for sure, after the star-plucking Violet Mansion tournament, Lin Ling's name would definitely shake Xianping province. Why did Patriarch Blood River let him go? At this moment, a voice came from the palanquin, causing the white-robed youth's expression to turn serious. First, although his devil god ranking is not as high as mine, his physical body and soul are stronger than mine. His ability to control the ancient flame devil is stronger than mine. Second, this patriarch has reincarnated twice and cultivated the heavenly fiend Dao. I can see who is not to be trifled with. That young man is one of them. Although his cultivation is low now, in the future, he will definitely become a great hero. It is even possible for him to become one of the 10 Langya Temple Hall's experts. Patriarch is wise. A respectful voice came from the palanquin. Lin Ling could become a great hero of the universe and Kuan Temple Halls. This potential was too terrifying because he knew what a great hero represented. At this moment, on the other side, the wicked lady of the north was still running away. Her heart was shaking like thunder. Lin Ling had grown. Even without the guardian deity, he could easily kill her. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many experts there, Lin Ling would have caught up to her and killed her. I must tell father that Lin Ling's wings have fully grown. He is a second layer transcendent and his strength is comparable to a great hero. The wicked lady of the north felt that everything was like a dream. In the star-plucking violet palace, Lin Ling had completely risen. At this moment, the crowd in the ancient city was silent. They looked at the black-robed young man standing quietly on the ground. The shock in their hearts hadn't disappeared yet. Sir, those who wanted to rob you of your treasures were mostly killed by you. Although we had the same thought, we didn't do anything in the end. Previously, we were blinded by the treasures. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. The remaining people bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. They couldn't help but lower their noble heads because even the Second Life Ghost King didn't dare to fight because of Lin Ling's scram. Then, what qualifications did they have to speak? You all can leave. Lin Ling said indifferently. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Previously, these people were too greedy and that was why they angered him. Now that the remaining people were apologizing, he didn't intend to kill them all. Thank you. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so easy to talk to. After all, if they were in his position, they wouldn't let the weak go. It seemed like they had misjudged Lin Ling. Let's go. Chapter 1170. Invitation. Lin Ling watched as the crowd left. His lips curled into a smile. The trip to the star-plucking violet mansion was indeed the best place for a cultivator to grow. Currently, he had awakened 1,000,000 small worlds and his cultivation had reached the second stage of the transcendent realm. With such strength, he should be able to obtain a hero token. 3 spiritual sources that are full of spiritual energy. My recovery speed is faster than an ordinary second stage transcendent realm cultivator. In addition to the extreme martial art and 1 billion physical strength, there is finally a place for me in Xianping province. Raising his head, Lin Ling's clear eyes looked at the gloomy sky. The confidence in his heart grew stronger. Lin Ling, your strength has increased so much. At this moment, Xuanhuan and the other 2 walked over with a smile. Lin Ling had always been stronger than them. However, after entering the star-plucking violet mansion, their strength had increased greatly. Even so, they still couldn't catch up to Lin Ling. Instead, the gap between them had widened. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He didn't look proud at all. Confidence and complacency were 2 different things. Lin Ling had confidence in his enemies and his martial arts, but he would never be satisfied with himself. Ever since he came to this world, the only thought he had, or the only thing he could do, was to constantly become stronger. Mengyun, that xianxia is very weak. You can subdue it. Lin Ling looked at the xianxia on the ground. Xuanhuan was good at controlling berserk beasts and xianxia was one of the rare berserk beasts. All right. Xuanhuan quickly nodded and shot towards the xianxia. Lin Ling didn't intend to help Xuanhuan. After all, it was up to Xuanhuan to subdue the berserk beast. If others helped, the berserk beast wouldn't be willing to submit. If we meet Yanggan and the others again, I wonder if they will be surprised by our strength. Sakura said with a smile, which made Lai Qing's expression change. She was also looking forward to meeting Yanggan and the others again to see who was stronger. At present, Yu and Yue, Yanggan, and the others were still training. Their strength shouldn't be too weak. Don't be too proud. There are countless experts in Xianping province. As far as I know, the Xianhuan Palace and the Xianhuan Palace have the enormous Langya Palace and the Carefree Palace. There are also the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, great heroes, and outstanding people. We still have a long way to go. Lin Ling chuckled and reminded him. Lin Ling, I've noticed that after reaching the second layer of the transcendent realm, your vision has become even further. Big brother, I have no choice but to admit defeat. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head helplessly. He was proud of his current strength, but Lin Ling was preparing for a rainy day. His goal was set even further. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was able to walk step by step from a small existence to his current height. Lai Qing's eyes flickered, but her heart was filled with admiration. There weren't many people in Xianping province that she admired, but Lin Ling was the only one. The few of you have Buddhist treasures and are from the star-plucking Violet Palace. Can we talk? At this moment, a smiling voice came from afar. Then, an ordinary-looking young man slowly walked over. Lin Ling and the others' eyes flickered. Who is this person? Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions towards you. The young man spread his hands and said, moreover, I've seen your combat strength. I don't have the confidence to win against you, especially you. Lin Ling, you're a nobody in Xianping province. You're just a general under Venerable Si Kaming, but your strength has reached the level of a hero. You're flattering me. What do you want to talk about? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Currently, the experts have found the star-plucking dynasty, but they can't enter it. Therefore, the experts' disciples have spread out to look for the key to enter the star-plucking dynasty. I'm guessing that your Buddhist treasures are very important, so I'd like to ask for your help. The young man said solemnly, of course, you don't have to be afraid that it's a scam. The experts are all gathered there, and I don't have the final say. Moreover, Venerable Si Kaming is there too. Venerable Si Kaming. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he believed it a little. If you can lead the experts into the star-plucking dynasty, then all the treasures you encounter on the way will belong to you. The young man continued. After all, that place isn't a place that ordinary people can go to, and only the renowned experts of Blackping region have the qualifications to go there. So, it's your fortune to be able to enter. All right. Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. Follow me. The young man smiled happily and led Lin Ling and the others away from the second continent. The young man was a disciple of one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars from the Black-White Dao Palace. Therefore, he had this treasure with him that allowed him to bring Lin Ling and the others through the void to another continent. After a long time, when Lin Ling and the others arrived at a new continent, the billowing spiritual qi rushed towards them. This continent was different from the previous battlefield. It seemed to be the core of the star-plucking Purple Mansion, which was also the palace of the star-plucking Great Emperor. The palace of the ancient emperor. Lin Ling looked into the distance and could vaguely see a huge 9-storied palace tower sitting in the distance. The palace tower was very familiar, as it seemed to be the palace tower he saw in the immortal Water General's mansion. The palace of the star-plucking Great Emperor is there. Legend has it that there are 5 great inheritances of heaven and earth, as well as 18 heavenly saints. Everyone wants to obtain the treasures inside. The young man explained faintly, which made the hearts of Sakura Shi Tian and the others jump violently. They were only transcendents, but it seemed that they were qualified to get their hands on those treasures. Of course, all of this depended on luck in the end. Lin Ling was extremely calm as he stared at the palace. He didn't know if the treasures guarded by the immortal Water General were in the palace or not. After that, the young man led Lin Ling and the others forward again. After a long time, they finally arrived at the huge palace. The palace was ancient and mottled. The 9-storied tower sat in the middle of the palace, exuding the majesty of an emperor, making people feel like they were worshipping it. In the square in front of the palace, a large number of people gathered there. They were divided into 2 camps, namely Heaven and Earth Temple. In the camp, there were countless powerhouses. Any one of them was an existence that surpassed Sakura Shi Tian and the others. The aura of those powerhouses gathered together made it extremely difficult for people to breathe. Lin Ling. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling and the others, and a few of them shouted in a low voice. Sir Venerable. Lin Ling looked at the Heaven Temple. Venerable Si Kaming was there too. At this moment, he was looking at them in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be qualified to come here. Yunamo, who are they? At the same time, a calm voice sounded. A middle-aged man stood there quietly. He seemed to be the leader of the Heaven Temple today. Everyone standing behind him was silent and didn't dare to show any disrespect. Palace Master, these 4 people have Buddhist treasures. This disciple believes that they can open the palace door, so I brought them here. The young man who led Lin Ling here said respectfully. Buddhist treasures. Chapter 1171. Victims. As for Lin Ling and the other 3, they felt as if they had been completely seen through. However, the pressure wasn't intense. Instead, they felt comfortable. So powerful, even more terrifying than a venerable. Lin Ling was shocked. I am the palace master of the Black-White Dao Palace. You can call me Lord Shui Wu. If the 4 of you can open the palace, then the Qian Palace will give you a spot to enter. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then smiled. Lord Shui Wu, you have violated the agreement between the Qian and Kuan palaces. At this moment, someone shouted coldly from the other side. The one who spoke was a man in armor. His aura was like that of a dragon or a tiger, like an ancient dragon god. As for the agreement, it was clear that the Qian and Kuan palaces had discussed it beforehand. They would each limit the number of people who could enter star-plucking Imperial City. Now that the Qian Palace had added Lin Ling and the other 3, the Kuan Palace naturally felt that they had suffered a loss. Then do you have a way to enter? Shui Wu said lightly, causing the experts of the Kuan Palace to fall silent. Finally, one of them said, if they can open the palace, then we will give them a chance to enter. If they can't, then they will die. As these words fell, many people of the Kuan Palace nodded. This world was just so fair. If you could enter the palace, then you had to do something. If you couldn't, then only death awaited. No, these 4 were brought here by the Black-White Dao Palace. If they can't open the palace, then let them leave. Shui Wu said coldly, her attitude extremely firm. What if I want them to die? The experts of the Kuan Palace all shouted coldly. Do you think it's necessary to make us fight for 4 little fellows? Shui Wu wasn't afraid at all. The people of the Kuan Palace fell silent. To them, Lin Ling and the other 3 were indeed juniors. To fight for them was clearly not worth it. Then we will do as you say. The experts of the Kuan Palace finally compromised. Lin Ling. Among those experts, there were a few cold gazes that stared at Lin Ling. They were the 3-era Ghost King and the Northern Underworld Demon God. Clearly, they had not expected that a junior like Lin Ling would be able to participate in such a gathering of experts. Moreover, Mistress Shui Wu had come out to speak for Lin Ling. Such treatment made them feel unreconciled. This kid is growing too fast. I have to find a chance to kill him. 3-era Ghost King and Evil God North Sea felt a little pressured. One had to know that there were countless martial artists in Xianping province. When they first met Lin Ling, they thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary martial artist among thousands of martial artists. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would stand out today and walk into the core of the strong in Xianping province? Unfortunately, even though they wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling, there were too many powerhouses here. It was not their place to speak. Heavenly Venerate Su Xing's eyes were closed and he did not look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the other three naturally saw Heavenly Venerate Su Xing and their killing intent was extremely strong. However, they also knew that they were not strong enough to fight against Heavenly Venerate Su Xing. Therefore, they were looking forward to the opportunity in star-picking Imperial City. Lin Ling, why are you here? Venerable Si Calming asked with a smile when Lin Ling and the others walked over. Lin Ling then told him about what had happened earlier. Your strength has grown really fast. You are starting to make a name for yourselves in Xianping province. Venerable Si Calming couldn't help but exclaim. He had not expected Lin Ling and the others to rise so quickly. Junior Sister Mengyun. While the few of them were talking, a familiar voice came from the side. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Nan Ping. That's great. I thought you were dead. Now that I see you here, I can finally relax. Nan Ping seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling and the others. She jogged over and held Yu Man Yun's hand. Yu Man Yun was shocked. Previously, Nan Ping had betrayed everyone and caused a large number of powerhouses to snatch their treasures. Now, Nan Ping seemed to know nothing. It was as if it had nothing to do with her. Venerable Si Calming, are these the people from your Si Calming heavenly abode? They are really ruthless in order to become stronger. An old man with a walking stick walked over and said. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness as he stared at Lin Ling and the other three. Old man of the South Pole, you and I are close friends. If you have something to say, just say it. Venerable Si Calming frowned. His Si Calming heavenly abode and Xianping of the South Pole were close friends. However, old man of the South Pole's words had other meanings. My Southern Pole Celestial Peng's disciple found the treasure, but your disciple acted for the treasure, killing the disciples of the universe and xuanhuans. He even killed a few of my disciples. If it wasn't for the fact that my disciple, Nan Ping, fled quickly, he would have died. Old man of the South Pole sneered. Then, he looked at Nan Ping and said, I told you long ago that you have to be careful when you go out to train. However, you insisted on telling others after you found the treasure. Isn't this causing others to have evil intentions? You are setting Venerable Si Calming and me up. It won't be easy for us to talk when we meet in the future. Master, this disciple knows her mistake. However, Master, please don't blame them. They only had evil intentions for a moment. I believe that Junior Sister Meng Yun's heart is still kind. Lan Ping lowered her head as if she was extremely guilty. Lin Ling and the others were stunned. They understood what Nan Ping meant. Nan Ping had twisted the truth and said that she had found the treasure. However, the four of them had tried to snatch it from her. This woman was so cunning. Some people can't be trusted so easily. Venerable Si Calming, you may have recruited people, but be careful not to invite trouble. Old man of the South Pole reprimanded Nan Ping and then looked at Venerable Si Calming. Old man of the South Pole, as far as I know, things aren't as you think. Venerable Si Calming also understood what was going on. However, he believed that Lin Ling and the others wouldn't go as far as to kill someone to snatch the treasure. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't want to affect our relationship. Let bygones be bygones. Old man of the South Pole waved his hand and turned to leave. Old man of the South Pole, are you planning to leave without making things clear? Venerable Si Calming frowned. He couldn't accept the fact that old man of the South Pole had wronged Lin Ling and the others. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Star-picking Imperial City is more important now. Old Man of the South Pole continued walking and said calmly. Behind him, Nanping's eyes were a little wet. She looked at Venerable Si Calming and said, Venerable Si Calming, let bygones be bygones. I don't want to affect your relationship with Master because of this. If we have to say who's right and who's wrong, then it's all my fault. After saying that, she caught up with Old Man of the South Pole and helped him leave. The people around them roughly knew what had happened and nodded. Nanping's treasure had been snatched, but she didn't blame Venerable Si Calming's subordinates. Instead, she was considerate and sensible. Such a disciple was not bad. Venerable Si Calming's expression was extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Old Man of the South Pole clearly didn't want to talk about this anymore. What a cunning woman. Lin Ling looked at Nanping's back and his eyes turned cold. Chapter 1172. Opening the Imperial City Gate, bitch. Sakura shouted coldly. He wanted to kill her the moment he saw her. It was his first time seeing such an ugly person. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. With so many experts here, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. Venerable Si Calming shook his head helplessly. He still believed in Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling's group nodded and became more cautious of Nanping. After all, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. Her strength was terrifying, but a stab in the dark shouldn't be underestimated either. Venerable Si Calming's subordinates are really ugly. Humph. If they didn't steal Nanping's treasure, they wouldn't be qualified to come here. Such ugly people, I really want to kill them. Humph. Now that Lord Shui Wu is here, we'd better keep a low profile. Humph. The disciples of the Qian Hall whispered amongst themselves. These people were the trusted aides of the Qian Hall's experts. Their words caused Lin Ling and the other three to be dumbfounded. The four of them were the victims, but now, they had become the victims. Junior Sister Nanping, look on the bright side. People like them won't live long. Moreover, there are countless more powerful treasures in the star-picking Imperial City. When the time comes, I'll seize a great treasure for you. A young man from the Lu royal residence walked towards Nanping and said to her. This person was Lu Ruffing from the Lu royal residence. He had fought with Lin Ling in the past and was one of the 72 demonic gods in the sky. Thank you, young Master Lu. However, we should be lenient whenever possible. We're all from the Qian Hall, so let's forget it. Humph. Nanping wiped her moist eyes and said with an understanding smile. Then, she looked at Yu Munyun who was not far away and nodded with a smile. Her gentle look made many people sympathize with her. You're too kind. That's why you're bullied by them. Humph. Lu Ruffing was already unhappy with Lin Ling. At this moment, he found Lin Ling an eyesore. Idiot. In the distance, Lin Ling naturally saw Lu Ruffing and shook his head helplessly. Lu Ruffing was stupid. Nanping was a woman who could betray her friends. If she had the chance, she would definitely betray Lu Ruffing. Such a person should be avoided. Lu Ruffing actually approached her. Wasn't he courting death? Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with it. Your Excellency, you are too reckless to make a decision without understanding the situation. Sakura couldn't help but shout. Lin Ling had a calm temperament and didn't care about the gazes around him, but he couldn't. You dare to be so arrogant after stealing someone else's treasure. If I get the chance, I'll kill you. Lu Ruffing stepped forward and stood in front of Nanping. Nanping, on the other hand, pulled Lu Ruffing back, as if she was afraid that Lu Ruffing would become enemies with Lin Ling and the others because of her. With your current strength, you can't kill us. Lin Ling was calmer than Sakura. He didn't care what others thought of him. He was open and above board and didn't betray his principles. This was enough. Some things, time will reveal a person's heart. Is that so? If there weren't so many big shots here, I would kill you right now. Lu Ruffing took another step forward. At this moment, he felt that he was extremely tall. Protecting a weak woman, a hero who didn't fear evil. Very pitiful. Let me remind you. Sharpen your eyes. Sometimes, what you see isn't what it appears to be. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. As for you wanting to kill me, let me remind you again. The moment you reveal your killing intent, the one who will die may be you. Currently, he was at Transcendent Realm's second layer. Lu Ruffing could only rely on the 72 demon gods. How could he be arrogant in front of him? One had to know that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil had absorbed a large amount of rootless water. Its hidden strength had been stimulated. Compared to the demon gods, Lin Ling could easily kill him. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in killing Lu Ruffing. He knew that Lu Ruffing would regret it one day. How arrogant. Universe and Kuan Temple experts are here, but that little guy isn't afraid at all. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. The experts ignored Lin Ling's group of 4. However, their disciples looked at Lin Ling with flickering eyes. As for the Black-White Dao Palace's Lady Mist, her eyes that had been closed all this time, opened slightly at this moment. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That little guy's courage was extraordinary. He knew that he had a Buddhist treasure on him, so he wasn't afraid of the various experts. In this aspect, he was much better than many others. It could be said that his courage and boldness were excellent. As for who was right and who was wrong, with her seniority, she couldn't be bothered to care. She didn't say anything. Although the other experts were unhappy with Lin Ling, they didn't dare to say anything. Alright, let's try to open the palace gates. Finally, an expert from Kuan Temple suggested. The experts looked at Lin Ling's group of 4. Lin Ling's group of 4 slowly walked out. Especially Lin Ling, who was wearing a black robe. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and his expression was calm. Many experts nodded inwardly. This little guy didn't have a hero card on him, so he was obviously an ordinary second-layer transcendent. However, he was still calm in front of so many experts. Moreover, this calmness wasn't an act. Not bad. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling had the eye of time. He was always calm and composed, so why would he be afraid? At this moment, the palace gates were mottled and ancient. It emitted a strong sense of majesty, as if an ancient great emperor was standing there quietly. Earlier, we attacked the palace gates, but they didn't budge. Therefore, the 4 of you must open the gates. Otherwise, you'll offend all the experts. At this moment, the 3 Lives Ghost King's sinister voice sounded. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Ling. Then you do it. Lin Ling stopped walking and looked at the 3 Lives Ghost King indifferently. The 3 Lives Ghost King was stunned. He did it. If he could do it, he would have succeeded long ago. Why would he wait here? Bastard, are all the juniors of Kuan Temple so ignorant of the venerable realm? The 3 Lives Ghost King shouted angrily. Look at who you're talking to. You don't have to show respect to some barking dogs. Lin Ling continued to stare at the Tri-Era Ghost King fearlessly. He knew very well that he had the opportunity to open the door to the palace, and the other experts had to rely on him. Why should he give face to the Tri-Era Ghost King? Besides, the treasure was right in front of him. Although the experts treated him like an ant, they would still side with Lin Ling. Sure enough, a cold voice sounded. 3 Lives Ghost King, shut up. You. Shut up. The 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. He could only shut his mouth. The one who spoke was an ancient expert of Kuan Temple. He didn't dare to provoke him. "You're asking for humiliation." Lin Ling sneered and walked forward slowly. Many people's eyes flickered. This was the first time they wanted to know the name of this junior. Not only was he extraordinarily courageous, he also had a strong backbone. "Lin Ling, how do we open the gates?" After Lin Ling walked forward again, Indra and the others asked nervously. Currently, all the experts were watching them. If they failed, they would be exposed. At that time, there would be endless trouble. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the tall gates. With the eye of time, Lin Ling saw the secret behind the gates. He even saw the immortal water great general. Chapter 1173. Unfettered Emperor. The defense of the imperial city's gate was terrifying. Even Saint Realm powerhouses couldn't destroy it. Opening the gate was easy as long as one was a descendant of the star-plucking nation. No wonder the powerhouses couldn't open the gate. Their spiritual energy didn't originate from the star-plucking nation, so they couldn't obtain the recognition of the gate. Moreover, opening the gate required a lot of power. This also meant that the treasures obtained by the star-plucking nation weren't strong enough to open the gate. The 4 great Buddhist treasures possess great power. Maybe they can open the gate. Go! Lin Ling put away the eye of time and shouted in a low voice. Let's do it. Go! Sakura and the other 2 looked at each other and took out their Buddhist treasures. Rays of light shot towards the ancient gate. At the same time, the gate rumbled. Obviously, it acknowledged the existence of the Buddhist treasures. One had to know that the Buddhist treasures originated from the star-plucking Purple Mansion, and their original owner was obviously an extremely powerful existence. It really works. The powerhouses of Universe and Kuan Palace narrowed their eyes, but they could also see that the gate was still a step away. Swastika. At this moment, Lin Ling let out a furious roar. Buddhist light bloomed from his hand, and a huge swastika illuminated the door. The door finally slowly rose up, and a wisp of ancient aura emanated from it. It's finally open. The crowd's expression turned solemn. They seemed to have seen a shortcut to becoming stronger. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His only goal was the treasure guarded by the immortal water great general. That was the most precious thing. Boom! The gate finally opened. Go in. All the powerhouses shot towards the gate, afraid that they would miss something if they were too slow. Lin Ling, go in quickly. Venerable Si Calming hurriedly led Lin Ling and the other 3 into the gate. At the same time, the gate slowly closed, causing people to rush over from afar. However, it was already too late. The imperial city was vast and boundless. Buildings were stacked on top of each other, and it was filled with an ancient aura. With a single glance, one could see the past glory of the imperial city. However, there was no one here today, causing the golden splendor to feel a little lonely. After everyone entered, they split up and walked along the steps of the imperial city, the garden, and other places to search for treasures. You guys go first. I'll look for you later. Lin Ling stopped behind the gate and looked at Sakura and the others. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Who will protect you if I'm not here? Venerable Si Calming expression. Was Lin Ling was going to be separated from them? Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. However, the path of martial arts has always been walked by one person. Your Excellency may be able to protect me for a while, but can you protect me forever? However, Lin Ling shook her head. Her eyes were filled with determination. In the end, Venerable Si Calming could only sigh and nod in agreement. Then Dream Clouds and the others will follow me. I will protect them. Lin Ling, good luck. 8. Gate. Gate is gate is. Gate is gate gate. Gate gate. Gate. You gate gate. Gate. It. Gate gates. F. Gate. Gate. Gate gate gate. Okay. Yu Mun Yun nodded. She hugged Lin Ling and kissed Lin Ling on his forehead. Then, she followed Venerable C calming Venerable C calming Venerable C calming Venerable. Good luck. Lin Ling smiled. He looked into the distance and saw a large number of experts searching for their own opportunities. However, Lin Ling knew that many of them would die here. Only a small number of them would be able to obtain opportunities and reach the heavens in a single bound. There were countless treasures in star-picking Imperial City. Lin Ling saw them with his eye of time. Among them, there were a few heaven-defying treasures. Anyone who could obtain them would be able to shake the heavens and earth. Lin Ling was moved by those treasures. However, he had his eyes on an even more precious treasure. The Eye of Time has made me more familiar with the entire palace. In the past, the immortal water general had carved out a map and the location of the treasures at the entrance of the palace. Lin Ling's handsome face looked into the depths of the palace. His long hair danced in the breeze, exuding a strong sense of confidence. This might be the place where he would transform. He would be qualified to enter the more mysterious world of martial arts. Why don't you leave? You should know that if you're a step slower, the treasures will belong to someone else. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Lin Ling. This person was wearing a blue robe. He wasn't tall and had ordinary facial features. He looked extremely ordinary. He looked at the mysterious Imperial City and said to Lin Ling lightly, "Then why don't you leave?" Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He smiled gently. This person gave off an ordinary feeling. However, how could he be ordinary if he could appear here? That person was 4 or 5 years older than Lin Ling. He was still looking at the Imperial City, but he also smiled. Although there are many treasures, I have to find the most precious one first. Therefore, I'm not in a hurry. Why are you so confident? Lin Ling asked pointedly. Naturally, because I am someone who has been ordered by the heavens to come here. The man shrugged his shoulders, looking extremely easy to talk to. However, when he said these words, a domineering aura burst from his eyes, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. He didn't know why, but he felt that this person was extremely terrifying. Senior Unfettered Heavenly Prince, why don't you go forward and talk to a junior? N. At the same time, a powerful old man flew over from behind, his aura shaking the world. This old man's strength had actually reached the transcendent 7th stage, but what was surprising was that even though he was so strong, he still acted very respectfully towards this young man. Sect Master of Storm Sect, Masters from the 4-star Saint Domain, your speed is also quite slow. The young man smiled calmly, as if he was the master of everything. I was just delayed by some matters. However, what surprised me was that the dignified head of Kun Temple's Unfettered 10 Temples, Unfettered Heavenly Prince, is actually talking to a transcendent junior. How rare. The old man shot a contemptuous glance towards Lin Ling before laughing. He's not weak. The young man smiled faintly, causing the old man's eyes to narrow slightly. What kind of existence was Unfettered Heavenly Prince? He was very clear that there were only a handful of people who could be praised by him, so he couldn't help sizing up Lin Ling, discovering that Lin Ling didn't even have a hero card. How could such a person not be weak? Suddenly, the old man felt extremely uncomfortable. Unfettered Heavenly Prince's attitude towards a junior was even better than his, making him feel like he had been humiliated. Good, you can go. Go. The young man obviously didn't want to say anything more and waved his hand, causing the old man to smile awkwardly before flying back towards the Imperial City. Facing Unfettered Heavenly Prince, he didn't dare say anything. Sorry, these people's vision is a bit narrow, so they don't know how to speak. The young man took the initiative to apologize to Lin Ling, his attitude completely different from when he was facing the old man before, as if he and Lin Ling were of the same generation. It's just a false reputation, I don't care, but I'm still curious, why haven't you left yet? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Chapter 1174. General Xian Shui's residence, Lin Ling, I've been paying attention to you ever since you appeared. I know you know a lot of things, but the most precious treasure of the star-plucking Violet Palace belongs to me. No matter what your identity is, you can't compare to me. Of course, your destiny is also very powerful. You will rise in the Xianpeng world in the future. Remember, my name is Xiaoyao Tianzi. Yes. The young man took a deep breath and said something meaningful to Lin Ling. Then, he strode forward. Lin Ling's face became serious. He used the eye of time to see through the young man's origin. However, everything was blurry. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered such a situation. However, Lin Ling used all of his soul force to see through the young man's origin. It was a huge whirlpool. His soul passed through the whirlpool and came to this world. You're not from here. Yes. Lin Ling's heart trembled as he subconsciously opened his mouth to speak. His words caused the young man's body to tremble. He did not expect Lin Ling to see through his origins. That's right, he was not from this world. You're the same as me. Yes. The young man left behind a sentence and disappeared. He could see that Lin Ling wasn't from this world either. Like him, Lin Ling was a true son of heaven. He had unparalleled heavenly luck and was about to become an emperor. However, Lin Ling came later than him, so he was stronger. Of course, he was looking forward to Lin Ling's rise. He wanted to see if Lin Ling could surpass him. Interesting. Yes. The shock in Lin Ling's heart gradually disappeared. A confident smile appeared on his face. Was he also a transmigrator? Or did that guy come from another world? This world was indeed mysterious. If that was the case, would he be able to return to his previous world? Everything was a mystery. The only thing he was sure of was that he, Lin Ling, had won the trip to the star-plucking Violet Palace. The most important treasure belonged to him, Lin Ling. Paw! Lin Ling took a step forward and shot off in another direction. He wanted to follow in the footsteps of the immortal water general and obtain the true inheritance of the great Emperor Zhai Xing, the grandson of the divine nun of the northern mountains found a high-grade saint weapon in the garden. How lucky! That's nothing. It's Hao Yi, a disciple of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. He found the peach tree of immortality earlier and has collected a large number of peaches of immortality. I really envy them. Let's speed up. At this moment, in the imperial city, a large number of figures were running around, searching for ancient secrets. Many people obtained precious treasures. Of course, there were also people who died. There were also dangers in the imperial city. These were the ancient souls of the guards of the imperial city. After these dead people turned into ancient souls, their strength was even more terrifying. Swastika. Although Lin Ling was the last to set off, he had a Buddhist treasure with him, so his journey was unimpeded. That despicable fellow, his Buddhist treasure, is not afraid of ancient souls. I really want to kill him and steal his treasures. Unfortunately, his speed is too fast and he's not afraid of ancient souls. It's hard for us to catch up with him. In the garden and in the corridor, the strong disciples looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. Lin Ling did not even have a hero card, so how could they take him seriously? Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling treated them as small fries and did not care about them at all. Lin Ling's goal was very simple. He wanted to seize the most important treasure and compete with Prince Xiaoyao. This was a battle between him and Prince Xiaoyao, but the outcome would be determined by the final harvest. Although Prince Xiaoyao was extremely powerful and had a high status, Lin Ling was also a transmigrator. How could he be at a disadvantage? Immortal Water Palace. At this moment, in the southeast corner of the imperial city, a large number of young people appeared in front of a mansion. These people were strong and weak, but they were able to appear here because their background was extremely terrifying. If they were not the descendants of some strong experts, then they were the personal disciples of the sect leader. Treasure Protector, never step foot in. There was a stone tablet on the side of the mansion, and these words were engraved on it. Who is the Treasure Protector? Could it be the Immortal Water General? He can't step foot in here, but this is his mansion. The crowd discussed animatedly. They did not know what the stone tablet was trying to say. Let's go in and have a look. At this moment, a heavenly voice came from the crowd. Many of the young people looked at her with longing. They looked at the fairy-like existence and only had one sentence in their hearts, the second fairy of the 9 heavens. Junior sister Luo Xiuman, be careful. It's dangerous. Let me lead the way. A handsome man walked in front with a smile. Now was the time to show off. How could he miss it? Ouyang Qin, a blacksmith from the mountain Yin Valley. Many people looked at the elegant man and frowned. Was this guy trying to get close to the fairy of the 9 heavens? What right did he have? Who are you? Luo Xiuman lifted her delicate chin and looked at the young man indifferently. Ouyang Qin was a little embarrassed. However, when he looked at Luo Xiuman, he was stunned by her beauty. She was indeed very beautiful. This kind of beauty did not come from her appearance. It came from her temperament. She was as elegant as a fairy. I'm from the mountain Yin Valley. I'm a blacksmith. Ouyang Qin took a deep breath and said proudly. The identity of a blacksmith was very noble. It separated him from ordinary people. Ouyang Qin. In the past, in Sky Hill City, he wanted to become the disciple of Dong Fu, one of the top 10 blacksmiths. Unfortunately, he was kicked out. He was kicked out by a nameless young man. He has the right to be proud. The crowd laughed mockingly. Everyone could see that Ouyang Qin wanted to get close to the fairy of the 9 heavens. However, how could they let him do as he wished? Sorry, I don't know him. However, Luo Xiuman's beautiful eyes were still elegant and cold. She said softly and stepped into the mansion. Ouyang Qin stood there stupidly. He felt extremely embarrassed. He wanted to use this opportunity to get close to the goddess, but the goddess did not care about him at all. Everyone in Xianping province knows about the indifference of the fairy of the 9 heavens. You want to get close to her. It's your fortune that she even spoke to you. You should know that in the past, there was once a prince who knelt in front of the fairy of the 9 heavens for a year just to see her. However, he still returned in failure. There was once someone who gave her a king-tier holy weapon to make her smile, but he also failed. Many people smiled faintly. Their words were filled with mockery, but they were also used to it. In their hearts, the fairy of the 9 heavens could only be admired from afar and could not be profaned. In that case, it's really difficult to solve. However, I'm still confident. Ouyang Qin was not angry. He also knew that he was not the only one who had failed. The others were the same. At this moment, Luo Xiuman was walking gracefully through the estate. She didn't even glance at the treasures in the estate, which made her seem even more arrogant. Many people didn't dare to get close to her at all, and they could only look at her back from afar. Even if they could catch a glimpse of her, they would be satisfied. There were even some young girls who were staring at Luo Xiuman. They did not feel any jealousy, only admiration. Chapter 1175. You're thinking too much. I saw Xian Shui's wife, Xiao Qian, in the ruins. She's the #1 beauty in star-picking nation. I wonder how she compares to me. Luo Xiaoman's purpose in coming here was very simple. She wanted to see Xiao Qian, the #1 beauty in star-picking nation. Therefore, she did not collect any of the treasures in the mansion. Moreover, as the #1 beauty in Xianping province, she was not willing to accept that someone could surpass her in the long river of history. A moment later, a large hall appeared in front of them. Everyone entered one after another. Soon after, they saw a 10,000-year mysterious jade lying at the center of the hall. There was a rare beauty frozen within it. The beauty of this woman shocked everyone. They quietly looked at the 10,000-year mysterious jade. They could not find any words to describe the beauty of this woman in this lifetime. If there was one, perhaps only a poem could describe her. A whirlpool of clouds, a shuttle of jade, a light robe, a thin gauze, a light twinkle of a pair of conches. Even though she was frozen in the 10,000-year mysterious jade, the woman still seemed to be alive. Her long eyelashes were slightly closed, and her cheeks were red as if she was sleeping. That kind of beauty actually made people feel ashamed. This caused no one to dare to approach, and they all looked at her from afar. So beautiful. Is she Xiao Qian? Only Luo Xiaoman took small steps and walked over lightly. She looked at the peerless beauty, and her heart suddenly lost the desire to compare. There was only sadness. The protector of the treasure could never step inside. This mansion was Xian Shui's mansion, which meant that Xian Shui was the protector of the treasure. In order to protect the treasure, Xian Shui general could never step inside. He could not be distracted because of this place. This was the will of the previous emperor. She was waiting for him, but she did not want to die in the river of history. Therefore, she froze herself and became a 10,000-year mysterious jade. Luo Xiaoman suddenly guessed something. She could never step inside. She froze herself and left her face for the gentleman. This was the promise she had been waiting for 10,000 years. Xian Shui general was protecting the treasure, but Xiao Qian was waiting for him here. The 9th heavenly fairy seemed to be touched by the scene. This was the moment when her heart was most moved. In the distance, many people looked at Luo Xiaoman. They took a step forward, wanting to go to her side and take advantage of this chance encounter. However, as soon as they took a step forward, an indescribable pressure assaulted them. It was as if they had ill intentions, which was why they were rejected by the whole. This made many of the handsome geniuses' expressions turn ugly. Mediocre person, if you can reach this place, it means that you and I are connected, so what if I give you a chance? Unfortunately, they were all mediocre people. Luo Xiaoman said softly. She was even more arrogant. In this world, only she could come here because she was the most perfect fairy. Her gaze moved about silently, and she saw a strand of long black hair lying silently on the ground before the 10,000-year Xian jade. There were some words at the side, but unfortunately, too much time had passed, so she couldn't see them clearly. This made Luo Xiaoman feel extremely regretful. What were those words? When my hair reaches my waist and the general returns, what do you say? This body of a gentleman is free and unfettered, but who would have thought that the mountains and rivers are bleak? Dawn broke, and the dusk snow turned white. The cold sword silently listens to the rolling thunder, the long spear alone defends the empty trench. Lying drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh, the wind blows through the corner of the painting. A late visitor from Jiangnan, tied with a red rope. At this moment, a soft voice came from beside her, causing Luo Xiaoman's delicate body to tremble. This person seemed to know the words that had passed away. How did he do it? Could it be that he saw the long river of time? Her gaze moved quietly, and she suddenly discovered that a young man had walked over without her noticing. This young man had a handsome face, and his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes and depth as he quietly looked at the 10,000-year Xian jade. It's him. Luo Xuanhuan frowned and said. She didn't know this young man, but she had seen him before. He seemed to be the murderer who stole the treasure of the old man of the South Pole's disciple. In addition, this person was under venerable sea calming, so she was extremely disdainful of people like him. She didn't even want to look at him. You're very powerful. In order to get close to me, you actually came here. Luo Xuanhuan shook her head and said, but I'm sorry. Even if you came here, I wouldn't give you a chance. Previously, she had been envious of the relationship between the immortal water general and Shao Qian, so she thought that if anyone could find her, so what if she gave them a chance? Now, this young man had succeeded, but she didn't want to give him any chance because she felt that this young man wasn't worthy of her. Wait until my hair reaches my waist, and the general returns. At this moment, the person who appeared next to Luo Xuanhuan was Lin Ling naturally. He wasn't here to see how beautiful the top beauty was, but to obtain the treasure in the immortal water general's hands. However, after seeing the 10,000-year Xian jade, his heart was moved. Their feelings for each other would last forever. Lin Ling knew that the immortal water general was in the palace, but he had to protect the great emperor's inheritance, so he didn't enter the palace. Furthermore, he had left a stone tablet at the entrance of the palace, stating that the guardian of the treasure could never enter. That stone tablet was telling him to always remember the will of the late emperor. Shao Qian also knew this, so she didn't complain. She just waited at home for her husband's return. This wait lasted for 10,000 years. This reminded Lin Ling of his mother and father. Their wait was also separated by life and death. When your hair reaches your waist, I will return in triumph. After softly saying this, Lin Ling stepped forward. This was his promise to Shao Qian. He would fulfill this 10,000-year promise and let them meet again. When your hair reaches your waist, I will return in triumph. On the side, Luo Xuanhuan's heart fiercely trembled. She didn't expect this ant-like existence to say such a thing. Was this a promise? Was he going to help the immortal water general and Shao Qian? At this moment, she couldn't help but look deeply at the young man, but more than that, there was a sense of unwillingness. Why wasn't she the one to help, but this ant-like young man? You did so much just to make my heart move. I have to say, you almost succeeded. Luo Xuanhuan took a deep breath and flatly said. After calming down, she realized that this young man seemed to have a goal in mind. His goal was very simple, to get close to her. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Luo Xuanhuan at all. He remembered the second thing Venerable Sea Calming asked him to do, which was to humiliate the 9 heavens profound maiden palace. He also remembered how the palace humiliated Sister Lingshan. However, he didn't have such thoughts at this moment. His goal was still the immortal water general's treasure. Lin Ling slowly walked forward and put away the strand of hair. He looked at the myriad-year profound jade and eventually nodded with a smile. It won't be long before he comes back. With that, he turned around and left. I admit that Shao Qian is indeed the #1 beauty, and I am the #1 beauty of the new generation. However, you gave me her hair. Is this what you want to express? Unfortunately, my heart is not moved at all by you. Luo Xuanhuan seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's intentions, so she indifferently and proudly spoke. She had seen this kind of thing before. In the past, men who pursued her also did many shocking things for the sake of romance. Unfortunately, despite doing so much, they still couldn't move her heart. She was perfect, she was the only one, and she was even more proud. You are thinking too much. Chapter 1176. Imperial Jade Seal, this fellow is really daring. Yes. Many people thought that Lin Ling had done those things to win the heart of the beauty, but no one expected that Lin Ling didn't even glance at Luo Xuanhuan. This caused them to have no idea what he wanted to do. What use did that strand of long hair have to him? Why did he come here? They couldn't see through him. Everyone felt that they couldn't see through him. Didn't Lin Ling come here for Luo Xuemon? You? Yes. Luo Xuemon's pretty face instantly turned ashen. This ant-like young man was ignoring her. Moreover, everything he did seemed to have nothing to do with her at all. Instead, she was imagining things from the beginning to the end. At this moment, she felt extremely humiliated. Since she was young, this was the first time she'd encountered such disregard. This caused her arrogance to transform into anger at this moment. Stop. Leave behind the thing you took earlier. Yes. Just as Lin Ling was about to walk out of the door, a cold shout sounded out. It was Ouyang Qin. Previously, after Lin Ling entered the hall, he'd noticed who it was. That day in the old man's estate, it was Lin Ling who'd played tricks on him and even chased him away. That incident was simply the greatest humiliation of his life. Now, he wanted to enter the hall but couldn't. On the contrary, Lin Ling had succeeded and approached Luo Xuemon. This drastic contrast caused his rage to surge. So it's you. Yes. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped. He'd recognized Ouyang Qin. He remembered that at the old man's estate, he'd extorted many treasures from Ouyang Qin before he was chased away by him in the end. Leave behind the thing you took earlier. Yes. Ouyang Qin took a step forward and said coldly. Why? Yes. Lin Ling said with a spurious smile. This treasure is highly valued by the Empyrean maiden, so you can't take it away. Ouyang Qin didn't know what Lin Ling had taken, but he'd seen Luo Xuemon and Lin Ling talking earlier, so he was unwilling and wanted to seize the treasure to win the heart of the beauty. You're stupid. Lin Ling finally understood what Ouyang Qin meant. The star-seizing Violet Palace is filled with countless treasures. Instead of looking for your own destiny, you followed a woman here to waste your time. If you aren't stupid, then what are you? One had to know that Lin Ling had come here for the item left behind by Xiao Qian. As for these people, they had come here to follow the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens and gain her favor. Lin Ling disdained such people. One had to know that being able to enter this place was a great opportunity. Even if others gambled with their lives, they still wouldn't be qualified to enter. But these people had the opportunity, but they had wasted it. You talk too much nonsense. If I tell you to hand it over, you'll have to hand it over. Otherwise, you'll regret meeting me. Ouyang Qin didn't care about what Lin Ling said. Besides, in front of Luo Xuemon, he wanted to show off. You're even more foolish than I thought. Lin Ling took a step forward. He was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. His fist shot out as fast as lightning, leaving Ouyang Qin no time to react. Bang! The powerful force caused Ouyang Qin to stagger backward. He crashed into the wall, causing cracks to appear on the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Ouyang Qin is a hero. This person doesn't even have a hero card, but he defeated him with a single punch. The people around them sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. I've said it before. You're stupid. First, you're not as strong as me, but you attack me to gain someone's favor. In the end, you brought shame to yourself. Second, the person you're trying to gain favor with won't care about you at all. Third, I won't prove myself for a woman I don't know. Lin Ling smiled faintly and slowly left. Blood flowed from the corner of Ouyang Qin's mouth, and his expression was extremely ugly. He had lost, and he had lost all face. Then, he looked at Luo Xuemon, but found that she didn't even look at him. Instead, she was looking at Lin Ling who was leaving, and her eyes were filled with anger. Trash! Luo Xuemon's disdainful voice drifted out. Before, Lin Ling ignored her, which made her feel humiliated. Then, when Ouyang Qin blocked Lin Ling, she also wanted to see Lin Ling embarrassed. At least, she wanted to let Lin Ling know that he was a toad and she was a swan. However, Ouyang Qin couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling only forced Ouyang Qin back and didn't kill him. This also showed that Lin Ling didn't attack to prove his strength in front of Luo Xiuman. In fact, he didn't even care to prove his strength. This also showed that she, the Empyrean fairy, was nothing in Lin Ling's heart. She thought too highly of herself. Trash. Ouyang Chen's face paled. As Lin Ling said, Luo Xiuman didn't care about him at all. Even if he was injured, she would only call him trash. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Ling was even more carefree than him. He also saw things more clearly. He was really stupid. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the Immortal Water Mansion. Then, he used the Eye of Time to find the direction where the immortal water had gone. Now that he had obtained the strand of hair, he should be able to meet the immortal water. Whoosh! Lin Ling shot in one direction and entered the inner palace. He was getting closer and closer to the immortal water. I wonder what that treasure is. However, the great emperor made the immortal water general guard it for her entire life. It must be more precious than all the other treasures. Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. So far, many people knew about the various treasures in the star-plucking Violet Mansion. Moreover, many of the treasures had even moved the palace master of the Onyx Dao Palace. However, these experts didn't know about the treasures guarded by the Immortal Water General, so before they knew, Lin Ling had to strike first. Paw! Stepping on the ancient golden bricks, Lin Ling kept looking into the distance. Through the Eye of Time, he saw the direction where the immortal water had gone. Clearly, if not for the Eye of Time, he wouldn't have had the chance to touch that treasure. I'm getting closer and closer. In front of him, golden light shone out like a blazing sun. The palace was even more ancient and sacred, as if there was an emperor within. But the result was as such. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the grand hall, it was as if he had stepped into another void. Everything was isolated and this place was very quiet. At the top of the hall, there was an ancient battlefield. A tall and sturdy man sat on a war chariot, the sword in his hand pointed forward, as if he was the ruler of the world. Was this the great emperor of the star-plucking Violet Mansion? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes darted around, and his heart trembled violently. The path he had taken was a shortcut, but that didn't mean that no one had come here. In fact, there were already many experts here. Their gazes were all fixed on a square jade. That jade floated in front of them, emitting a majestic aura that seemed to control the world. It seemed to be the imperial jade seal of the star-plucking nation. To be called an imperial jade seal, this treasure must be an invaluable existence. It was no wonder that all the experts were eyeing it covetously. Gradually, the illusions around the palace disappeared. Only then did everyone realize that this was the emperor's palace. In the distance, a tall emperor's skeleton sat there. Even after tens of thousands of years, it still emitted a thick, majestic aura. No one dared to act rashly. This was because they knew that beside the emperor's skeleton was a 2-meter-tall black vortex. That vortex seemed to lead to the 9 nether hells, and anyone who entered would die. Chapter 1177. Glaring like a tiger watching its prey, Lin Ling. At this moment, an angry roar resounded, causing the experts in the hall to look around. When they saw Lin Ling, many of them sneered. None of the people here were weak, each of them was a domineering existence. Even the weakest of them was a transcendent stage 3 expert. But Lin Ling had come alone. Venerable Si Kaming and Lord Shui Wu were not here. Was he here to seek death? You refused to walk the path to heaven and barged into the gates of hell. We are really fated. The man who had spoken earlier sneered. It was demon god Northern Darkness. In addition, a large number of Void Star Divine Palace's experts were also present. Among them, Empyrean Void Star was standing there indifferently, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, opened for a rare moment, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he was also surprised that Lin Ling had come. It had to be known that the imperial city was vast, and everyone had split up to search for treasures. He even knew that Lady Water Mist had obtained a precious legacy, and his luck had been good as well. He had been able to obtain the imperial ruler's seal, but he had never imagined that Lin Ling would run all over the place and end up in front of him. I don't know anyone here. Lin Ling took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal. His gaze was fixed on the black vortex. He knew that the immortal water great general had entered that place. There are countless experts here, and you are the weakest. Do you think you can still survive? Demon god Northern Darkness suddenly chuckled. His laughter contained a hint of mockery, as if he was delighted to see Lin Ling die in front of him. Before you die, I won't die. Lin Ling indifferently stated. His calm demeanor caused the others to silently admire him. Merely at the second level of the transcendent realm, facing so many seniors, he was still able to remain so calm. Such a state of mind was truly extraordinary. I'll kill him. At this time, a young man walked out of the Void Star Divine Palace and coldly looked at Lin Ling go. Empyrean Void Star didn't stop them. At present, he wasn't the only powerhouse in the whole. Thus, he had to be wary of others and prepare to seize the precious treasures. That youth is a starry sea general. He has a hero plate and is a rising star of the Void Star Divine Palace. Many people murmured to themselves before shifting their gazes away. Lin Ling was dead for sure, so it was better to pay attention to the Imperial Jade Seal. I'm afraid that the Imperial Jade Seal has some kind of great power, but from what I can feel, this Imperial Jade Seal is a little weak. The Monarch Bone is next to the Death Whirlpool. Previously, there were many experts who accidentally got close to the whirlpool and were sucked in. I'm afraid they died in the whirlpool. It seems like there are hidden dangers everywhere. It's better to be careful. Those experts whispered among themselves, but they still didn't make a move to seize the treasures. How pitiful. After offending the Void Star Divine Palace, you will die without a burial ground. I only hope that in your next life, you will remember that the Void Star Divine Palace is not something you can provoke. The Starseed General stepped forward as the aura of a third-level transcendent gushed forth from him. Boundless astral light illuminated the entire Great Hall, exuding an extremely powerful aura. After which, he stretched out his right hand as the boundless astral light blasted towards Lin Ling, causing a corner of the Great Hall to transform into a world of stars, tranquil yet desolate. Pang pang pang. The power was released, but when it got close to the peak experts, it was destroyed by their protective spiritual yuan. Their gazes fell on the Starry Sea General and they nodded. Judging from the power of the Starry Sea General's attack, it wasn't weak. Moreover, they were older, so they were stronger than the Starry Sea General. However, if the Starry Sea General was the same age as them, his strength would surpass them. The Starry Sea General was indeed a rising hero. Hero. Lin Ling stared at the jade token on the Starry Sea General's waist. He pulled out the tyrannical song sword in his hand. It was majestic and domineering, as if it could crush the world. At the same time, the three spiritual yuan in his dantian crazily surged, appearing behind him like a heavenly river. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was only a transcendent stage 2 expert, but he had 3 spiritual yuan. Interesting. Unfortunately, I'm hero. The Starry Sea General was secretly surprised. His starlight palm moved closer to Lin Ling. However, after a rumbling sound, his palm didn't gain any advantage when it collided with the tyrannical song sword. A majestic and domineering aura was reflected back, cutting off most of his starlight's spiritual yuan. In their first confrontation, the Starry Sea General was already at a disadvantage. "I've underestimated you." The Starry Sea General flew back. Not only was he not afraid, he even revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Then, he stomped on the ground and shot toward Lin Ling with even more starlight. From afar, it was extremely beautiful, like a comet streaking across the starry sky. Starlight circulation art. Many people's eyes flickered. That martial art was extremely powerful. It could negate a large amount of spiritual yuan attacks and quickly recover spiritual yuan. From this point of view, even if the Starry Sea General couldn't kill Lin Ling in a short period of time, as long as he could buy time, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. After all, compared to the recovery speed of spiritual yuan, how could Lin Ling be a match for the Starry Sea General? Of course, whether Lin Ling could last until the end was still unknown. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was indeed not a hero. However, in the star-picking purple mansion, he had madly grown and now had the strength of a hero. "I've underestimated you." Staring at the Starry Sea General, Lin Ling shook his head and said. Previously, he had indeed underestimated the Starry Sea General, causing the latter to only retreat in their first confrontation. Then, the 1,000,000 small worlds in his body burst out at the same time, making the black and white sword body of the tyrannical song sword even more dazzling. Unfortunately, he was currently displaying the strength of his physical body, causing others to only see that Lin Ling's awe-inspiring righteousness was powerful. Obviously, this profound meaning couldn't defeat the Starry Sea General. Moreover, the Starry Sea General had said that he had underestimated Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was also saying the same thing, making others feel that Lin Ling, this junior, was overestimating himself. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding his strength when facing the Starry Sea General? "You talk a lot of nonsense." The Starry Sea General's face was extremely ugly. What right did Lin Ling have to say this? Moreover, all the experts were watching, so he couldn't embarrass himself. Rumble. Endless starlight left strange traces, like fireflies circling around the Starry Sea General. The Starry Sea General's body disappeared as fast as a meteor. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ling. His right hand pointed at the void, and the speed was quite fast. In the end, it turned into a finger and shot out. Starlight Ray. This was the starlight circulation technique, a finger condensed from thousands of starlight sources. This was an extreme martial art, so it was magnificent. Clang! In the main hall, a deafening sound echoed. The tyrannical song sword collided with the finger once again, making the main hall seem like it was about to collapse. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling was still standing tall like a mountain. This made the expressions of many experts change. This junior Lin Ling was very mysterious. He had one more ray of spiritual source than ordinary people. That was fine, but facing the Starry Sea General's extreme martial art, he actually didn't lose. It must be known that with an extreme martial art, a transcendent third-layer expert was almost invincible. How is this possible? Impossible. Chapter 1178. Fighting heroes again. I've said it before, I underestimated you. Lin Ling stared at the Starry Sea General in front of the great sword and said coldly. Underestimating me? Shanghai General roared. He retracted his right finger and pointed again. My attack isn't just a finger, it's the Big Dipper finger. His finger was like a divine brush in the sky, drawing the Big Dipper star chart. The 7 stars condensed and the power increased. Dang dang dang. However, Lin Ling's physical strength erupted. The rootless water hidden in his body was also slowly refined. He waved the Tyrant Song's sword and blocked the Big Dipper finger once again. Yes, I underestimated you. While blocking, Lin Ling said indifferently. Xinghai General's face turned ugly. He had volunteered to fight for 2 reasons. First, to prove himself. Second, to curry favor with Celestial Master Voidstar. However, after a long battle, he actually couldn't kill Lin Ling. This made him lose face. It seems that your defense is beyond my imagination. However, do you think that's all I've got? With a low roar, Xinghai turned his fingers into a palm and grabbed at Lin Ling with endless astral winds. Between his fingers, dazzling and colorful starlight shot out. It was as if a beautiful firework had bloomed in his palm. Not bad. Many experts nodded in surprise. They estimated Xinghai General's strength. The latter was a Transcendent Stage 3 expert, but he could kill a Transcendent Stage 4 or even Stage 5 expert. Endless starlight covered the sky and the earth, wrapping around Lin Ling like a cocoon, forming an even larger starlight, making Lin Ling disappear from the hole. After seeing this scene, the Star General retracted his palm and stood up, spitting out the chaotic spiritual chi in his body to recover his spiritual source. He then turned around and left indifferently. I've said it before, you'll regret it. His arrogant voice floated out along with his footsteps. Disappeared into the starry sky. What a torturous torment. Many experts knew that Lin Ling was dead. Xinghai General's last move, Starlight Return to Source, could take Lin Ling to the source of the starry sky, never to step into the world again. Xinghai General, not bad. Empyrean Void Star nodded indifferently. The fact that Yifutian was able to master the ultimate technique of his Void Star Divine Palace meant that Yifutian had indeed lived up to his expectations. Thank you, Celestial Lord, for your guidance. Although the process of battle was somewhat troublesome, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Xinghai Jiang continued to move forward. His chin was slightly raised. Currently, he might be able to take the test for the hero card. Moreover, today's battle had also shown his strength to the other experts. In Xianping Province, he could be considered to have made a name for himself. With this thought in mind, Xinghai Jiang looked at the evil god of North Darkness and said, Evil god of North Darkness, I have avenged your son's death by Lin Ling. As for what you want to repay me for, there is no need for that. It is just a small matter. Paw. However, before he could finish speaking, a strange sound came from behind him, causing him to frown. He turned around and saw that the enormous starlight was still above the ground. The starlight had not brought Lin Ling into the endless starry sky. It's really a cockroach. Xinghai General frowned and said. Paw. At this moment, the starlight split apart, as if an ancient ferocious beast was trapped within the starlight. What? Xinghai Jiang changed drastically. His starlight was invincible. Could someone escape from the starlight? However, the facts proved that it was indeed possible. Paw. The enormous starlight continued to crack like an eggshell, causing the pupils of everyone in the hall to constrict. Bang! At the same time, a flaming fist broke out of the eggshell-like starlight. Then, with a series of bangs, the starlight cracked even more, and it began to emit rays of light, which were like the light of a sea urchin. Boom! Finally, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the entire starlight exploded. Under the dazzling light, a slender figure slowly walked out. It seems that I have underestimated you. A cold voice drifted out of the hall, causing the experts' expressions to change. Lin Ling had actually cracked Xinghai Jiang's strongest unique skill. How is this possible? Xinghai Jiang seemed to be in disbelief. I am a hero, but you are not even a hero. Your cultivation is one level lower than mine. I admit that you are slightly stronger than the hero who died in my hands. Lin Ling's entire body was engulfed in blue flames as he slowly walked towards the Star Ocean General. That domineering aura caused many experts to frown. Some even suspected if Lin Ling was really at the second level of the transcendent realm. If not, how could he be so powerful? You killed a hero. How could you do it? Xuanhuan was in disbelief. You will know when you try. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the hall to become dazzling. The blue flames in his hand exploded, as vast as the sea, shaking the heavens and earth. He clenched his fist, and the raging sea flame was blasted out. Extreme martial art. Everyone's pupils constricted. Lin Ling also knew an extreme martial art. Moreover, although his extreme martial art is only at the small success stage, there is another power hidden within it. Even more experts felt the power hidden in Lin Ling's fist. They guessed that it was the power of his physical body fusing into his fist. Rumble. How can you know an extreme martial art? Xuanhuan's face turned pale. Previously, he thought that he had killed Lin Ling. He even wanted to claim credit from Empyrean Void Star and Evil God. However, it was just his own wishful thinking. At the same time, Empyrean Void Star and Evil God's pupils constricted. An indescribable feeling of dread arose spontaneously. One must know that before entering the star-seizing Violet Mansion, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. They didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. However, in the star-seizing Violet Mansion, Lin Ling's strength had increased even more crazily. Currently, he could already shake a hero. That fist not only contained the power of a saint body, it also contained extreme power and physical strength. It was as if it could destroy everything. You won't get what you want. Evil God shouted angrily. His body turned into afterimages and rushed toward Lin Ling. He knew that Xuanhuan wouldn't be able to block Lin Ling's fist. However, since Lin Ling wanted to kill Xuanhuan, he would kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had the guts to do so. Evil God's move is somewhat despicable. Many experts frowned. Lin Ling was a junior. Now that he was fighting against Xuanhuan, Evil God was a senior. He shouldn't have made a move because it would be bullying him with numbers. Therefore, even if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he should do so after the battle between Lin Ling and Xuanhuan was over. Lin Ling won't be able to kill Xuanhuan. Then, the crowd had an intuition. Rumble. The terrifying blue flaming fist covered the sky and covered the earth. At this moment, the Xuanhuan general's legs went soft and he sat down with a plop. He was actually frightened. That fist made him feel as if his life and death were approaching. He had never thought that a grand hero like him would die here, and at the hands of a junior with no reputation at all. You won't die. Chapter 1179. Destroyed treasures in the distance. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He was now more familiar with Empyrean Void Star's strength. However, he sneered coldly, "You want to save him, but I want to kill him." How arrogant! His voice caused the expressions of many experts to change. This junior called Lin Ling dared to say in front of Dark North Demon God and Empyrean Void Star that if they wanted to save him, he wanted to kill them. However, how could he do it? He might even lose his life here. Dream on. Dark North Demon God had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. His right hand formed into a claw and slashed out with boundless evil chi. Die. He's dead for sure. The experts shook their heads. Lin Ling was too arrogant, looking down on famous experts too much. How could he block Dark North Demon God's attack? However, before their eyes, something mysterious happened. The light of Buddha permeated the air, and Lin Ling disappeared from the world under the gazes of countless people. He was formless and colorless. Pang! Evil God North Sea's claw missed its target. He clawed at the wall in the distance, leaving a terrible claw mark on the ancient wall. Then he sneered, "You run away fast, but concealment martial arts are useless against me." As his words fell, his eyes turned and his ears seemed to be able to sense the breathing of the world. However, in the next moment, his expression turned malevolent. He couldn't sense Lin Ling. Of course, it wasn't only him. Even the experts present couldn't sense Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to have transformed into a living being and was hidden in the world. This brat is so mysterious. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. He was just a junior at the second layer of the transcendent realm. How could an expert like Dark North Demon God fail to kill him? How many secrets is this brat hiding? Empyrean Void Star's expression turned cold. The third eye on his forehead opened, but he couldn't sense Lin Ling either. He didn't know that Lin Ling was using the second Buddhist treasure he obtained from the deity temple, the Shadow Buddha incense bracelet. This bracelet could absorb thousands of incense flames and allow the user to transform into a living being. It was impossible to sense them. You said that I would regret it. Unfortunately, the one regretting it is you. At this moment, an icy voice eerily echoed through the grand hall. Behind the Starseed General, a black and white greatsword appeared, as if it had come from ancient times. It fell upon the Starseed General's neck, and behind the greatsword was a pair of eyes that were cold and merciless. Lin Ling Demon God. And at this time, the Supercluster General was still feeling lucky that he had survived. If an Empyrean attacked, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. However, an ice-cold voice drifted into his ears, causing his entire body to tremble. This ghost-like Lin Ling had appeared behind him. Swish! Tyrannical Song fiercely pulled back, slicing open the Star Seed General's neck, causing his eyes to be filled with fear. He held his neck with both hands, but he still could not stop the blood from gushing out. At this moment, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. He also knew that Lin Ling had indeed killed heroes before, and he was only one of those who had died. If he had known that Lin Ling was so strong, he would not have volunteered to fight, because after fighting, he would indeed be the one to regret it. Putong. Dark North Demon God's vitality dissipated and Dark North Demon God fell to the ground. His dull voice was like thunder, shocking the hearts of all present. Dead. In front of Dark North Demon God and Empyrean Void Star, Lin Ling had killed Dark North Demon God. Everything was as he said. If Empyrean Void Star wanted to save him, then he would kill him. Empyrean Void Star and Dark North Demon God's complexions stiffened. They were both ambitious and ruthless characters, but they could only stare on helplessly as Lin Ling killed someone in front of them. Lin Ling's actions were like a heavy slap to their faces. Kill him! Dark North Demon God roared. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had vanished from the hall once more, leaving him helpless. Dark North Demon God, Empyrean Void Star, do you want the Imperial Ruler's seal? At this time, an ethereal voice echoed through the hall, causing Empyrean Void Star and Dark North Demon God to frown. Lin Ling, what did he mean by this? But in the next moment, their complexions changed. Did Lin Ling want to seize the Imperial Ruler's seal? You dare! Empyrean Void Star angrily said. Lin Ling, you dare to seize our treasure. You're courting death. The other powerhouses also reacted. The Imperial Ruler's seal belonged to them. What qualifications did a junior like Lin Ling have to touch it? Sorry, but I'm not interested in your treasure. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure finally appeared beside the Imperial Ruler's seal. He held the tyrannical song in his hand as he coldly looked at the crowd before him. He slowly raised his sword, and the dazzling sword light caused many people to pale. They seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's intentions. You're offending all of us. Suddenly, all of the powerhouses roared. I have no interest in offending you, but I naturally won't let Empyrean Void Star and Dark North Demon God obtain the treasure. So, I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. If you want to blame someone, blame them. Lin Ling indifferently said as he ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. He's going to destroy the Imperial Ruler's seal. The powerhouses gnashed their teeth in anger. This junior Lin Ling was too despicable. He knew that even if he obtained the Imperial Ruler's seal, he wouldn't be able to protect the treasure. Was that why he destroyed the treasure and let everyone return empty-handed? Lin Ling. Dark North Demon God and Empyrean Void Star were the angriest. This Ant Lin Ling had ruined their plans and was too ruthless in his actions. He wanted to kill everyone. Unfortunately, their anger couldn't stop Lin Ling's sword. That sword seemed to be the most dazzling one. It was so decisive, and under countless gazes, it slashed down on the Imperial Ruler's seal. Then, as if an endless amount of Imperial fate leaked out, the Imperial Ruler's seal was split into two. The Imperial Ruler's seal was considered a precious treasure by the great Emperor Xi, so there was naturally an indescribable secret behind it. However, it wasn't as hard as everyone thought it would be. Even Lin Ling was shocked. His sword had succeeded. Crack! The shattered Imperial Ruler's seal fell from the sky and landed on the ground, turning into endless light. It was shattered. Many people felt their hearts shatter. Lin Ling was too ruthless. As for Empyrean Void Star and Empyrean Void Star, they felt as if their hearts were being torn apart by knives. The Imperial Ruler's seal was something they had found in an ancient ruin after entering the Imperial City. Moreover, they knew of the mysteries of this treasure and knew that it contained a massive amount of supernatural powers. Currently, they knew that it contained an endless amount of destiny. Anyone who obtained the Imperial Ruler's seal would be able to dominate the world. However, this dream of becoming an emperor was destroyed by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling couldn't obtain it, then they couldn't either. I'll kill you. Empyrean Void Star roared. However, the current Lin Ling was no longer a saint spirit. After reaching the transcendent realm, he didn't feel as pressured when facing Empyrean Void Star. Moreover, the rootless water hidden in his body made his will even stronger. Then come at me. A mocking voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Everyone was so angry that their faces turned red. What an arrogant junior. Woo woo. At that moment, the pitch-black vortex beside the Imperial Ruler's bone emitted a terrifying suction force. It was as if countless hands were pulling Lin Ling towards the vortex. Die. Chapter 1180. Seeing immortal water under countless gazes, Lin Ling was sucked into the vortex. However, what surprised everyone was that even in the face of death, Lin Ling's handsome face showed no fear. Instead, he revealed a proud smile. This boy's arrogance soars to the heavens. Although everyone was dissatisfied with Lin Ling, some people still admired Lin Ling's unyielding character. In the face of death, not just anyone could do this. Everything was just like Lin Ling's actions. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Even if he died, he would destroy Empyrean Void Star's treasure. Hong long long. Finally, under countless gazes, Lin Ling disappeared into the vortex. The hall fell into a rare silence. Everyone's hearts were filled with complex emotions, but they all looked towards Empyrean Void Star. It was because this person had provoked Lin Ling that they had returned empty-handed. What are you all looking at me for? Empyrean Void Star coldly shouted. He knew that everyone was angry, but in truth, he was even angrier. Lin Ling dying like this was too easy for him. Let's go. With surging anger, Empyrean Void Star could only leave. He had come here in vain today. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling had died, but Lin Ling knew that the immortal water general had entered the vortex. Thus, entering the vortex was one of his goals. Woo woo woo. Inside the vortex, everything was dark, as if they had arrived at the void. Countless ancient souls floated around. A large number of souls from the ancient war had gathered here. "Save me!" a weak voice called out in the distance. A large number of ancient souls were devouring a master. This master was the one who had been sucked into the vortex. His cultivation had reached the terrifying saint realm, but in the countless ancient soul worlds, he couldn't hold on for long and could only be slowly devoured by the ancient souls. "I'm not willing." The master also knew that he didn't have much time left. His eyes quietly turned and fell on Lin Ling in the distance. He suddenly sneered, "Junior, you're very unlucky. This old master will die with you. But that's fine, since there's someone to accompany me on the road, this old master won't be lonely." Perhaps he was the only one who was being devoured by the ancient souls, so he wanted to drag someone down with him. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Lin Ling indifferently glanced at the man. A swastika appeared in his hand, causing the ancient souls around him to not dare to approach. When the master saw the treasure Lin Ling's hand, his eyes narrowed. "Help me, as long as you help me, I can give you anything you want. I can even accept you as my disciple." "Is that so?" Lin Ling held the swastika and walked forward slowly. This old master is a man of his word. "But tell me, what treasure is that?" the man said with difficulty. There was a trace of greed in the depths of his eyes. If this junior saved him, he could also snatch the other party's treasure. Moreover, he might be able to find even rarer treasures in the depths of the vortex. After all, the most dangerous place would definitely have more valuable treasures. This old master has a large number of supreme martial arts. If you help this old master, they'll all be yours. The man tempted. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Lin Ling continued moving forward. He wasn't a greenhorn and knew how sinister people could be. "Save me." When the man saw Lin Ling still moving forward, he seemed to know that Lin Ling didn't intend to help him. He immediately panicked. At this moment, he calmed down. Although the treasure was important, his life was more important. "Previously, I had the thought of saving you. Unfortunately, you asked me what treasure I had in my hand. It seems that the treasure is more important than your life. Therefore, I'm sorry." Lin Ling coldly said. He had guessed the man's intention. He knew that if he helped the man, he wouldn't be able to suppress the man with his strength. At that time, he would be at the mercy of the man. "No." Seeing Lin Ling walking further and further away, the man let out a voice of regret. However, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him. He continued moving forward along the vortex. Soon after, he realized that the swastika in his hand was becoming dimmer. The golden paint was constantly falling off. This made Lin Ling realize that he had to increase his speed. Otherwise, once the swastika disappeared, he would undoubtedly die. Time quietly passed. Finally, at a certain moment, the swastika was left with a bit of golden light. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Was he going to die here? Sure enough, there was no free lunch in this world. The more precious a treasure was, the harder it was to obtain it. Countless cultivators have entered the star-plucking purple palace. I thought that the one who came here was a Saint Realm cultivator, or even Prince Xiaoyao from another world, but I never expected it to be you. You have an aura similar to Prince Xiaoyao's. Neither of you are from this world, but the place you came from is different. The place he came from is more mysterious, while yours seems ordinary. Unfortunately, you are not the one I am waiting for. Humph! At that moment, an ethereal voice drifted out from the void. Lin Ling stopped. He knew that the one who spoke should be the immortal water general, but it seemed that the general didn't recognize him. How do you know I am not the one you are waiting for? Lin Ling said lightly. If I say you are not, then you are not. The voice drifted out again. Is that so? Lin Ling chuckled softly. With a wave of his hand, a strand of long black hair appeared in his palm. When my hair reaches my waist, will General return? Silence. The entire void fell silent, but Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. Holding the strand of long hair in his hand, he stood there quietly until the swastika symbol on his other hand completely disappeared. Countless ancient souls flew over, wanting to devour him. Hong. At that moment, the void became bright, like a sunny day after a rainstorm. Time also seemed to freeze at this moment. Above the sky, a handsome man in armor walked down. His steps were steady, like an ancient general. He was wise and heroic, making him unforgettable, but at this moment, he was staring at Lin Ling in horror. Lin Ling was still standing in the void. His body was like a javelin, fearless. The ancient souls were only a meter away from him, but he stretched out his hand, still holding the strand of long hair, as if he wasn't afraid of the ancient souls at all. I have underestimated you. Your willpower is terrifying. You are unafraid of death. A voice of praise drifted out from the man's mouth. He knew that if he was a step slower, this little guy would have died. However, this little guy didn't panic, nor did he run for his life. He just stood there proudly, as if he knew that he would definitely appear. But what if he didn't appear? That little guy would have died. This was gambling with his life. That little guy was also a crazy existence. Compared to Prince Xiaoyao, you are indeed not bad. You are only inferior to him in terms of time. He came earlier than you. The man in white armor appeared in front of Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling meaningfully. Lin Ling smiled gently, thank you. The man shook his head. His gaze fell on the strand of long hair in Lin Ling's hand. His body trembled, and he muttered to himself, when your hair reaches your waist, I will return triumphantly. Xiao Qian, it has been 10,000 years. Can I go back now? Have you seen her? Chapter 1181. The true star-plucking violet palace, yes, she has turned into a 10,000-year mysterious jade. Lin Ling sighed softly. The man's heart trembled violently, and a teardrop fell gently from his eyes. His hands trembled, and gradually sank into his hair as he groaned in pain. The entire void was filled with his cries, and it was heart-wrenching. He was a general. Even when facing the invasion of the demon god, he did not frown. Even when guarding the treasure for 10,000 years, he had no regrets. However, at this moment, he was crying like a child. Lin Ling stood quietly, and his heart felt as if it had been shattered. At this moment, his pursuit of strength was even more determined. Because he was not strong enough, he was invaded by foreign enemies. Because he was not strong enough, he could not dominate everything and let his loved ones die in the long river of history. He, Lin Ling, would never let this happen. Senior, you should go back and see her. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling's voice lowered, interrupting the immortal water general's thoughts. The immortal water general finally raised his head slowly. His handsome face was still stained with tears, but at this moment, he smiled. Yes, she has waited for me for 10,000 years. It's time for me to accompany her for 10,000 years. You are qualified to take the treasure of the previous emperor. Rumble. Rumble. Along with his voice, the sky was filled with multicolored light, and an ancient jade pagoda floated down. This pagoda was like a divine king from the 9 heavens, and it emitted a majestic aura that made people bow down in worship. This is the star-plucking violet palace. Sigh. Looking at the jade pagoda in awe, the immortal water general said solemnly. Staring at the giant pagoda in the sky, Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. The star-plucking violet palace was that mysterious pagoda. This pagoda was left behind by the Emperor Qi of the star-plucking great emperor in his lifetime. It allowed him to become an emperor. The immortal water general faced the giant pagoda in the sky and knelt down on one knee, as if he was looking at the star-plucking great emperor in the past. Lin Ling stood there quietly, and his heart was filled with excitement. Becoming an emperor. In ancient times, there were only 4 big countries in Xianping province, and the star-plucking country was one of them. This pagoda could allow one to become an emperor, which was the existence of the 4 human sovereigns of ancient times. This was a height that ordinary people could never imagine. "Can I have it?" murmured Lin Ling. "You only have the chance to become an emperor, but whether or not you can obtain the approval of the Purple Palace will depend on your luck." The immortal water great general raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. "Do you want to accept the emperor's inheritance?" "Yes." Without God, immortal water general, immortal water general, immortal water general, immortal great emperor, immortal. Only those with a true emperor's destiny can obtain the great emperor's inheritance. If you succeed, you will definitely become one of the 4 ancient great emperors. If you fail, you will disappear in the long river of history and become a speck of dust. Immortal and immortal. Immortal, and the was immortal you. After the giant emerald tower enveloped his body, Lin Ling heard the immortal water great general's words. Then, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Rumble. As the pagoda came crashing down, it was like the palm of an ancient emperor. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He discovered that he couldn't move at all, that he couldn't resist at all. When the pagoda came crashing down on his head, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his body felt like they had been shattered, and he was finally suppressed by the pagoda. This boy has fulfilled my wish and changed my opinion of him. Unfortunately, fate is fate. Even though I gave him a chance, he still can't become an emperor realm master. Sure enough, only Prince Xiaoyao is qualified to become an emperor realm master here. The immortal water great general shook his head as he watched the scene unfold. He was not surprised at all. In truth, he had not been optimistic about Lin Ling because he felt that Lin Ling would not succeed in the end. However, Lin Ling had helped him, so he had given him a chance. Looks like I still have to wait for the arrival of Prince Xiaoyao. The immortal water general took a step and slowly left. However, after taking a few steps, his eyes narrowed. Emperor realm isn't my goal. You may be the Emperor Realm Master's inheritance, but you're not my limit. A firm voice came from the front. The young man who was suppressed by the pagoda was now holding the pagoda with both hands. He stood up step by step. His handsome face was filled with madness, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and will. This was an unyielding will. It was as if the young man wasn't satisfied with obtaining the Emperor Realm Master's inheritance. Emperor Realm Master wasn't the young man's ultimate goal. The ancient Emperor Realm Master and the brilliant heavenly might were just that in the young man's heart. How is this possible? The immortal water general's face stiffened. Lin Ling seemed to have passed the first emperor's trial. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling lifted the giant emerald pagoda. Endless light bloomed from the pagoda. Finally, the brilliant heavenly might disappeared. At the same time, an old voice drifted out from the void, the body of the celestial demon overlord, the power of one universe. Pass. Lin Ling passed the first emperor's trial. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling lifted the giant emerald pagoda. Endless light bloomed from the pagoda. Finally, the brilliant heavenly might disappeared. At the same time, an old voice drifted out from the void, the body of the celestial demon overlord, the power of one universe. Pass. Lin Ling passed the first emperor's trial. He really passed. The immortal water general shuddered. One had to know that the emperor's trial was divided into two parts. The first part was the physical body test. To reach the standard, one had to have a physical body strength of 1 billion, which was the power of one universe. He knew that since ancient times, very few people had cultivated their physical body to such a level. Most martial artists cultivated their spiritual yuan and gave up on their physical body. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had cultivated his physical body to the power of one universe. This was terrifying. If he cultivates his soul power to the 10th level, then he might succeed. The immortal water general suddenly looked forward to it. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Ling Rumble. At the same time, the giant emerald pagoda shone with the light of a treasure. It was like the light from the Jianghu palace in Daluo heaven. This was the might of the heavens. Ordinary people's soul power is at the first level. Martial artists' soul power is at the 2nd to 3rd level. Some geniuses with powerful soul power can reach the 5th to 7th level. I hope you can reach the 10th level. The immortal water general said nervously. Rumble. At this moment, the light of the treasure enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. He could feel that the sacred light was trying to destroy his soul. This made him understand that the emperor's trial did not look at cultivation, but the physical body and soul. Perhaps this was the path of the ancient martial artists. Come on. With a loud roar, Lin Ling looked at the sky with determination. The eye of time also quietly appeared. However, the light of the treasure enveloped him, but Lin Ling was still standing proudly, as if he was not affected at all. This made the immortal water general's heart tremble violently. Lin Ling's soul did not dissipate. His soul power had also passed the trial. This little guy had hidden so deeply. Not only his physical body, but even his soul power was so terrifying. Soul power, level 32. Pass. Chapter 1182. Cultivating an emperor's purple palace, he passed. The immortal water great general stared at Lin Ling. He didn't expect that Lin Ling's soul force would not only pass, but also surpass it by a large margin, reaching the terrifying 32nd order. This little guy was indeed hiding a secret that even he didn't know about. The tower has recognized its master. Lin Ling, you can go in now. The immortal water great general let out a sigh of relief as an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have been freed. After waiting for 10,000 years, he had finally met the emperor's successor. Did I succeed? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Did he succeed? And you succeeded. The immortal water great general smiled. He seemed to be even happier than Lin Ling, which allowed Lin Ling to finally confirm that he had obtained the star-plucking purple palace. Then, Lin Ling heard the immortal water great general's voice, "Thank you. You have allowed me to complete my mission. I can leave now." After speaking, he strode away as if he was leaving the world of ancient souls. The path of departure is just ahead. You should familiarize yourself with the star-plucking purple palace. As for me, it's time for me to go back. Thank you. The voice came from the void. After guarding the Emperor artifact for 10,000 years, he had finally completed his mission and could go back to see Xiao. Lin Ling smiled gently. When your hair reaches your waist, I will return triumphantly. Xiao, he is back. He had promised Xiao before that he would let the immortal water great general go home, and now, he had done it. This made him extremely happy. Then, Lin Ling's gaze fell on the jade tower, then he pushed open the door and entered. The inside of the pagoda was completely silent. Dense spiritual energy permeated the air. What surprised Lin Ling was that the inside of the pagoda was a world of its own. There were mountains and rivers, and the sky was blue. There were even birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers all around. It made Lin Ling feel as if he had entered a fairyland. Your Majesty. At this moment, a respectful voice came. In the mountains and rivers, a kind old man walked quickly to Lin Ling, then knelt on one knee. Congratulations on your return, your majesty. This old man wore a purple gauze robe embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, as if he was an official of the star-plucking nation. He wore a crown on his head, and his every move was full of etiquette. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Who was this person? Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The old man said respectfully, Your Majesty, you've passed the great monarch Zhai Xing's test and accepted the monarch horoscope. Your Majesty. Lin Ling took a deep breath. He somewhat understood who this old man was. This old man should be the soul of the star-plucking purple mansion. He was also a subordinate of the star-plucking great emperor in the past. He was the one who was waiting here to obtain the mandate of heaven. I wouldn't dare. The old man was still in awe. It was as if he was naturally afraid of Lin Ling. Your Majesty, stand up. Lin Ling said again. The old man finally stood up, but he bowed, not daring to look at Lin Ling. Tell me more about this place. Lin Ling didn't have time to care about the old man's etiquette. This pagoda is used to nurture Emperor realm experts. There are countless treasures in the pagoda, and it is divided into 9 floors. If you can reach the 9th floor, you will become an Emperor realm expert, and your name will be passed down through the ages. The old man said slowly, however, if you want to reach a higher level, your physical body and soul must meet the requirements. Your Majesty's current soul force has reached the 32nd order, and you are qualified to enter the 3rd floor, but your physical body only has the strength of 1 universe, which is why your Majesty can't enter the 2nd floor. Your Majesty. So, if my physical body reaches the strength of 2 universes, I can enter the 2nd floor. Your Majesty. Lin Ling understood a little. The so-called power of 1 universe should be the physical strength of 1 billion, which was the awakening of 1 million small worlds. As for his soul power, he was currently at level 32. He had already met the requirements, but his physical body had not yet met the requirements. Exactly. Your Majesty. The old man nodded. What's in the 1st floor? How to reach the strength of 2 universes? Lin Ling asked. The 1st floor is the palace of thousands of martial arts. As for how to reach the strength of 2 universes, your Majesty can cultivate the body of the godly demon overlord, which is divided into 9 levels. The old man said. Then, in the sky, a golden imperial edict descended, as if it was a heavenly book. Lin Ling looked at it. Godly demon overlord body. 1st level, uprooting the heavens with the strength of 1 universe, it can instantly erupt with the strength of 1 universe, forming an attack with the power to uproot mountains and rivers. It can be used on battle spears, axes, and swords. 2nd level, unstoppable edge with the strength of 2 universes, the strength of the physical body explodes, and the physical attack can sweep away 1,000 soldiers. 3rd level, swallowing mountains and rivers. Not only the attack, even the defense has reached a terrifying level, swallowing the air and merging the mountains and rivers. 4th level, smokes the heavens and earth. 5th level, uprooting the heavens and lifting the cauldron. 6th level, wind lightning strike. In the heavenly book, the explanation was extremely detailed. This was an ancient physical body cultivation method, as well as an attack method. If combined with spiritual qi attack and martial Dao comprehension, the power can be doubled. In the ancient era, when the great emperor was still a prince, he didn't use any martial profound, extreme martial arts, or spiritual qi attack. With this cultivation method, he could kill a group of heroes. This was a different kind of martial cultivation path. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. It was indeed very powerful. When the great emperor was young, his dantian was destroyed, and he didn't have any cultivation, but he still cultivated his physical body and walked out of the world. I've reached the 1st level, uprooting heaven. Yes. Lin Ling unsheathed the Tyrant Song's sword and slowly brandished it. In his mind, he thought about the cultivation method of the celestial demon overlord emperor body. He suddenly realized that his every move was filled with explosive power, and it was even stronger than his usual physical attacks. The power of this emperor-level cultivation method was that every move he made contained his full strength. One must know that Lin Ling had 1 billion points of strength, but it didn't mean that he could erupt with 1 billion points of strength at any time. Sometimes, his sword only had 8 or 900 million points of strength. But now, Lin Ling could achieve 1 billion points of strength in every sword attack, which obviously greatly increased his attack power. As for the strongest killing move of the first level, Earth Uprooting Heavens, it doubled the power of Lin Ling's final strike. It surpassed the power of the Profound of Righteousness and was even stronger than the initial success of an extreme martial art. If the first level was so powerful, the second level would be even more powerful. This is an sovereign level physical body cultivation method. It can swallow gold and devour stones to increase one's realm. His Majesty once swallowed a black refining mountain. The old man explained. Lin Ling nodded. The cultivation of this cultivation method must consume even more cultivation resources. As for the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, it is the place to cultivate the foundation of the Emperor realm. The martial arts there are as vast as the sea. The old man said. Are there any treasures? Lin Ling asked. There are many treasures, but with His Majesty's strength, you can take His Majesty's armor. This armor has great defense. In the past, when His Majesty was still a prince, this armor helped him a lot. The old man said respectfully. Lin Ling nodded and strode forward. Take out the martial arts that I can use now. Profound and extreme marks. Your humble servant obeys. The old man waved his right hand and a large number of imperial edicts floated down from the sky. They were all martial arts collected by star-picking nation's royal family. Chapter 1183. 1 year of bitter cultivation, Your Majesty, this is the profound meaning and extreme pattern foundation martial arts. Back then, the previous emperor used a year to comprehend, and see through it. The old man explained from the side. He was like a grand tutor, guiding Lin Ling. Since you are the soul of the Purple Mansion, I will call you Old Z. Lin Ling was still looking at the heavenly book path. He then waved his right hand and finished reading the heavenly book martial art in his hand. Your Majesty, you finished reading it. Old Z's pupils constricted. He said in disbelief, that is the 9 heavens heavenly king's spear. It doesn't cultivate profound, it only cultivates extreme martial art. I am good at using swords, so I use swords instead of spears. Lin Ling said indifferently. The big sword in his hand turned into a long spear. It was as if it was galloping among thousands of soldiers and horses, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. The sword was like an ocean as it fiercely slashed out. Rumble. The extreme martial arts aura appeared. It was the Heavenly King's spear's aura. It cut down dozens of mountains in front of it. Your Majesty, although this sword has not reached the small success stage of extreme martial art, it has touched the threshold of extreme martial art. Your Majesty only used a short time to comprehend it. You are a monster. Old Z sucked in a breath of cold air as if he couldn't see through Lin Ling. He quickly knelt down and said, this humble subject knows his mistake. I shouldn't have called Your Majesty a monster. He had blurted out in surprise earlier, which was why he compared Lin Ling to a monster. Get up. There is no need for such a grand ceremony between us. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. Old Z was good at everything, but he was too serious. Every action of his carried the etiquette of the imperial family, which made Lin Ling somewhat uncomfortable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Old Z quickly stood up and looked at Lin Ling with reverence. Lin Ling's martial arts talent was too terrifying. Next one. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and another heavenly book floated down. His eyes of time appeared, and he began to comprehend the martial arts. In reality, this wasn't because Lin Ling was a freak, but because Lin Ling's eye of time was heaven-defying. So long as he could see a martial technique before his eyes, then he would be able to find its flaws, and calmly deduce it in his mind before gradually learning it. Of course, there were too many martial techniques here, and it was impossible for Lin Ling to learn all of them. He only wanted to broaden his horizons and allow his grand momentum of fire to attain the mastery realm. Currently, Lin Ling's ardent sea-blazing flame was only at the initial success stage of the extreme pattern martial art. However, he could use other martial arts to reach the great success stage. Just like that, Lin Ling stood in the midst of the mountains and rivers as he slowly cultivated. Beside him, Elder Z would occasionally give him pointers. Time slowly passed, and a year had quietly passed. Your Majesty, please head to the Thunder Gorge. Your Majesty can cultivate your eyesight there. Rumble. Within a thunder gorge in the Purple Mansion, lightning fell from the sky like rain. Its speed was extremely fast, and within the lightning, Lin Ling was brandishing his sword. Every time he swung his sword, he would cut down a bolt of lightning. This kind of training could increase Lin Ling's comprehension of the sword, allowing him to reach the heart resonance realm. One had to know that Lin Ling currently possessed the power of a universe, and the greater the power, the harder it was to control it. Therefore, Lin Ling had to learn how to control his sword. For example, the final stage of the fiend god overlord body, heaven uprooting, required him to gather all his power at the sword tip. For powerful warriors, it was easy to move mountains and fill seas, but it was very difficult to suppress the power at the sword tip. Chi. Wherever the sword passed, the sword tip would pierce through the lightning. Around the gorge, not a single rock was blasted apart by the power. This also showed Lin Ling's control over his power. Your Majesty, you can challenge the Undying Flame Emperor. If you win, you can obtain the Emperor Refined Armor. As Lin Ling's strength continued to increase, Elder Z reminded him again. Challenge. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anticipation as he followed Elder Z forward. Soon, he saw an old man wearing red armor on top of a mountain peak. The old man's temperament was like fire, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. His face immediately revealed a respectful expression. Greetings, Your Majesty. This is a remnant soul of the Undying Flame Emperor. His strength will be suppressed to the same level as Your Majesty. If Your Majesty succeeds in the challenge, you can obtain this remnant soul and raise your soul power by 1 level. Elder Z reminded him. Interesting. Lin Ling stomped his foot and leaped onto the mountain peak. The fiend god overlord body appeared, causing the tyrannical Song sword chi to surge. Currently, he didn't need to use overwhelming righteousness anymore. With his body and sword, he didn't need to fear any second stage transcendence. Undying heaven burning palm. Sky crossing sea sword. Rumble. On top of the mountain peak, the two experts clashed. From the mountain peak to the ground, then to the sea, and finally to the sky. As for Lin Ling, he had comprehended a large amount of martial arts and could control his sword according to his heart. Any sword attack was a powerful martial art. Adding on the strength of the universe, it was extremely terrifying. Sky crossing earth. In the end, Lin Ling's sharpest sword slashed out like a heavenly sword. Boom! The Undying Flame Emperor was killed in one slash and turned into a remnant soul that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's soul power increased once again, which made Lin Ling smile. Soul power was the most difficult thing to increase, and increasing it by 1 level would bring him many benefits. Not only would his soul attack become stronger, he would also have the qualifications to enter the second stage of the Violet Palace realm. Congratulations, Your Majesty. In a short year, your strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Elder Z kneeled on one knee. Let the transcendent third stage undying flame emperor come out. Lin Ling smiled. After coming in contact with the Violet Palace realm, he was more familiar with it. This place was very mysterious, and there were many treasures and benefits. Moreover, the time here was different from the outside world. A day in the outside world was a year here. Greetings, Your Majesty. The transcendent third stage undying flame emperor appeared. He was like a flame god with a powerful aura. In the outside world, no transcendent third stage undying flame emperor would be his opponent. Fight! Lin Ling raised his sword. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He had a sword in his right hand and a flame in his left. Cloud-piercing 12 swords. As usual, he used his sword first. Any martial art that landed on Lin Ling's sword would immediately become a powerful sword move. Although it wasn't a transcendent martial art, its power was vast. His attainments in sword Dao were extremely terrifying. Flame Tree Silver Flower. Boom! The transcendent third stage undying flame emperor was even more powerful. The battle between the two lasted for 3 months. Rumble. The world was in a mess. In the end, Lin Ling's face was pale. His physical strength, spiritual yuan, and even soul power had been greatly consumed. However, the result of the tough battle was obvious. The rootless water that had been hidden in Lin Ling's body had been completely consumed, allowing Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique to increase again. He had awakened a total of 1.8 million small worlds and was one step closer to the power of 2 universes. Fighting the undying flame emperor, my fire aura has become clearer. Ha! After recovering for a while, Lin Ling raised his left hand high. Countless oceans appeared on his palm. They were tranquil and sacred. It was as if the world couldn't hear anything. The ocean water condensed and gradually turned into a 100-meter wide ocean lotus. Lotus. In the past, when Lin Ling's fire attribute comprehension increased greatly, he condensed flames into a lotus. Today, he did it again. However, today's lotus was even more terrifying. At this moment, Lin Ling slightly closed his eyes. He seemed to be able to hear the sound of the ocean and also the breathing of the earth fire. One must know that in the past, he had only comprehended mortal fire. But now, he was in the initial stages of comprehending earth fire. Ocean boiling flower. Sea boiling flower. Chapter 1184. Lin Ling was already dead. Your Majesty, you've won. The undying Fire King revealed a trace of a smile, but in the end, he was submerged by the terrifying sea lotus. At this moment, the seawater also began to boil, but in reality, the seawater was surging flames that could destroy the heavens and earth. Xiao! A wisp of remnant soul floated towards Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling's soul force to reach the 34th level. Soul Sealing Seal. Soon after, 3 ancient characters appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, and he heavily slapped them. In an instant, a formless soul halo appeared and burst out, shattering the souls of all living beings within 1,000 miles. Even Violet Elder's body trembled, then he respectfully saluted, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your soul force, physical body, and fire force have all increased." Yes. That's right, the current Lin Ling was even more perfect. His soul force had reached the 34th level, his physical body was close to the strength of 2 universes, and his fire force had reached the large success stage. This was the sea boiling flower. This also meant that Lin Ling's extreme martial arts had increased once again. It's been more than a year. If my strength still hasn't increased, then I won't have the qualifications to obtain the Violet Palace. Yes. Lin Ling sat down on the ground and looked into the distance with a trace of a smile on his face. His cultivation realm hadn't increased, but his strength had doubled. Currently, it would be easy for him to take the hero token test. Empyrean Void Star, my strength is one step closer to yours. Yes. In his eyes, raging flames blossomed. Lin Ling's confidence grew. The Violet Palace was worthy of being an existence that nurtured sovereigns. At the same time, a black ray of light shot over and landed on Lin Ling's body, wrapping him up and turning into a dazzling pitch-black armor. It was the sovereign refined armor. Clearly, Lin Ling had defeated 2 undying Fire Kings consecutively, and the Violet Palace had given him a reward. This armor is a heavenly soldier. Sensing the armor, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His Tyrant Song sword was a king-tier saint weapon, but this armor was actually a celestial weapon. It could withstand the attack of a transcendent 6th-stage expert, and even when it collapsed, it could withstand the attack of a transcendent 7th-stage expert. This was too heaven-defying. Most importantly, this armor was the armor that the previous emperor had used when he was young. Your Majesty, this armor was refined by the late emperor himself. If your Majesty wants to refine it, there is a special refining place in the Purple Mansion, said Mr. Z as he walked over. As an emperor, apart from being well-read, he also had to be familiar with the art of war, cultivation, alchemy, and forging. Therefore, the Z government had everything. I'll put it aside for now. When I need money, I'll refine treasures and sell them, said Lin Ling with a smile. The Z government had everything, treasures, martial arts and so on. The only thing they lacked was cultivation resources. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have already reached Transcendent 3rd stage in this 1 year. And because of the lack of cultivation resources, Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique couldn't reach the strength of 2 universes. It's time to leave. Standing up, Lin Ling looked into the distance. Thinking back to the past 1 year, he had been cultivating and cultivating. Time really passed quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Yu Yun and the others, Lin Ling really wanted to raise his strength to another level before leaving. All right, nodded Mr. Z. He waved his right hand and a black vortex appeared in front of him. Lin Ling smiled and walked towards the vortex. 1 year in the Z government was only a little more than a day in the outside world. At the same time, an ancient voice echoed in the void, "This place is about to collapse. All the continents will turn into ashes. Everyone, leave this place immediately. I am the Immortal Water General." Immortal Water General. On the continents in the void, the crowd was shocked. The Immortal Water General actually didn't die. And this place was about to collapse. Everyone hesitated for a moment before looking for a way to leave. A huge black vortex appeared in the void. It was the way to leave. At the same time, the smaller continents began to shatter, as if their spiritual chi had been exhausted. At this moment, everyone in the star-plucking imperial city left one after another. However, many of them were satisfied because they had obtained great benefits in the imperial city. It's enough. I obtained a low-level heavenly soldier. I obtained a broken extreme mark martial art. Heavenly melody flower. That's great. With this flower, I won't be afraid of any ice-attributed martial artist from now on. Of course, there were some people who were still unwilling. Previously, I saw the Immortal Water General guarding the most precious treasure in the ruins. And now, he seems to have completed his mission. This means that the treasure has been obtained by someone else. Who is it? Unfettered Prince had obtained an ancient inheritance, but he knew that the more precious thing had been obtained by someone else. It seems like this world is still very fair. The treasure hasn't been obtained by us strong people. I'm afraid it has been obtained by someone weak. Lord Shu Wu of the Black-White Dao Palace was stunned for a moment and then helplessly shook his head. He was also very curious as to who had obtained the most precious treasure. If I find out who stole the most precious treasure, I will definitely kill him and snatch his treasure. The various experts shouted angrily. However, they didn't know who had obtained the treasure and could only helplessly leave. A day later, in the same fairyland-like water region, a large number of figures appeared in the vortex and gathered there. These experts were all waiting for their disciples. Lin Ling, this person killed many of our people and stole many treasures. Venerable Sea Calming, Lin Ling is so arrogant. Shouldn't you give an explanation? In the first and second continents, Lin Ling's name had shaken Xianping province. Therefore, after everyone came out, they immediately settled the score. In the star-picking Violet Mansion, killing people is a common occurrence. However, this Lin Ling has angered so many forces. Who is he? Why is he so bold? Many people looked at the angry experts and sucked in a breath of cold air. They also remembered the name Lin Ling in their hearts. He used tricks to steal everyone's treasures. He's nothing in terms of strength. The disciples of the various experts snorted coldly. In fact, they didn't know how powerful Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling had angered everyone and obtained many benefits. Naturally, they wanted to take advantage of him. Therefore, many experts looked at Venerable Sea Calming. At this moment, Venerable Sea Calming had already come out with Yuman and the others. They didn't expect Lin Ling to become so famous in Xianping province. These people are so hateful. We obtained the treasures and they came to rob us. Then, they were killed. Now, they are blaming everything on Lin Ling. Yuman said angrily. Venerable Sea Calming looked at the crowd and frowned. Someone is spreading rumors and making Lin Ling the enemy of all the experts. After all, it's normal to kill and steal treasures in the Violet Mansion. But why are they targeting Lin Ling? It's her. Sakura looked at Nanping in the distance. At this moment, Nanping seemed to have suffered a great grievance. She was talking to the others. Since she started, the others naturally spread the rumors. What a bitch. I really want to kill her with my sword. Lai Qing also frowned. Lin Ling's situation was getting worse. Don't look for him. He's already dead. Chapter 1185. The returning Lin Ling, Empyrean Void Star, how can you be so sure? Some experts wanted to seek justice for their disciples, so they couldn't help but ask. In truth, they were curious about the treasures Lin Ling had obtained. It was said that Lin Ling had obtained many treasures, including Buddhist treasures. We can all prove it. Dark North Demon God and the other experts said. Lin Ling had destroyed their imperial jade seal and died in the whirlpool. This matter was obvious to all, so they didn't hide it. Serves him right. He can survive a heavenly disaster, but he can't survive a self-inflicted disaster. Dark North Demon God gloated. Alright, that boy is dead. Let bygones be bygones. At this time, the Black-White Dao Palace's palace master, Shui Wu, who had been silent all this time, said. He was also surprised that Lin Ling had provoked so many people. There were people from the Kun Hall and even the Qian Hall. After he spoke, the experts still had to give him face. After all, Shui Wu was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Thus, many people snorted and slowly left. They cursed in their hearts that it was a pity that they couldn't obtain Lin Ling's treasures. Lin Ling is dead. How is this possible? Yuman seemed to have lost her soul, and her beautiful eyes were moist. Impossible. Sakura also couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. However, the facts told him that the words of the Void Star Divine Palace's experts were most likely true. After all, with Lin Ling's strength, if he met an expert like Empyrean Void Star, only death would await him. Let's go back. Lin Ling's family is still here. I will take them to the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. At least we can understand his worries. Venerable Si Kongming looked at the sky, his face filled with vicissitudes and helplessness. Although he had only known Lin Ling for a short time, Lin Ling's potential was extraordinary. Moreover, they had a good relationship. He couldn't believe that Lin Ling was dead. However, he also knew that Lin Ling was most likely dead. Dream clouds, you have to be strong. Lin Ling's grandfather and family are all waiting for you. Venerable Si Kongming then looked at Yu Munyun. He made Yu Munyun suppress her sadness and nodded. Then, everyone left one after another. They went to the island in the rainforest to take away all the members of the Fire Ancient clan. He really got off easy. Nan Ping's eyes were filled with coldness. Lin Ling had actually died. She was extremely disappointed. If he hadn't died, she would have liked to see Lin Ling being punished by the crowd. As for the other prodigies, they sneered. If Lin Ling wasn't dead, they wanted to see how powerful this junior was. Unfortunately, this cowardly Lin Ling would rather die in star-picking kingdom than let them show off their might and vent their anger. A vortex appeared in the sky, and a slender figure slowly walked out. He was wearing a long black robe and had a huge black sword on his back. After walking out of the vortex, his clear eyes looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. There was a faint vicissitude and depth in the depths of his eyes. A year of bitter cultivation was like a fleeting cloud. He was already 22 years old. If this age was placed in the previous world, he would still be considered a teenager. He would still have the frivolity, happiness, and hard work of youth. However, in this world, he had already experienced a lot at 22 years old. Nobles, generals, and ministers are all born with guts. The Purple Mansion nurtures venerable sovereigns, but how can a person be born with the fate of a venerable sovereign? The young man changed into a clean blue robe and tied his long hair behind his head. He looked more spirited, less cold, and more amiable, as if he was a scholar. If it wasn't for the huge black sword on his back, no one would have thought that this handsome and refined young man was a warrior. The Purple Mansion is in my chest, and I can go in at any time. Let little flame cultivate inside. I currently lack cultivation resources, and it is difficult for my god-demon overlord body to improve. A flagon of wine appeared in the young man's hand. He walked along the mountain range, and a vast sea appeared in front of him. The sea breeze made one feel relaxed and happy. This trip to the Zifu Palace has shown me just how vast the Xianping Great Territory is. There are 7 human sovereigns, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Qian and Kuan palaces, the 10 halls of Langia and the 10 halls of Carefree. There are so many heroes, and heroes. I wonder what level Celestial Venerable Void Star belongs to. Currently, I have hopes of surpassing him, but I need some time. The battle hasn't stopped. Whether I win or lose, at least I tried. Drinking wine, the young man stepped on the soft sand. At this moment, he seemed to have become a member of the crowd. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from behind him. A giant water crocodile turtle swam out of the water. It was 10 meters long, and its shell was full of barbs. Its head was extremely ferocious. This kind of monster was extremely terrifying. Not only did it devour living creatures, but it also frequently jumped out of the sea to kill the humans on the shore. Be careful. At the same time, a large number of panicked voices sounded. Sister, run. At the edge of the beach, a large number of figures were running along the sand. Behind them was the giant water crocodile turtle. These people were obviously very unlucky. They passed by this place and encountered a terrifying monster. The people in front, run faster. Among the escaping people, a 17-year-old girl held a long sword and fought with the giant water crocodile turtle from time to time. Her sword was like the spring rain, colorful and colorful. Unfortunately, the giant water crocodile turtle's shell was indestructible, so she could only buy time and could not kill the monster. With the girl holding back the turtle, the crowd fled along the beach. On the way, they passed by Lin Ling. "Are you stupid? There is a man-eating turtle behind you. If you don't run, you will die." Many people looked at Lin Ling in surprise. This scholarly young man was drinking while walking. Could it be that he was drunk? Did he not see the monster behind him? "After a year of hard training, I wanted to relax, but I have to fight as soon as I come out." In this world, fighting is the main theme. Lin Ling smiled and continued to walk forward slowly. The crowd's pupils constricted. This guy was probably really drunk. "Run! What are you doing? I can't hold them off for long." Behind them, the young girl could no longer reach the gigantic water crocodile turtle. She also ran along the beach. Behind her, the gigantic turtle that was as big as a small mountain was also running over. Its cold eyes were filled with bloodlust and brutality. The crowd had already escaped to the front. Their eyes fell on Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still moving forward slowly. "Crazy!" Many people gasped. Even the girl's beautiful eyes narrowed. She wanted to help him, but it seemed that it was too late. "Sister, we can't help him. Let's run." Beside the girl, there was a 15-year-old boy. He helplessly shook his head. "Roar!" Just then, the giant tortoise leaped high into the air. Although it looked like a tortoise, its speed was no less than that of an agile leopard. It pounced on Lin Ling from mid-air, its claws gleaming coldly. There was no doubt that one claw could tear Lin Ling into pieces. "He is dead." Chapter 1186. In the territory of the South Pole Immortal Ping at this moment, Lin Ling's left hand formed a finger. Without even looking behind him, he shot it out. That finger looked very ordinary, and its power was not even strong. However, when the finger hit the head of the giant tortoise in mid-air, it immediately froze the giant tortoise in mid-air. Then, with a rumble, its entire body exploded and fell from the sky. Its blood splattered on Lin Ling's left hand, staining his blue robe with blood. "It seems like I'll have to change my clothes again." Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Ling walked towards the beach and squatted down to wash the blood off his hand. He killed the giant turtle with a single move. That beast is comparable to a peak Holy Spirit realm cultivator. The crowd was silent as they looked at the youth in front of them in disbelief. So powerful. His attack didn't seem very powerful, but the effect is so terrifying. The young girl gasped. She couldn't see how Lin Ling killed the giant turtle. After all, she saw that the finger didn't seem to contain much spiritual energy. Then, the crowd walked towards Lin Ling. Only when they were sure that the demonic beast was dead did they relax. "How did you do it?" The young girl looked at Lin Ling, who was washing his hands. "Big brother, you were so powerful before." The young boy's eyes were filled with admiration. "Your previous attack also had a chance to kill it. However, the sword was a little lower and the power was a little more restrained. As long as your finger hit the giant turtle's forehead, it would have been killed." Lin Ling was still washing his hands as he spoke indifferently. "Is that so?" The young girl immediately recalled and seemed to have understood something. The bottleneck of her 4-season spring rain sword seemed to have been resolved at this moment. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward after washing his hands. Actually, when the demon beast pounced at him earlier, Lin Ling was entirely capable of killing it with a single strike of his sword. But after bitterly cultivating in the Violet Palace realm, his control towards strength and skill had reached the point of perfection, so he'd used the least amount of strength to annihilate the demon beast. On the path of martial arts, strength wasn't the most important thing. On the contrary, using the least amount of strength to kill the enemy was the most important thing. "Wait for me." When the young girl saw Lin Ling leave, she hurriedly chased after Lin Ling with her brother. "Are you at the Saint Spirit realm? I've never seen such a miraculous martial artist like you. Your previous finger was very ordinary, but the effect was very good. What's your name?" After catching up to Lin Ling, the young man impatiently asked before the young girl could even speak. His face was filled with respect. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and said indifferently, "When you perform the same action 10,000 times, you can do it too." 10,000 times. The young man and young woman looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder this scholarly young man was so powerful. It turned out that everything he had was obtained through bitter cultivation. "Right, where is this place?" Lin Ling took a sip of wine. Right now, he wanted to return to Sky Tomb City to find Yuman. He knew that if he found Yuman, he would definitely be able to find the people from the Fire Ancient clan. This is the south of Xianping province, the Antarctic Sea area. The young girl smiled and said, "If you want to leave, you have to go to Heiko City, which is 10,000 miles away. There is a teleportation array there, but the price is very expensive. You have to pay a lot of primordial stones each time." Heiko City. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After leaving the 6 sacred regions, the only place he had been to was Sky Tomb City. He was really not familiar with Xianping province. "How about we take you there?" The young girl volunteered. She also wanted to repay Lin Ling for saving her life. "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled happily. He pondered for a moment and decided to teach the young girl and the young man a set of martial arts. Currently, he was poor, but he had a lot of martial arts and other treasures. "Sister, have you forgotten that you are getting married tomorrow?" However, the young man said sadly. The young girl bit her red lips. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness. She whispered, "How about the day after tomorrow? After I get married, I will take you to Heiko City. After all, the people from the Antarctic celestial canopy are not to be trifled with. So, we can't neglect them." Antarctic celestial canopy. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was the south of Xianping province. No wonder it was a place belonging to the Antarctic celestial canopy. "You don't want to get married?" Lin Ling looked at the young girl and said. The young girl wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Ling also knew the answer in his heart. The young girl obviously did not want to get married, but because of the strength of the Antarctic celestial canopy, she had no choice but to agree. Then, Lin Ling looked at the sky and sighed in his heart. No matter where it was, the weak would never have the right to choose. They were like lambs that were dominated by the strong. So, it was better to be a butcher than a lamb. "It's okay, I can wait," Lin Ling said indifferently. "Okay, I will take you to our village." The young girl quickly recovered and said with a smile. There was a quiet mountain village by the sea. The people here had been practicing martial arts since young. Lin Ling was warmly received by the villagers because he had saved many people before. Through contact, Lin Ling also knew that the young girl's name was xianxia. She was the daughter of the village chief of Heisher. 3 months ago, xianxia met a disciple of the Antarctic celestial canopy. The disciple fell in love with xianxia at first sight. So, he wanted to take xianxia as his 9th concubine. Regardless of whether xianxia agreed or not, he was going to marry her today. Of course, at the sea, the Antarctic celestial canopy was like a huge monster. No one dared to provoke it. So, xianxia had no right to refuse. If she refused, the whole village would suffer. The 9th concubine. Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. That disciple should be quite young, but he already had 9 concubines. And those wives must have been snatched. The night was silent. At dawn the next day, the whole xianxia village was bustling with noise. Today was the day of xianxia's marriage. However, although the village seemed lively, many people had bitter smiles on their faces. They didn't agree to this marriage, but they had to pretend to agree. This kind of helplessness, only they knew. We're here, it's here. Here. At noon, 3 figures slowly appeared. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was wearing a blue dress, like a fairy in the sea. However, she didn't enter the village, as if she disdained to do so. Instead, she was talking to another handsome man. Only a young boy of about 16 years old proudly walked into xianxia village. But the moment he stepped into the mountain village, his face became ugly. Today is this young master's wedding. Are you going to be so negligent? Yes. Although the wedding was very grand, it obviously didn't meet the young boy's standards. It wasn't luxurious enough, not ostentatious enough. This bastard. The people of xianxia village secretly clenched their fists. They originally didn't want xianxia to marry that young boy, but they feared the prestige of the Antarctic celestial canopy. So, they had no choice but to comply with the other party's wishes. However, they had spent so much effort to arrange the wedding, but the other party actually thought that it was too simple and was angry. Chapter 1187. Let me teach you how to behave, don't go too far. Xianxia walked out from the crowd and shouted. That young man was going too far. Alright, you're not even married yet and you're already so impudent. I'm your husband and you dare to scold your husband. Do you know what a woman is? The young man stepped forward and looked at xianxia coldly. He raised his hand and slapped her. Xianxia's eyes widened. She said stubbornly, I've never liked you. You wanted to marry me, but for the sake of Ocean Stone Village, I agreed. But you actually said that the wedding ceremony wasn't grand enough. Shouldn't you be the one doing it? You said that I don't know what a woman is, but do you know how to behave? You're rebelling. The young man's face turned pale. Xianxia actually dared to refute him. He was the disciple of the South Pole celestial canopy. Being able to marry Xianxia was already Xianxia's fortune in her previous life. Sister. In the distance, Xianxia's brother clenched his fists. He wished he could be strong enough to kill that arrogant disciple. The others also clenched their fists. Xianxia had wronged herself for them. I don't know how to behave. It's your fortune that I'm marrying you. If you make me unhappy, I'll wipe out your entire village. The young man shouted coldly. There was arrogance in his coldness. The crowd paled. How domineering. You said that I don't know how to behave. Today, I'll teach you how to behave as a wife. After saying that, the young man raised his right hand and was about to slap her again. Don't you dare block it. Moreover, he wanted Xianxia to take his humiliating slap. If she dared to block it, he would slaughter the entire village. You! Xianxia raised her stubborn eyes and stared at the young man. However, she didn't dare to block it. She could only take the slap head-on. Just as the slap was about to land, a gust of wind suddenly blew in her face. The expected sound of the slap did not appear. Xianxia looked over and saw that the young man's hand was grabbed by someone, and Lin Ling's figure appeared beside her. I'll teach you how to behave. A cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. He swung his hand and slapped the young man's face. Lin Ling. The villagers of xianxia village were shocked. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, this youth was amiable and approachable like a scholar. No one had expected this youth to be so bold. How dare you hit me? That young man's eyes widened in disbelief. One had to know that he was the disciple of the South Pole immortal Peng, an existence equivalent to an emperor in this area. Who would have thought that someone in this small mountain village would dare to hit him? I'm just teaching you how to behave. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the young man's eyes to flash with killing intent. His sister and Prince Lu were just outside the village, yet this person dared to hit him. He shouted in anger, "You're dead meat." Whoosh! Sword light flashed as Lin Ling quickly pulled out his sword and sheathed it. A sword mark appeared on the young man's neck. Just as the young man was about to say something, blood gushed out from his neck. That sword had taken his life. That sword was too fast. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't detect anything. You're young, but you've already taken in 9 concubines. And the so-called marriage is actually just a robbery. If the other party doesn't want it, then kill them. What's the use of you if you don't die? The disdainful voice drifted into the young man's ears. It was the last sentence he heard in his life. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground. The crowd was dead silent. Dead, the disciple of the South Pole Immortal Ping was dead. If the people of the South Pole Immortal Ping knew about this, their entire village would be buried with him. Young master, leave quickly before the South Pole Immortal Ping finds out about this. After a moment of silence, the village chief of Haishir village said anxiously. This matter had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was standing up for them. That was why he provoked the South Pole Immortal Ping. Leave quickly. Xianxian was also worried. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He smiled faintly and said, "If I leave, what will you do? Don't worry about us." Many people said, offending the South Pole Immortal Ping is our end. In fact, in the sea region, it's common for small towns and villages to be massacred. The South Pole Immortal Ping comes from the Qian Temple, but it's like an overlord. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The so-called good and evil, right and wrong, were still weighed by strength. "Brother, how is it?" At this moment, a clear voice sounded. At the entrance of the village, 2 figures walked in. "Not good, the people of the South Pole Immortal Ping are here." The crowd's faces turned pale. Things were getting troublesome. The 2 people who walked in were a man and a woman. They were talking and laughing as they walked. However, after seeing the young man's corpse on the ground, the woman in blue's expression changed drastically. Then, she shouted ferociously, "Nanjun, who killed my brother, Nanjun?" Her eyes were cold and filled with anger. Clearly, she didn't expect that someone in this small village would dare to kill her brother. They were simply courting death. "Who is it? Come out, or everyone here will die." The woman in blue's voice was sharp. Her brother's death caused her to change her usual self. She became ferocious and terrifying, causing the people of Haishir village to tremble. It was as if they had seen the majestic might of heaven. "I killed him, but I didn't expect him to be your brother. Long time no see, Nan Ping." At this moment, Lin Ling's soft voice floated out. He looked at the woman in blue with surprise. Clearly, he didn't expect to see Nan Ping here. "It's you." Nan Ping also saw Lin Ling and was shocked. "Lin Ling, you're not dead." Beside Nan Ping, the young man in luxurious clothes was also shocked. He was Lu Ruffing. "Impossible, Celestial Master Su Xing and the others said that you died in the star-picking Imperial City. How can you still be alive?" Nan Ping stared at Lin Ling, unwilling to believe everything in front of her eyes. She believed that Celestial Master Su Xing and the others couldn't be lying. "It looks like you knew that once you left the star-picking Violet Mansion, everyone would come to settle accounts with you, so you ran away." Lu Ruffing took a deep breath. Whether or not Celestial Master Su Xing and the others were lying, there was no denying that Lin Ling was still alive. "Come to settle accounts with me." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had some guesses in his heart. It seemed that those people who had died at his hands in the star-picking Violet Mansion had come to settle accounts with him. But in the star-picking Violet Mansion, every person who died had a reason to be killed. Those people had stolen his treasures. If he didn't kill them, then he would be the one to die. At that time, he didn't know if anyone would uphold justice for him. Lin Ling, you've killed so many people. You should turn yourself in before the experts. Why are you being so stubborn? Nan Ping had returned to her past self. She could be overbearing and arrogant in front of the weak, but she didn't dare to do so in front of Lin Ling. She could only put on that lovely mask of hers once more. I killed your brother, but you're still thinking about me. Senior apprentice Sister Nan Ping, you really are a good person. However, I have a vicious nature, so I didn't plan on turning myself in. Now that I'm planning on leaving, what do you plan on doing? Chapter 1188. Pointing out his opponent, you. Lan Ping snorted. Lin Ling's reaction was shameless. He had killed her brother but wanted to leave as if it had nothing to do with him. She couldn't continue her act. You can't leave. You killed my brother. You have to stay. That's right. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why do you have to act like a lady? Lin Ling laughed out loud, as if he was toying with Lan Ping. The more she pretended to be pitiful, the more he wanted her to reveal her vicious heart. His words clearly made Lan Ping's expression turn extremely ugly, and she gritted her teeth in hatred. Junior Sister Nan Ping, I'll help you kill him. At this moment, Lu Ruffing stepped forward and stood in front of Nan Ping. Nan Ping pulled Lu Ruffing's hand and said, Young Master Lu, you have to be careful. This person is evil and cunning. I don't want you to offend him because of me. Don't worry. He's just a rascal. Killing him is as easy as killing a dog. Lu Ruffing patted his chest and said confidently. He didn't want to be at a disadvantage in front of Nan Ping. Idiot. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. I've already reminded you to be sharp. However, you're still so stupid. You're willing to give up your life for a hypocritical woman. Ha! You're not qualified. Before I entered the star-seizing Violet Mansion, I almost fought with you. Let that fight continue. Let me remind you that my strength has doubled since I entered the star-seizing Violet Mansion. Lu Ruffing stepped forward slowly. His body was filled with an ancient wind. It was as if the wind god had descended, causing the entire mountain village to sway. So powerful. Xianxia and the others narrowed their eyes. Lu Ruffing's strength was like a mountain to them. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. They didn't expect Lin Ling to know these experts. However, they didn't know if Lin Ling was a match for them. Lu Ruffing, you're really stupid. Ha! A wine jug appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His blue robes fluttered in the wind as he calmly drank. His calm appearance caused Xianxia and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling seemed to be very relaxed. As for Lu Ruffing, his expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to prove his strength in front of Nan Ping. However, Lin Ling didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He calmly drank his wine. Lu Ruffing was at a disadvantage in terms of aura alone. One had to know that in a battle between powerhouses, every move could affect the outcome of the battle. Therefore, aura before the battle was extremely important. It's just momentum, that doesn't mean you can win. Taking a step forward, a long spear appeared in Lu Ruffing's hand. He turned into a gust of wind and shot towards Lin Ling. His speed was inconceivably fast. Moreover, the spear in his hand was a saint weapon that he had obtained from the star-seizing Violet Palace. With a saint artifact in hand, no wonder you're so confident. Since you're so confident, I'll play with you. Lin Ling was still drinking. He stretched out his left hand, and a tree branch shot over from afar. He caught it in his hand and used the branch as a sword. Bang! 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 Then, the two of them tangled together. Lu Rufing's spear was mysterious and strange. It stabbed, swept, and hacked. Every spear move stirred up the wind and clouds, destroying the entire village. Many people hid further away and watched nervously. However, they saw that Lin Ling was still drinking his wine. His blue robe was like a willow leaf, moving along with Lu Rufing's enormous power. He was actually unharmed. Most importantly, the tree branch in his hand was like a heavenly weapon, blocking every spear move of Lu Rufing. Amazing! Is this the realm where a sword without a sword beats a sword? Xianxia's heart was beating violently. She knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. A swordsman's strength is not the most important thing. To find the opponent's weakness, the most important thing is to kill with one strike. There are thousands of martial arts, and every martial art has a flaw. Even if it's an enormous power that can destroy heaven and earth, as long as you find the weakness, you can still break that power. What you need to do is to trust the sword in your hand and let the sword resonate with your eyes and heart. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. He was giving advice to Xianxia. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Roar! Lu Rufing roared angrily. Lin Ling used a tree branch to fight against his divine weapon, which was a great humiliation. Who knew that Lin Ling would fight with him and give advice to others? He was looking down on him. Lu Rufing, what are you doing? Roar! Nan Ping was also very angry. Was the gap between Lu Rufing and Lin Ling so big? Don't worry. I underestimated him before. Next, I will use all my strength. Lu Rufing suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted angrily at Nan Ping. The spear in his hand became even crazier, like a storm. Bang! However, at this time, a tree branch strangely appeared behind him and slammed down heavily, causing him to spit out blood. Lin Ling's tree branch was unpredictable, as if it was the most wonderful swordsmanship. You want to use all your strength. Where is your strength? Roar! At the same time, Lin Ling's cold shout fell into Lu Rufing's ears. Lu Rufing's eyes turned red. How could this be possible? Before entering the star-plucking violet mansion, he and Lin Ling were equal in strength. At that time, Lin Ling's sword couldn't cut through his wind. However, after entering the star-plucking violet mansion, his strength increased greatly. He originally wanted to kill Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would use a tree branch to break his supreme martial skill? Bang! Another tree branch pierced his wrist, causing him to almost lose his grip on his divine weapon. Strength doesn't mean everything. Your spear can break mountains and seas, but it's nothing if it can't hit the enemy. You should learn to control your strength. Bang! Along with it, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Give advice to the opponent. Bang! Xianxia and the others opened their mouths wide, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Lin Ling! Bang! Lu Rufing roared again. Previously, he was so arrogant and wanted to win the favor of the beauty. However, what welcomed him was a tree branch after tree branch, causing him to lose all face. Boom! Finally, at a certain moment, a powerful aura erupted. Lu Rufing's body emitted the aura of a transcendent realm expert. His face lit up with joy. At the crucial moment, he actually broke through and was equal in strength to Lin Ling. Previously, my cultivation was weaker than yours, so you took advantage of me. But now, my cultivation has reached the transcendent realm. Killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Bang! Lu Rufing's lost confidence slowly recovered. His eyes were cold. This time, he wanted Lin Ling to regret. I took advantage of you. You're using a divine weapon, and I'm only using a tree branch. Lin Ling took a step forward, turning into an afterimage as he appeared in front of Lu Ruffing. The ever-changing tree branch once again lashed out. Although it looked like a tree branch, it suppressed Lin Ling's powerful physical strength. In addition to his profound martial arts experience, even if Lu Ruffing was a transcendent realm expert, Lin Ling could easily kill him. Bang! The tree branch looked weak, but with a single lash, it sent Lu Ruffing flying more than 10 meters away. So what if you're a transcendent realm expert? You're still trash. Trash. Lin Ling sneered mockingly. After he finished speaking, he continued to drink his wine. Chapter 1189. Unable to withstand a single blow. As for the people of Haishir village, they were even more surprised to find that Lin Ling was like an undefeatable war god. No matter how powerful Lu Ruffing became, he still could not overcome Lin Ling. It was ironic that Lu Ruffing wanted to prove himself in front of a beauty with his strength. Did he want to kill Lin Ling like killing a dog? Lin Ling defeated him easily with a tree branch. Looks like I can't underestimate you. Wind Demon Lion, come out. Lu Ruffing lay on the ground and roared. A terrifying gale appeared and swept across the land. The Wind Demon Lion appeared. It was the Wind Demon Lion. The lion seemed to be the embodiment of the wind. The hair on its neck was formed by the wind. Lin Ling, use your 72 ancient flame devil. My Wind Demon Lion is ranked higher than yours. I must kill you. A domineering voice came from the Wind Demon Lion's mouth. The crowd gasped. Lu Ruffing had hidden such a trump card. These warriors from the world of the strong were indeed terrifying. Young Master Lu, kill him. Nan Ping had been nervous before, but now she was excited. Was young Master Lu finally going to use his full strength? Kill me. You've said this many times. Unfortunately, I'm still alive. So, stop bullshitting. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever, but his eyes had turned icy cold. A strange mist appeared on the surface of his body. Layer after layer, as if it had come from an underground abyss, enveloped the surrounding mountains, and a demonic and domineering aura spread out, causing xianxia and the others to stop breathing. Lin Ling also had such a terrifying trump card. He also has the 72 celestial demons. Nan Ping did not know that Lin Ling had the ancient flame devil. Her expression changed drastically, but then she sneered. Young Master Lu said that his celestial demon is ranked higher. So, Lin Ling must die. Although she did not know how the 72 celestial demons evaluated one's strength, Lu Ruffing came from the Lu residence. He must know more about the 72 celestial demons than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's celestial demons could not be arrogant in front of Lu Ruffing's celestial demons. Swoosh! At this moment, a burly figure walked out of the mysterious fog. The Wind Demon Lion in the distance felt something was wrong. After the figure walked out, he realized that it was not the ancient flame devil, but a celestial demon that was half human and half celestial demons. This person was even taller, and his entire body was emitting smoke as if there were flames burning within his body. He had 8 tails, and there were many complicated patterns on his body. Most importantly, his eyes were filled with evil charm and bloodthirst. Celestial Demon Unity Stage. The Wind Demon Lion sucked in a breath of cold air. He came from the Lu residence, so he knew that when a celestial demon reached a certain level with its master, it would enter the Celestial Demon Unity Stage. This meant that it was not the martial artist entering the celestial demon's body, but the celestial demon and martial artist merging into one. This stage was obviously stronger than his current stage. In the Lu King manor, his father, Lu Wuxia, would often give him pointers, allowing his Wind Demon Berserk Lion to be more compatible with him. He had also put in a lot of effort, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an elite at the first level of the Transcendent Realm. However, Lin Ling, this puny young man, without any ancient background, had surpassed him in terms of compatibility with the devil god. How could he accept this? It seems that you are not as stupid as I thought. At this moment, a cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Fog filled the air. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the wind demon lion and slashed down with his sword, uprooting the heavens. The most domineering sword attack appeared. It was Lin Ling's strongest sword attack so far. This sword attack was like the silver moon pouring down from the sky, illuminating the earth and destroying all living things. Wind demon. The wind demon lion roared. From its mouth, it spat out a terrifying gust of wind, as if it wanted to incinerate the entire heaven and earth. This gust of wind was so powerful that even a third realm elite would not dare to face it head-on. He did not believe that Lin Ling's sword could be stronger than his wind demon eye. However, as the sword fell, everything was destroyed. Rumble. The gust of wind was also split into two. Sword light flashed and the wind demon lion's four limbs were severed. Blood sprayed out like rain. In the end, the wind demon lion disappeared and turned back into Lu Ruffing. His face was pale and filled with fear. In the battle of the celestial demon, he was defeated by a single sword attack. The gap between them was too big. Your celestial demon ranking is indeed higher than mine. However, in terms of controlling the celestial demon, you are too far away from me. In front of Lu Ruffing, Lin Ling's devilish figure appeared. His entire body was still shrouded in mist and devil flames burned within his body, fusing with the strength of his physical body, allowing him to kill even those at the 5th level of the transcendent realm. As for the celestial demon unification stage, Lin Ling had already reached it when he was still in the star-plucking Violet Palace. At that time, the Second Life Ghost King did not dare to fight with Lin Ling because of this. The reason why Lin Ling could reach this stage was because of the rootless water. The stronger his physical body, the better his control over the ancient flame devil would be. Can't even withstand a single blow. After that, Lin Ling slowly walked back. Following his footsteps, his body returned to its original state. The smoke around him was demonic, causing the crowd's mouth to dry up. It was as if they were looking at an ancient demon king. As for Lu Ruffing, he was lying on the ground, his head buzzing. After Lin Ling came out from the star-plucking Violet Palace, his strength had risen to a terrifying level. Nan Ping, your strongest support is already half dead. Now, what else do you want to say? Looking at Nan Ping, Lin Ling took out his wine gourd and casually took a sip before speaking faintly. At this moment, Nan Ping felt like she was in a dream. When did Lin Ling become so powerful? In terms of physical strength, Lin Ling easily defeated Lu Ruffing. In terms of killing, he cut off the wind demon wild lion's limbs. She thought that Lu Ruffing would be able to help her, but in the end, he couldn't help at all. Young Master Lu, I said before that we should let bygones be bygones. However, you insisted on proving yourself. Now, you are suffering the consequences. After Nan Ping recovered from her shock, she immediately reprimanded Lu Ruffing. Lu Ruffing was lying on the ground, his body trembling. He was helping Nan Ping, but Nan Ping blamed him. After that, Nan Ping looked at Lin Ling as if she had been friends with Lin Ling for many years. Lin Ling, Yuman and I are sisters. I hope that you can let me go today for the sake of Yuman. Moreover, I have no ill intentions towards you. Previously, when the old man of the South Pole wanted to punish you, I was the one who pleaded for mercy. I'm sorry. Why do I feel that you were trying to drive a wedge between us? Lin Ling smiled faintly. That calm look of his made Nan Ping furious. Lin Ling easily controlled her life and death. This made her very uncomfortable. He obviously didn't want to let her go, but he spoke like an old friend. This attitude was too hateful. Then what do you want in order to let me go? As long as you say it, I will agree. I can even give you my body. Nan Ping gritted her teeth. That's too dirty. I'm not interested. However, Lin Ling said disdainfully. Then, he smiled and said, I can let you go. However, only one person can leave here today. So, you can decide who it is. Leave here alone. Chapter 1190. Force, don't go too far. Nan Ping roared angrily. Lin Ling was like a monarch looking down on the world, dominating her everything. So what if I bully you? Lin Ling stared at Nan Ping. An arrogant aura radiated from his eyes, making Nan Ping fall silent in the end. Lin Ling was forcing her into a dead end. At this moment, she suddenly regretted offending Lin Ling because she could not afford to offend him. Of course, she did not know that Lin Ling possessed such terrifying strength back then. She thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary general under Venerable Si Calming. Senior sister, what are you doing here? At this moment, a voice rang out from afar. Then, a young man around the age of 18 strode over. He looked at Lin Ling and Nan Ping, and his expression instantly changed. He wanted to leave, but he didn't dare to take a single step. He seemed to have seen through the situation before him. Junior brother Ji Nan. Nan Ping frowned. Lu Ruffing was the most beloved grandson of the old man of the South Pole. He had been traveling with her but left halfway. Who would have thought that he would come here? Although the young man was not weak, he was not as strong as Lu Ruffing, so he could not help much. Lin Ling looked at the youth coolly, but ignored him. Instead, he looked at Nan Ping and said, Have you made your choice? I can tell you that with your instigation and hypocrisy, I will definitely kill you. However, I can give you a chance to live. Only one of you can leave. Do you want to die for your previous mistakes, or do you want someone else to die for you? As for playing the sympathy card, it's useless against me. You betrayed us at the temple, and at that time, you had no way out. Besides, I like to cut the weeds and pull out the roots, because I made a mistake before, and now I don't want to make the same mistake again. Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Nan Ping's heart to tremble fiercely. She looked at Lin Ling, only to discover that the corner of Lin Ling's mouth revealed a mocking smile. It was as if he was saying, What's the use of playing tricks? In the face of absolute power, I will control your life. Lin Ling had to kill Nan Ping because he knew that this kind of woman was very vicious. If she was not killed, there would be endless trouble in the future. Moreover, Nan Ping actually had a chance to live. At that time, after she escaped from the temple, if she disappeared in front of Lin Ling, he would not have the time to pay attention to her. However, he did not expect her to be so resentful that she actually tried to sow discord in front of the old man of the South Pole. This made Lin Ling even more determined to kill her. If you're the only one alive, you're forcing me to kill young Master Lu. Young Master Lu is from the Lu Mansion. If he dies, you'll die with him. Nan Ping clenched her teeth and said. Lin Ling was so hateful. He had the strength to kill her, but he didn't. Instead, he forced her to make a difficult choice. Don't threaten me. I hate it when people threaten me. Lin Ling stopped drinking and looked at Nan Ping coldly. Was this woman qualified to say these words? You. Nan Ping wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she did not dare to say anything. She did not even dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes because Lin Ling's eyes were too murderous. She suspected that if she said another word, Lin Ling would kill her. Therefore, she looked at Lu Ruffing and walked over step by step. You're really decisive. Sure enough, in order to survive, you're willing to sacrifice your friends. Yu Man Yun is really unfortunate to have a friend like you. Lin Ling smiled. He was not surprised at all. Junior sister Nan, you want to kill me? You. Lu Ruffing was seriously injured at the moment and could not even stand up. However, he also heard the conversation between Lin Ling and Nan Ping. Therefore, when he saw Nan Ping walking over, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He liked Nan Ping and would do anything for her. However, he did not expect that Nan Ping would sacrifice him in order to survive. Lu Ruffing, I don't have much enmity with you. You attacked me, and I injured you. Our enmity is over. So, you can leave here alive. But I want to kill Nan Ping. So, I gave her a choice. Either I kill her, or you die. Unfortunately, she chose you. She chose you, Lin Ling said indifferently. I've said before that you're very stupid. This woman can betray her friends, so she can betray you. Now, the facts have shown everything. Boom. Boom. His voice was like thunder, hitting Lu Ruffing's heart heavily. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he was really stupid. He had been used by Nan Ping to provoke Lin Ling. In the end, he even wanted to die for Nan Ping. You said that some people should not be judged by their appearance. However, I was deceived by her beautiful appearance. I regret it so much. Lu Ruffing's heart was dead. He did not resent Lin Ling because he provoked Lin Ling. It was normal for Lin Ling to kill him. However, Lin Ling did not kill him. Instead, it was Nan Ping who wanted to kill him. Therefore, he resented Nan Ping. This woman did not have feelings for him. She only cared about benefits. Lord Lu, I'm sorry. Lu Ruffing was furious. At this moment, Lan Ping's face was ferocious. She wanted to live, she couldn't die, so she had to sacrifice Lu Ruffing. Then, she picked up the saint weapon spear beside Lu Ruffing and stabbed it without hesitation, piercing Lu Ruffing's heart. Lu Ruffing's eyes were full of resentment. Nan Ping, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Boom. 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 At this moment, endless wind appeared and turned into a wind-shaped lion running away. It was the wind demon lion of the 72 demon gods. Apparently, after Lu Ruffing died, this demon god also returned to the Lu mansion. What a pity. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. He knew that the Lu mansion had used a supernatural power. After Lu Ruffing died, the demon god returned to the Lu mansion. Of course, the Lu mansion also knew that Lu Ruffing was dead. Lin Ling, I killed him. Can I leave now? Sigh. Lan Ping raised her head. Her delicate face was covered in blood, but she smiled. She could live. As for Lu Ruffing, this man wanted to die for her. Therefore, it was good that he died. I said, only one person can leave. Sigh. Lin Ling played with the wine jug and smiled. Nan Ping looked at the young man not far away and her face was filled with rage. Lin Ling's intention was simple. If she wanted him alive, she had to kill. She had to kill everyone. Most importantly, the young man was her master's most doted grandson and Lin Ling wanted her to kill him. You are a demon. Sigh. Nan Ping gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. I am not a demon. I am just a mirror in your heart. The mirror of your conscience. He doesn't have to die because he is innocent. But you have to die because you have done all kinds of bad things. Therefore, you can die by yourself. Why do you have to implicate others? But you don't want to die. You want others to die for you. Lin Ling said word by word. That's right. Wasn't this Nan Ping's principle? She lived to betray others so that she could go further. Lin Ling was just asking Nan Ping to do things according to her principle. You have forced me into a corner. Nan Ping's body trembled. She suddenly looked at the young man. The young man also knew what was going on. He trembled in fear. Obviously, he knew what was going to happen. It was not Lin Ling who wanted him dead, but senior sister Nan Ping wanted him dead. Chapter 1191. Tearing off the mask of hypocrisy, senior sister Nan Ping, you can't kill me. My grandfather treats you like his granddaughter. The young man took a step back, his face full of vigilance. Junior brother South Pole, don't panic. I'm just pretending to satisfy Lin Ling. How can I kill you? You're my brother. Nan Ping said in a low voice, making the young man relax. Could this be senior sister Nan Ping's stalling tactic? Listen to my orders later. If you have a chance, run away immediately and inform old man South Pole. Senior sister Nan Ping. Nan Ping said in a low voice again, slowly walking towards the young man. The young man nodded slightly, preparing to run away with senior sister Nan Ping. Sorry. Senior sister Nan Ping. But just as he let his guard down, Nan Ping's palm shot out, making the young man's eyes widen. In the end, he was hit, spitting out blood and falling to the ground. We're not his match, so we can't leave. Only if you die can I live. Don't blame senior sister Nan Ping. Senior sister Nan Ping. Nan Ping appeared in front of the young man, her face ferocious. Her voice was filled with madness. She condensed the spiritual energy in her body, and without giving the young man a chance to speak, she sent out another palm strike. Boom! The young man stared at Nan Ping, and in the end, she killed him. Before he died, his senior sister had not only sacrificed him, but also deceived him. At the same time, Lin Ling's smile was transmitted over. Very heartless. You even killed your own brother. You win. Go. Senior sister Nan Ping. Thank you. Senior sister Nan Ping. Nan Ping lowered her head, not looking at Lin Ling again. She stepped out, immediately shooting into the distance. She had killed 2 people, and finally left alive. Lin Ling was still drinking, his eyes filled with the vicissitudes of life. The world was heartless, treating all living things like dogs. In order to survive, Nan Ping could betray anything. Family, friendship, love. This was a warrior in a heartless world. But if it was Lin Ling, he would never be able to do this. His motivation to become strong was to protect, not to kill. Brother Lin Ling. Senior sister Nan Ping. Xianxia and the others walked over, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Xianxia said, Sister Nan Ping. If you let her go, who knows how many people will die. Senior sister Nan Ping. I'm not releasing her, I'm tearing off her mask of hypocrisy. Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance with cold eyes. In everyone's impression, Nan Ping was a kind girl who understood the big picture. However, in reality, Nan Ping was a narrow-minded and selfish person. Therefore, to deal with such a person, killing her would be too easy on her. The best punishment was to destroy her reputation. A delicate stone appeared in his hand. After he poured his spirit energy into it, an illusion appeared around Lin Ling. It was the scene from before. This was an illusion stone. Lin Ling had received it from a young girl when he was at the old man's residence in Dongfu. It had the ability to record the surroundings. If she henceforth turns over a new leaf, she will not enter the land of eternal damnation, but if she remains unchanged, death awaits her. Lin Ling chuckled as he put away the illusion stone. He knew that something interesting was about to happen. It is no longer suitable for you to stay here. You can come with me to Sky Tomb City. My people are in Sky Tomb City and can protect you. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia and said. Everyone in Haishur village nodded. In this world, the strong were respected and the weak had no dignity. However, Lin Ling did not have the tyranny of the strong and continued to help them. Take me to Haishur City. Lin Ling smiled again. Okay. Everyone nodded. While Lin Ling and the others were heading to Haishur City, Xianping Province also spread the news that Lin Ling, who killed and stole the treasures in the star-plucking Violet Palace, was not dead and had returned alive. This news caused a huge commotion in the Xianping Great Region. Many people did not know who Lin Ling was, but everyone knew that this person had obtained quite a number of treasures. Most importantly, this person did not seem to be an outstanding individual, and his strength was not as frightening as everyone had imagined. Not dead. Then I must avenge my disciple. It is said that this person has obtained many treasures. If I can get his treasures, my strength will greatly increase. In every corner of Xianping Province, many martial artists were eyeing Lin Ling covetously as if he was a treasure trove. They all wanted to rob him. At this moment, in Sky Tomb City, Venerable Si Kaming and the others also received the news. They were all very happy, but they were also curious about who spread the news. Although the news made them happy, it also undoubtedly informed the strong people in Xianping Province. In this way, Lin Ling would also be in trouble. At this moment, at the huge teleportation array in Sky Tomb City, a white light was extremely bright. There were complicated runes on the ground around it. Then, a large number of figures walked out from the light. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe and carrying a big sword on his back. His handsome face made him look like a scholar, and his every movement carried the confidence of a venerable emperor. You're back. The young man smiled. The young man smiled. He was Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling looked back at the huge teleportation array and shook his head helplessly. The teleportation array was similar to a void vortex. It could be connected to various cities in Xianping Province, but it was extremely expensive. In order to bring the people of Haishur village here, Lin Ling had used up all his savings. It seems that there are benefits to becoming a hero. Then, Lin Ling looked at the people in the distance. Previously, he had seen some people enter the teleportation array and spend very little primordial stones. Those people were outstanding people. It was said that when they became outstanding people, they didn't need to pay a single primordial stone to use the teleportation array. Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of voices came from the front. Lin Ling looked over and was immediately delighted. The people who came were Venerable Ocean Calming, Yuman, Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the 4 patriarchs. They knew that Lin Ling was not dead and would definitely return to Sky Tomb City. The fastest way was naturally to use the teleportation array, so they waited here quietly. They did not expect to see him. Everyone is here. Meng Yun, grandfather, mother. Lin Ling looked at the people rushing over from the distance. Endless ripples appeared in his heart. No matter how hard he fought outside, his family would always be one of the motivators for him to become stronger. Then, Lin Ling shot forward and knelt in front of Ancestor Extreme Flame. He did not look arrogant at all, as if he was a wanderer returning home. It's good that you're back. Ancestor Extreme Flame's eyes were wet. He quickly helped Lin Ling up and stroked Lin Ling's face with his old hand. In his heart, Lin Ling would always be his proudest grandson. Mother. Lin Ling looked at Emo Nianchen again. Emo Nianchen also smiled faintly. Her smile was filled with relief. She did not want her son to go out and train, but she knew that her son was everyone's flag and pillar. He had to become stronger and hold up everything. Therefore, all she could do was to bless her son. Lin Ling, I thought you were dead. Yuman Yun could not hold it in anymore. She walked out from the crowd and immediately hugged Lin Ling. Tears flowed from her eyes and stained Lin Ling's chest. Lin Ling's heart ached. He knew what kind of pressure Yuman Yun had endured in this short period of time. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to hug Yumanjun and let Yumanjun know that Lin Ling was still alive. I won't die so easily. Yes, I believe in you. Chapter 1192. Testing heroes. I knew that those old fogies Empyrean Void Star were lying. My second brother didn't die. Sakura looked at Lin Ling and cried tears of joy. This brat is quite lucky. He actually managed to come back alive after encountering a powerhouse like Empyrean Void Star. Venerable C. Calming sighed inwardly. In truth, if he hadn't seen Lin Ling with his own eyes, he would have believed that Lin Ling had already died. So sometimes, Lin Ling's luck was quite good. After surviving a great disaster, one is bound for good fortune. I feel that he has a chance of surpassing Empyrean Void Star. Madame Yuqin said with some anticipation. She had watched as Lin Ling grew stronger step by step. In the past, he had boasted that he would surpass Empyrean Void Star, but today, she felt that anything was possible. Everyone was happily chatting, but xianxia and the others were looking at Lin Ling with surprise. Lin Ling was cold and emotionless to his enemies, but they didn't expect him to have such a cute side. When he met his grandfather, he was like an ordinary junior, chatting and laughing with his friends. At this moment, a sense of happiness rose in their hearts. This was because they were also Lin Ling's friends and were protected by Lin Ling. Let's go back. After a long time, Venerable C. Calming smiled and said. Everyone began to walk back to the C. Calming Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling, why do I feel that your aura has changed after surviving a great disaster? You seem even calmer and more composed, like an emperor looking down on the world. As they walked forward, Sakura looked at Lin Ling with a puzzled expression. The others nodded. They also had the same feeling. Lin Ling seemed to have regained his calm and tranquil aura. This aura had also appeared in the Rainforest Holy Land in the past. Of course, this aura was even more obvious now, as if he was a true emperor. Is that so? Lin Ling shrugged. If Sakura hadn't said it, he wouldn't have had such a feeling. Could it be because of the Purple Mansion? One had to know that the Purple Mansion was a place that nurtured emperors. After bitterly cultivating there for a year, he had more or less obtained the aura of an emperor. Perhaps there is. Lin Ling said noncommittally. Yumanjun smiled. I also have this feeling, but this feeling is very comfortable. I can't help but want to get closer to you. When Lin Ling returned to Dinghai Sky Prefecture, he discovered that everyone from the Rainforest Sacred Land was there. The 4 clan leaders, the Holy King, Mother Deer, and the others were all excited to see Lin Ling. Moreover, Dinghai Venerable valued Lin Ling so much that he even held a banquet to welcome Lin Ling back. It was a quiet night. Thank you, Venerable One. In the garden, Lin Ling held a jug of wine in his hand as he looked at the bright moonlight in the sky and smiled faintly. You're my subordinate. If I don't help you, who will? You should know that I, Dinghai Venerable, am the most protective of my subordinates. Dinghai Venerable smiled beside Lin Ling. He took the jug of wine from Lin Ling's hand and took a sip. He felt like he was in a dream. When he helped Lin Ling in the Rainforest Sacred Land, Lin Ling was like an ant back then. Because of his arrogance, Dinghai Venerable was moved. However, in a short period of time, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to him. Now, they were already friends. For so many years, Dinghai Venerable had nurtured a large number of subordinates, but it was the first time he saw someone like Lin Ling who was growing at such a crazy speed. What do you think about this trip to Star-Picking Nation? Dinghai Venerable asked. There are as many experts as there are clouds. Xianping province is more complicated than I thought. Lin Ling said bluntly. Of course, he was much better than before. At the very least, he didn't get played around by celestial Venerable Void Star like before. This was a result of his strength. Moreover, with the Purple Mansion realm, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Celestial Venerable Void Star. Yeah. Even I don't dare to call myself king in Xianping province. However, this time, rumors are spreading everywhere. I'm afraid that many experts will find trouble with you. I don't know who spread the rumors. How despicable. Dinghai Venerable said worriedly. I know who it is. Lin Ling wasn't surprised. After all, he had only seen Nanping since his return. This meant that the person who spread the rumors was about to be found. However, the news of his return to Xianping province would spread sooner or later. Therefore, he didn't care. What he was interested in was that Nanping had chosen the path of eternal damnation. He had to admit that Nanping was indeed a powerful woman. Her martial strength wasn't very strong, but she was able to summon experts and use them for her own purposes. If she grew up, she would be a formidable woman. Unfortunately, Nanping met him. In this situation, what do you suggest, Venerable One? Lin Ling asked. If you're strong enough, you can go to the Qian Temple to take the hero test. As long as you're a hero, those experts won't dare to touch you easily. After all, the Qian Temple doesn't allow internal strife. What happened to the Purple Mansion realm was an exception. Dinghai Venerable said. That's what I'm thinking. Sure. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. Although his strength had increased greatly, he still wasn't confident that he could ignore any experts. With the Purple Mansion realm, it was only a matter of time before he became a sovereign. Therefore, he needed some time. It was a good idea to go through the hero test. At least, it wouldn't be so expensive to use the teleportation formation. The hero test is held twice a year. The first half of the year will begin in 3 days. However, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for you to pass at the moment. Why don't you participate in the second half of the year? Dinghai Venerable said in surprise. Lin Ling seemed very confident. The second half of the year will take too long. Let's take the hero test in 3 days. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Dinghai Venerable narrowed his eyes. He wasn't with Lin Ling in the star-picking nation, so he didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling was in the second layer of the transcendent realm. The most basic requirement for the hero test was to be invincible in the second layer of the transcendent realm. Did Lin Ling reach that level? Don't worry, I'm determined to pass the hero test. What I'm interested in is the hero test. I heard that if you're a hero, you can use the teleportation formation for free. Lin Ling smiled again. In the star-picking nation, even the heroes weren't his match. Therefore, he was very confident in passing the hero test. You! Dinghai Venerable was speechless. The hero test was to be invincible in the fourth layer of the transcendent realm. How could Lin Ling be so confident? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling returned to his room. He was thinking about the hero test. There were still 3 days left, so he could increase his strength again. 3 days was like 3 years to him. In his mind palace, Lin Ling appeared. He looked at the blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear water and smiled. Your Majesty. Elder Z also appeared and bowed respectfully. Give me more heavenly book martial arts. I want to increase my strength and prepare to challenge the Transcendent Realm 4th Layer Undying Fire Emperor. Lin Ling said confidently. Your Majesty is indeed hardworking. If you continue like this, becoming an emperor is only a matter of time. Elder Z said with admiration. Chapter 1193. Arriving at Qian City, His Majesty's essence, energy, and spirit have all reached perfection. With his own strength, defeating a Transcendent Stage 4 expert isn't difficult. If he uses all his trump cards, there's a high chance he won't fear a Transcendent Stage 5 expert. For example, His Majesty's Soul Sealing Seal, His Majesty's Refined Armor, and other trump cards. His Majesty's Fiend God Overlord body has reached the first layer. Qi represents spiritual energy. His Majesty has 3 spiritual sources and an Earth-grade saint body, which is already at the peak of the second layer of the transcendent realm. Shen represents soul force, which is His Majesty's strongest domain. His Majesty has reached the 35th level, and all 3 are perfect. His Majesty is unprecedented. Old Purple analyzed. Lin Ling nodded. Having an elder at home was like having a treasure. With Elder Z's help, if he couldn't become an emperor, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Bring out the heavenly book martial arts. Soon after, Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. Time quietly passed. After his martial arts foundation had greatly improved, Lin Ling went to challenge the Transcendent Stage 4 Undying Fire King. This time, Lin Ling used all his trump cards and narrowly defeated the Undying Fire King. One must know that the Undying Fire King was unrivaled in the Transcendent Stage 4 realm. Being able to defeat him meant that Lin Ling had few opponents in the Transcendent Stage 4 realm. His Majesty is like a dragon among men. Elder Z sighed. Lin Ling's innate talent wasn't very good. It was cultivated, but it was extremely terrifying. His essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak and could still continue to grow. It must be known that the ancient martial artists either had strong essence and spirit, or qi and spirit. Very few of them cultivated all 3 at the same time. This kind of cultivation speed was very slow, but after the realm was raised, their strength would be several times stronger than martial artists of the same realm. Most importantly, Lin Ling's innate talent wasn't bad, but his comprehension and diligence had also reached a monstrous level. After a day of cultivation, Lin Ling went to see Little Flame before leaving. In the next 2 days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. Instead, he stayed with his family. What? You want to take the hero test? When Yuan and the others knew about Lin Ling's idea, all of them were extremely surprised. However, Yuan and Sakura had confidence in Lin Ling because Lin Ling had even defeated xianxia in Star Picking Nation. Therefore, the assessment shouldn't be difficult. You guys are dreaming. Venerable C. Calming shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't think highly of Lin Ling, but the test for heroes was too strict. The test is hosted by the Xianhu, and the participants must be under the age of 25. Moreover, each person can only have 3 chances in their lifetime. If they fail, they will lose their qualifications for the rest of their lives. Countless people fail the test every year, and some even fail all 3 times. Moreover, there are only 10 spots for each test. It is not easy to pass just because you have defeated a veteran hero. For example, Sakura. You have a Buddhist treasure on you and even elites aren't your match. But during the assessment, no treasures can be used. Hundreds of people will compete for the 10 spots. Some young people are the descendants of reclusive experts. They are very strong and have even defeated elites before. You have to compete with them. Venerable C. Calming continued. Sakura and the others gasped. They thought that since they had defeated elites, it shouldn't be difficult for them to take the hero card test. However, they didn't know that there were so many secrets hidden in it. They weren't allowed to use treasures and each person only had 3 chances. Moreover, they had to face the strongest martial artist in the assessment. Difficult, it was indeed very difficult. Some people have the hero card because during the assessment, the difficulty wasn't high and their average strength wasn't strong. That's why they succeeded. Venerable C. Calming continued. In that case, it depends on luck. Sakura and the others shook their heads helplessly. If the average strength of the martial artists in this assessment was very strong, then the difficulty of the assessment would be greatly increased. Lin Ling, you are still at Transcendent Stage 2. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to take the test. Yun said worriedly. Lin Ling smiled contentedly and said, maybe I'll be lucky and the difficulty of the assessment won't be high. Venerable Si Calming was speechless. Lin Ling seemed to be very confident. However, he still reminded him, the competition among the elites is fierce. The assessment might be dangerous. Even if you don't do anything, you will still be in danger. Celestial Master Su Xing and the other experts are eyeing you covetously. Lin Ling smiled calmly. His words stunned Venerable Si Calming. He had to admit that Lin Ling's words made sense. After that, the crowd chatted again and left one after another. Fortunately, it was Lin Ling's first time taking the assessment. Even if he failed, he still had 2 more chances. 2 days later, Venerable Si Calming brought Lin Ling and the others to Qian City. After passing through the teleportation array, they finally arrived at the sacred ancient city. This city was located in the center of Xianping province. It was a solemn place. Anyone from Xianping province's 9-star to 4-star Saint Realm experts would have to restrain their arrogance here. It was also very difficult to register. One had to have a guarantor to prevent people from the Kun Palace from causing trouble here. Venerable Si Calming registered Lin Ling in the name of the Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Along the way, the crowd also saw that the Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture was very ordinary in Qian City. Any expert that appeared here was not weaker than the Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Xianping province is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yun exclaimed. This was the first time she had walked out of Tianling City. She felt that the outside world was very magnificent. This was only the Qian Palace. If both the Qian and Kun palaces gathered here, the scene would be even more unimaginable. After resting for a day in Qian City, the next day, the whole city became even more lively. Many strong cultivators from all over the world had arrived. Obviously, the exam was a big event in the Xianping Great Region. Many strong cultivators wanted to see how strong their disciples were. If they could become outstanding cultivators, or even become outstanding cultivators in one go, it would be a great honor for them. Plus, there would be additional rewards for becoming outstanding cultivators. So many people. Early in the morning, Lin Ling followed Venerable Si Calming Heavenly Prefecture to walk on the streets. Then, they came to a vast square. In the distance, several palaces were floating in the sky. They were shining brightly and colorful. Some of the palaces were towering, while others were tall and straight. Each had its own merits. Around the square, a large number of floating platforms were floating. Experts from all over the square were sitting on them. There were the Lu Mansion, the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper Sect, the West Sea Dragon Kailan Palace, the Empyrean Fairy Palace, and other major forces. It could be said that almost all the forces from the 9 to 4-star sanctuary had arrived. Is Luo Xuanhuan finally planning to come to this year's assessment of talents? This woman has never taken the assessment before. It is said that she wants to become a talent on her first try. That's amazing. No one has ever become a talent on their first try. Most of them failed twice before barely becoming a talent. As for the assessment of talents, those young warriors only took the assessment after a year after becoming talents. Luo Xuanhuan is indeed worthy of being the second Xiannu of the 9 heavens. It said that if anyone can become a hero and defeat Luo Xuanhuan in the first assessment, then Luo Xuanhuan will marry him. Chapter 1194. People's hearts surged. Why did she say that? Could it be that even someone as elegant as her has fallen in love? Someone asked curiously. Everyone in Xianping province knew about the pride of the 9 heavens maiden, so many people were surprised by Luo Xuanhuan's decision. The reason is the golden armor palace of the 10 palaces of Langia. Someone said word by word, causing many people's eyes to flicker. The 10 halls of Langia were extremely terrifying existences. It was said that the hall masters were all geniuses below the age of 30. Every hall master was a figure that could shake the Xianping territory with just a move of their feet. These geniuses below the age of 30 had already surpassed many veteran experts in strength. A genius from the Golden Armor Palace is also here for the test. Luo Xuanhuan is probably here for him. Luo Xuanhuan's master, the previous 9 Heavens Maiden, was a couple with the palace master of the Golden Armor Palace. I see. A beauty is a match for a hero. Since her master is together with a genius from the 10 palaces of Langia, as her disciple, she naturally wants to be with a genius from the 10 palaces of Langia. That means the two of them are the most dazzling stars in this test. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, apart from them, I heard that a genius from the Earth Immortal Village is also here for the test for the first time. The crowd's blood was boiling as they kept talking. The hero test was held twice a year, so it wasn't rare. However, in the previous tests, most of the geniuses who had taken the test once or twice came here. This year, there were 3 people who hadn't taken the test even once. This undoubtedly made the test more exciting. The hidden genius from the Earth Immortal Village, the genius from the 10 palaces of Langia, and the fairy from the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace were the focus of this test. There are so many people. Lady Shui Wu looked down from the palace in the distance. As one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Black-White Dao Palace, she was naturally one of the examiners for this test. I heard that Luo Xuanhuan from the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace is also here. Most people are here to see her. Not far away, an elegant fairy was also sitting there. Her beauty could outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. She was the previous 9 Heavens Fairy of the 9 Heavens Fairy Palace. She smiled and said, "Most of us are here to see Jianghu. This boy is from the Langia 10 Palaces. He has never been assessed as a talent, but his strength is said to be able to fight against a hero." Jianghu. The eyes of many cultivators flickered. Were there people from the 10 halls of Langia as well? Someone from the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture has also come to take the test. It's that young man. At this moment, a clear and charming voice rang out. A woman in a purple robe was sitting in the palace. Her shoulders were bare, and the edges of her robe faintly revealed her slender and fair legs. She gave off an extremely enchanting feeling, forming a strong contrast with the Empyrean maiden who was not far away. One was a fairy, the other a peerless enchantress. Lu Susu. Many people looked at the woman in purple and secretly licked their lips. However, they did not dare to underestimate her. She was from the Yinyang Main Palace. It was said that the backer of this auction was the 7 kings from the 3-star sacred region. They were very powerful and they could not afford to offend them. The Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture is nurturing 7-colored armored generals. Unfortunately, they are just a bunch of trash. The Empyrean maiden was obviously unhappy with the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. Don't forget that it was that young man who brought us into the Imperial City in the Star-Picking Nation. Moreover, it was rumored that the young man was already dead. Now that he has returned alive, how can a trash do all this? Lu Susu laughed. Her laughter was as seductive as a fox's. The Empyrean maiden could not refute Lu Susu's words. At this moment, the Sea Calming Heavenly Lord walked over with Lin Ling and the others in the vast square. It's him. Many people looked at Lin Ling, including the people from the South Pole Celestial Peng. Their eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. Nan Ping, it's him. The South Pole Celestial Peng sat on a floating stand and shouted coldly. He is the one who killed the South Pole Celestial Peng. Nan Ping's eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Ling actually dared to appear in front of so many experts. He was dead meat. When the hero assessment is over, I will ask the Sea Calming Heavenly Lord to give me justice. The South Pole Celestial Peng said in a low voice. His aged face was filled with murderous intent. Not long ago, he heard from Nanping that the general under the sea calming heavenly lord, Lin Ling, had killed his grandson. Therefore, he had to avenge Lin Ling. In the entire square, countless floating stands and a large number of experts looked coldly at Lin Ling and the others. These people are eyeing us covetously. The Sakra frowned and suppressed the anger in his heart. He could not understand why these people were targeting them. Was it because they had obtained treasures in the star-picking nation? However, in the star-picking nation, killing and robbing were common occurrences. Why did these people not seek revenge? If we were people like the celestial venerable void star, they definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. To put it bluntly, we are nameless and powerless. That's why they dare to look down on us. Lin Ling said calmly without any surprise on his face. Lin Ling, how dare you come? Finally, someone floated down from the floating stands. You killed my junior brother. If you don't give us an explanation today, you won't be able to leave here. That's right. Many people echoed. At this moment, countless people in the square looked at Lin Ling, making Lin Ling the center of attention. He actually came. Is he here for the hero assessment? Or did he hear the news that I spread, so he wants to become a hero and join me? Luo Xuanhuan also looked at Lin Ling and guessed. Last time at the Celestial Water Hall, Lin Ling took a strand of long hair and used it for something. His actions were incomprehensible. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally guessed that Lin Ling's unusual actions were actually to arouse her curiosity and leave a shadow in her heart. She had to admit that Lin Ling's actions had indeed left a shadow in her heart. At the very least, she remembered Lin Ling as a person. She was very sure of this guess. After all, she was the fairy of the ninth heaven, an existence that millions of young people yearned for. She did not believe that Lin Ling could escape her charm. Unfortunately, I don't like you at all. No matter what you do, you're just a toad at best. Luo Xuanhuan said with a disdainful smile. She looked at a young man sitting with his legs crossed in the distance. The young man was tall and majestic. His eyes were slightly closed as he sat there quietly like a peerless emperor, unaffected by the noises of the outside world. His sovereign realm aura was quite attractive to her. Xuanhuan, the peerless genius of the 10 halls of Xianxia, was not bad at all. Her master was with the hall master of the 10 halls of Xianxia, and she was with the peerless genius. It was not a bad thing. Meanwhile, the crowd was still looking at Lin Ling. Even Master Xuewu smiled. This Lin Ling was quite impressive. He was not famous before, but after the trip to the star-picking nation, his name had spread across Xianping province. Most importantly, that little guy was not killed by Heaven Master Su Xing. What secret was he hiding? Now that the crowd was furious, she was eager to see how Lin Ling would deal with it. Chapter 1195. So what if I killed him? At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed very calm. It was as if he didn't see the crowd getting angry. He smiled and looked at the person who walked over. Me? Why wouldn't I dare to come? You're stubborn. You killed my junior brother and snatched everyone's treasure. If you don't give me an explanation, you'll die. That person shouted angrily. When we were in the first continent of the star-picking nation, you actually trapped all of us in an unjust place in order to leave that place. There are witnesses and material evidence for this matter. You can't deny it. On the other side, a duke also reprimanded. This person came from the Jade Mirage Imperial Palace. He was the one who mocked Lin Ling on the first continent. Later on, Lin Ling made a fool of him. Naturally, he wouldn't let Lin Ling off. And the Divine Temple. You killed many people from the Qian Hall and even your own people. You're too vicious. You also killed millions of people in the ancient city. More voices rang out like waves, causing Sakura and the others to turn pale. Even Venerable Sea Calming frowned. There were too many experts. Even he felt great pressure. If this matter wasn't handled well, it would be troublesome. What else do you have to say? The person who walked out seemed to be the leader of the crowd. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. What else do I have to say? Lin Ling revealed a smile. His gaze swept across the angry experts. In the end, he nodded and took a step forward. Motherfucker, scram. Scram. The thunderous voice spread out and caused countless echoes. The entire square was silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. One must know that any one of the experts here could easily kill Lin Ling, let alone hundreds of experts. You! In the distance, the face of the Duke from the Jade Mirage Imperial Palace turned ugly. I remember you. Back then, you were just like a dog. We wanted to leave the first continent, but you didn't help. Instead, you stood at the side and made sarcastic remarks. When we could leave, you immediately wagged your tail like a dog and asked us to take you with us. Is your skin really that thick? Now, you still want to settle the score? Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly at the prince, causing the prince to grit his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Ling into pieces. Unfortunately, there were too many experts here, so he held himself back. Then in the temple, you killed our disciple. How are you going to quibble about this? It was the same in the ancient city. You used a scheme to make the xianxia kill a large number of our disciples. Are you still going to go back on your word? Even more voices rang out. Those who escaped felt very embarrassed, so they didn't say that Lin Ling killed them with his own strength. Instead, they relied on crafty plots and machinations to get the strong to uphold justice for them. Ha! Looking at the angry crowd, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter shook the heavens, causing many people to narrow their eyes. In such a situation, this young man could still laugh. This kind of arrogance was even more powerful than what they had imagined. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. So, I'm too lazy to quibble. I'll just kill you. So what? After Lin Ling laughed wildly, he looked at the crowd without any fear. His eyes were sharp and fearless. In the star-picking country, didn't your people kill anyone? Didn't your people snatch treasures? If you did, then stand out. I, Lin Ling, will immediately hand my head to you. Lin Ling roared again. Silence. The entire square was silent. In the star-picking country, who would have clean hands for the sake of treasures? No one could guarantee this. But even so, you've killed too many people. Moreover, you even killed people from the Xianhu. You can't even differentiate between good and bad. Someone said unwillingly. That's because they deserve to die. Lin Ling looked directly at that person because the one who spoke was Nan Ping. His gaze was like lightning, causing Nan Ping's heart to beat violently. She sat back down and didn't dare to speak again. Treasures are obtained by those who are capable. Any one of you can obtain them. Then why didn't you snatch them? Instead, you attacked us after we obtained the treasures. Could it be that you only want the government to burn down and forbid the common people to light the lamps? So, those people deserve to die. They died well. If I have another chance, I'll kill them all without hesitation. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Arrogant to the world, he was telling the experts that he had killed their disciples. But if he had another chance, he would still kill them all. You! The faces of many experts turned ashen. Lin Ling had a glib tongue. His mouth was more powerful than any treasure. Kill him. The experts all shouted coldly. How could they tolerate a junior rebuking them? This was a humiliation to them. Get lost. However, facing the killing intent of the experts, Lin Ling still didn't retreat and shouted coldly. How arrogant! Many experts' disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were in this situation, they could only endure the humiliation. How could they be as arrogant as Lin Ling, telling the experts to get lost? Get lost. At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the sky. This voice didn't come from Lin Ling, but from a majestic palace in the sky. Many people's eyes flashed. That palace was where the great figures resided. Who were those great figures telling to get lost? The Qian Temple doesn't approve of internal fighting and killing. If you want to kill, you have to have a convincing excuse. But star-seizing nation is an exception. In that place, the cultivators have abandoned the rules of the past and attacked as they pleased. So, what crime did Lin Ling commit? Those who continue to accuse him of crimes can get lost. The voice floated out again, layer upon layer, like rain and fog. Many people knew that the speaker was Lord Xuewu of the Black-White Dao Palace. Lord Xuewu was actually speaking for Lin Ling. That's right, your hands are already stained with blood. So, what qualifications do you have to criticize him? Another woman's voice floated out. It was like the sound of nature, but it also carried with it an enchanting and charming aura. It was Lu Susu of the Qian Kuan Temple. Everyone fell silent. In truth, they also knew that they were in the wrong. It was just that Lin Ling wasn't some great powerhouse, and he didn't have a huge backer. In addition, he had angered everyone, so they dared to bully Lin Ling. But now, since Lord Xuewu had spoken, they didn't dare to casually kill Lin Ling. I'm not helping him. It's just that the matter of star-seizing nation is an exception. Any grudges that formed there will disappear after leaving. No one is allowed to mention them again. Of course, if two people already have grudges and want to resolve their grudges, then they will have to follow the rules. Otherwise, you can go to the Qian Kuan Temple and kill your enemies as you wish. Lord Xuewu's voice floated out once more. This also meant that the grudges of star-seizing nation were in the past. No one was allowed to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. As these words fell, everyone finally suppressed the killing intent in their hearts. A bunch of idiots. Seeing everyone fall silent, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He led Venerable Si Calming and the others forward again. Venerable Si Calming looked at the majestic palace in the distance. He knew that he owed Lord Xuewu his life. Yesterday, he had used his life to guarantee that Lord Xuewu would help Lin Ling. At that time, Lord Xuewu hadn't agreed. But today, Lord Xuewu had given her an answer. Idiot. Everyone's expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Ling didn't have to die. Instead, he dared to ridicule them. Chapter 1196. Hero assessment. Perhaps Lin Ling already knew that even if he did nothing, the danger would still follow. Therefore, instead of hiding his weakness, it was better to face it head-on. That was how a cultivator should be. That little brat has an imposing appearance and is calm. However, he must be here to take the hero assessment. In the majestic palace, Lu Susu crossed her legs and lazily swung them. She looked down with interest. The palace's huge red sandalwood windows allowed her to see everything below. His strength is only at transcendent second realm. Although he isn't very strong, his courage has surprised me. He has the courage rarely seen in young people. Lady Watermist said with a smile. That's just overestimating himself. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he came here to take the hero assessment is already a disgrace. One must know that he came from Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. That place isn't a place to nurture peerless geniuses. In addition, this is Lin Ling's first time participating in the hero assessment. The result is obvious. At this moment, Mystical Maiden of the Nine Heavens said. The others fell silent. They were all powerful cultivators and naturally knew how difficult the hero assessment was. Therefore, they agreed with mystical maiden of the 9 heavens. At this moment, the plaza was filled with a hubbub of voices. Everyone knew that today's theme was the hero assessment. At the same time, 100 geniuses from the various saint regions walked out. Each of them had an indifferent aura around them. Their cultivation base was at the 2nd level of the transcendent realm, and there were even some at the 4th level of the transcendent realm. Moreover, they all had the mysterious saint physique. Only those under the age of 25 had the qualifications to participate in the hero assessment. Moreover, each person only had 3 chances in their lifetime. Therefore, the majority of people came early to participate. If they failed once, they would participate again in the 2nd year. If they failed again, they would have to wait until they were 25 years old. Therefore, there would be transcendent 4th realm experts among the participants. Of course, even if they were transcendent 4th realm experts, they might not be able to become a hero. Because of the fierce competition, only 10 people had the qualifications to become a hero. At this moment, many experts saw that Lin Ling was going to participate in the hero assessment. Immediately, their faces turned cold. Eliminate him. If Lin Ling became a hero, then even if they wanted to touch Lin Ling, they would have to find some good excuses. This was not what they wanted to see. Although they didn't have a huge hatred for Lin Ling, they couldn't let Lin Ling live because of his fearlessness. Among the 100 rising geniuses, many looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling was so bold that he dared to take part in the hero assessment after offending so many powerful figures. He was courting death. You're just a 2nd-degree transcendent realm cultivator. You're asking to be humiliated. This must be his first time participating in the hero trial. I'm afraid he doesn't even have a saint body and hasn't comprehended any extreme pattern martial arts. He's just a piece of trash. It's nothing strange. Every 2nd-level transcendent realm practitioner thinks that they are very powerful. They don't know that there are strong and weak 2nd-level transcendent realm practitioners. Some of the more powerful disciples sneered. They didn't see Lin Ling as an opponent at all. The surrounding voices were filled with arrogance and the spirit of a martial artist. They floated into Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently and didn't refute them. In his left hand, a wine jug appeared and he started drinking. This piece of trash. The faces of the geniuses from various sacred regions turned ugly. They looked down on Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling would feel inferior and unreconciled. However, he didn't. Lin Ling was unperturbed. That kind of disregard made them extremely angry. No matter what you do, no matter how much effort you put into it, I will never like you. At this moment, a heavenly voice came from the front. Many people looked over and saw that the one who spoke was wuxialover. At this moment, her white robe fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She stood there quietly as if she would leave this world at any moment. However, what did she mean? Suddenly, many people looked at Lin Ling. They realized that wuxialover was talking to Lin Ling. This toad who overestimates himself wants to pursue wuxialover. The crowd roared with laughter. One must know that wuxialover was arrogant. Even a genius with a heroic background couldn't move her. What right did Lin Ling have to pursue someone else? He simply couldn't see through himself. Interesting. I thought that the generals of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture all had iron wills. However, in the end, they are still humans. They still have 7 emotions and 6 desires. He actually took a fancy to my 9 heavens mystical maiden. Unfortunately, he's just a toad. At the same time, a woman's voice came from the distant majestic palace. It was the 9 heavens mystical maiden. She seemed to be saying that Lin Ling was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. That bitch. Dinghai Heavenly Lord gritted his teeth. Because of Ling Shan, the Nine Heavens mystical maiden and his Dinghai heavenly prefecture had never been on good terms. Therefore, they were now adding insult to injury. At this moment, Luo Xuanhuan lifted her snow-white neck and said again, "I can't deny that your actions in the star-picking Violet Mansion piqued my curiosity. You've succeeded. At least, I remember you. However, I yearn for a peerless hero, not a mediocre person like you who hasn't even participated in a single hero trial. You're really not suitable for this hero trial. Why humiliate yourself and make Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture lose face with you?" She was certain that Lin Ling had come for her. She had the confidence to do so. You're very talented and powerful. Why do you have to belittle others and elevate yourself? Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "You're so stubborn." Luo Xuanhuan shook her head. She was extremely disappointed in Lin Ling and wouldn't give Lin Ling any more chances. Lin Ling also shook his head. He didn't understand why Luo Xuanhuan thought he liked her. Perhaps it was because of the celestial water hole. However, when Lin Ling was at the celestial water hole, everything he did was to see the celestial water. He didn't want to have any contact with Luo Xuanhuan. Of course, Lin Ling was too lazy to explain. The Nine Heavens mystical maiden, Luo Xuanhuan, is as beautiful and noble as a fairy. Only Xuanhuan of the Langia 10th Hall is a match made in heaven with her. Lin Ling is despicable and cunning. He's from Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture and can't compare to Xuanhuan. His strength is only at the second layer of the transcendent realm. He's really a toad. Another voice came from the crowd. The crowd didn't see who it was, but Lin Ling saw it. It was Nan Ping. This woman wasn't good at other things, but her ability to fan the flames was very strong. Unfortunately, in this world, strength was the deciding factor. These bastards. Sakura and the others were unwilling to accept this. They could only hope that Lin Ling could take back his dignity and pride. However, Dinghai Venerable was a little worried. This time, the hero assessment was more difficult than usual. There were 3 top geniuses. Although none of them were heroes, their strength was definitely comparable to heroes. The hero assessment begins. Tianyun will choose the topic. Chapter 1197. 9 World Mountain Trial. It's the 9 World Mountain Trial. I heard it's very difficult. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. At that moment, 9 10-meter-tall black mountains flew out from the palace and landed on the ground like pagodas. The 9 World Mountain was one of the outstanding talents trials. It was made of black jade bones from the Ghost Domain's Yellow Springs. It was said that the black jade bones were as big as a fist and were formed from the bones of millions of people. The 9 World Mountain was obviously formed from the bones of hundreds of millions of people. It could be said that the 9 World Mountain was a heavenly weapon. If it was used to smash someone, even a transcendent realm 4th stage cultivator would be crushed to death. There were 9 World Mountains. The first mountain represented 100 million bones, the second represented 200 million bones, and the 9th represented a terrifying 900 million bones. The trial didn't allow the use of sacred weapons or treasures. Martial arts couldn't be used either. One could only rely on spiritual energy and talent. Moreover, lifting a 9 World Mountain didn't mean that one had passed. If someone else's result was better than yours, they could still eliminate you. Southern Ancient Shrine, Luo Xiaotong. The first participant appeared. It was a 24-year-old girl. She walked up to the first mountain. Rise! She placed her right hand on the mountain. Dense spiritual energy appeared and the mountain slowly rose. It was hard to imagine that such a weak girl could be so strong. Her spiritual energy is very smooth, much better than many Transcendent Realms 2nd stage cultivators. Her saint body is yellow class, it should be related to plants. In the majestic palace, Mistress Shui Wu and the others said. After the girl put down the first 9-world mountain, she went to the second one. She wanted to get a better result and eliminate others. Rise! She succeeded in the second mountain. Then she failed in the third one. If the remaining people's results are worse than hers, she still has hope. Many people thought. Then, the second participant appeared. This was the second time that he participated. He was a Transcendent Realm's second stage cultivator. Of course, he failed quickly. This meant that his spiritual energy wasn't smooth enough and his saint body was ordinary. He must have used a large amount of resources to forcefully break through. Next. Fail. Lu Zhiqi. Failure. The 9 mountains looked simple, but very few people were able to lift them. In the blink of an eye, half of the participants were eliminated. Next, the elites began to appear. These people were all at the 3rd or 4th stage of the Transcendent Realm. Their best result was to lift the 5th 9-boundary mountain. Amazing! Many people cheered, especially the various great experts. They were all in high spirits, feeling as if their faces had been glorified. Luo Xuanhuan of the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. At this moment, the most eye-catching existence appeared, attracting countless gazes. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what kind of result the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens would create. Luo Xuanhuan was wearing a white dress. She walked out gracefully and looked at the first 9-world mountain. Then, she placed her right hand on the black stone surface of the 9-world mountain. Something strange happened. Her small hand seemed to have a strong suction force. She lifted the 9-world mountain with one hand. A Transcendent Realm 4th stage cultivator with 4 strands of spiritual energy. Moreover, her saint body has reached the earth level, the mystic water saint body. Her foundation is extremely solid. The crowd was in an uproar. Then, they saw Luo Xuanhuan put down the first 9-world mountain and slowly walked forward. She lifted the second one, then the third one, then the 8th one. Only then did she feel exhausted and barely managed to lift it. Obviously, her 4 strands of spiritual energy had consumed a lot. In the end, she only managed to get the 8th 9-world mountain with 800 million bone essences. Boom! The square seemed to have exploded. Everyone was astonished. It was Luo Xuanhuan's first time participating in the hero assessment, but her result was so terrifying. It was simply a record. She was the 5th person in the history of the hero assessment. The mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens is indeed a place to nurture peerless geniuses. Luo Xuanhuan almost tied with the previous 10 Langya temples. Mistress Shui Wu praised. The mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens smiled and nodded. At this moment, she was extremely proud. Luo Xuanhuan's achievement had proved the strength of the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens. Feng Buping of the Earth Immortal Village. At this moment, another powerful warrior appeared. The Earth Immortal Village was a hidden village in Xianping Province. According to legend, their ancestors were called Earth Immortals and controlled all the land. The people of the Earth Immortal Village were isolated from the rest of the world. Very few people left the Xianping Province. No one had expected a hidden genius to come out today. Child's play. A handsome young man appeared in front of everyone. Then, he copied the mysterious fairy of the 9 heavens and lifted the 9-world mountains one after another. However, when he lifted the 8th 9-world mountain, his aura was more stable than Luo Xuanhuan's. Obviously, he did not consume as much spiritual energy as Luo Xuanhuan. This result shocked the crowd again. However, they thought it was normal. The successor of the Earth Immortal Village was naturally not weak. Jianghu of the 10 Langya temples. At this moment, the strongest person in the assessment appeared. It was his first time participating, but everyone had witnessed his strength. It was said that he had once killed a hero. However, after the voice was heard, the young man sitting cross-legged in the distance did not move at all. It was as if he did not want to make a move. Xuanhuan of the 10 Langya temples. Yes. The voice was heard again from the majestic palace. Finally, the young man in golden armor slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "I'm a transcendent stage 4 cultivator with a powerful saint physique and an extreme martial art. Why do I need to take the assessment?" Arrogant. He did not want to take the assessment and thought it was too easy. Xuanhuan, the Qian temple knows your strength. However, rules are rules. If you don't take the assessment, you won't pass. The voice was heard from the majestic palace. Boring. The young man in golden armor finally stood up. A powerful aura appeared and shocked everyone. Then, he walked toward the 9 world mountains like an emperor. Rise! Dense spiritual source bloomed, and the 9 world mountains rose 2 meters into the air. The young man moved like a moving cloud and flowing water. Finally, he arrived in front of the 9th 9 world mountain and lifted it up with a spurt of energy. The 9 world mountain was parallel to him, as if an overlord had descended. Terrifying. The crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe. They did not expect Xuanhuan to be so powerful that he could lift all 9 world mountains. This was the first result of the assessment. As expected, these 3 first-timers have the most dazzling results. Xuanhuan is a dragon among men. In the future, he won't be any weaker than the 10 Langya temple's temple masters. When the young man in golden armor walked back, the crowd was still talking about him. Lin Ling looked at the young man indifferently. He knew that the young man was very powerful. He was probably qualified to take the assessment. It seemed that Xianping province was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The assessment continued. However, with the previous 3 dazzling stars, the rest of the participants were not enough to shock the crowd. Dinghai Heavenly Palace, Lin Ling. At that moment, a voice rang out, causing the square to instantly fall silent. Lin Ling had appeared. Chapter 1198. The best, it's my turn. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He ignored the mocking gazes and voices around him and slowly walked towards the 9 boundary mountains. The toad from the sea calming heavenly palace, be careful not to be smashed to death. That's a heavenly soldier that can kill a transcendent realm LV4. Someone mocked. He's only at transcendent realm LV2. What can he do? Even wuxialover and the others are at transcendent realm LV4. Lin Ling hasn't even participated in a single outstanding talent trial. Does he think he's like Xuanhuan and the other peerless geniuses? The experts didn't have high hopes for Lin Ling. After all, in terms of cultivation level, Lin Ling was weaker than the others. Someone like him wants to pursue wuxialover. He's a disgrace to the sea-calming heavenly palace. Still ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. When he arrived before the first 9 boundary mountain, he frowned slightly. He's hesitating before the first 9 boundary mountain. Trash. The crowd laughed even louder. The sea-calming heavenly palace and the others clenched their fists in anger. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear them. He glanced at the first 9 boundary mountain and shook his head. What is he doing? Everyone stopped laughing. They didn't know what Lin Ling was going to do. But soon, they understood what he was doing. Lin Ling actually appeared before the 9th boundary mountain. After all, the 9th boundary mountain was formed by 900 million bone essences. This guy is crazy. He can't even lift the first 9 boundary mountain, but he wants to lift the 9th one. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Even wuxialover shook her head. Was Lin Ling trying to prove himself? Unfortunately, he was risking his life. Jianghu also opened his eyes and sneered at Lin Ling. This toad wants to compete with me. Bang! At the same time, Lin Ling's hands landed on the 9 Boundaries Mountain. This action caused many people to laugh at him. One had to know that lifting the 9 Boundaries Mountain didn't rely on physical strength, it relied on spiritual energy. The previous people had only placed one hand on the 9 Boundaries Mountain, but Lin Ling was using both hands. Did he want to rely on physical strength? He's too reckless. In the majestic palace, Lord Water Mist shook her head helplessly. The examinees raised the 9-world mountain from the weakest to the strongest because they want to get used to the power of the 9-world mountain. At the same time, they also want to know their own limits. However, to challenge the 9th mountain in one go, it is impossible to lift it. Moreover, it is very dangerous. Paw. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling's arms were like dragons as he suddenly hugged the 9th 9-world mountain. This caused Lady Shui Wu's pupils to contract. At this moment, her heart seemed to have stopped beating. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling slowly lifted the 9 Boundaries Mountain. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. When it was above his head, he was like an overlord's cauldron that shocked everyone. This height had already surpassed Jianghu. However, this wasn't the end. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers pointing upwards as he lifted the 9 Boundaries Mountain with one hand. Then, he slowly moved forward. How is this possible? Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. One must know that this was a stone that contained 900 million bone essences. If it was smashed down, even a Transcendent Realm 4th stage expert would die. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Realm 2nd stage expert. Moreover, this was his first time participating in the examination and he actually succeeded. However, this wasn't the end of it. Lin Ling arrived before the 8th 9 Boundaries Mountain and heavily kicked it with his right leg. With a rumble, the 8th 9 Boundaries Mountain was kicked up by him. It fell from mid-air and landed on the 9th 9 Boundaries Mountain on his right hand. Then, Lin Ling continued forward, kicking the remaining 9 Boundaries Mountains into the air. They all landed on the 9 Boundaries Mountain on Lin Ling's right hand, making him look like a pagoda king in the square. Who? In the square, everyone's breathing was like waves. This was something that shouldn't happen to a Transcendent Realm 2nd stage expert, but it happened right before their eyes like a dream. Boom! Finally, Lin Ling lifted his right hand and all 9 Boundaries Mountains were lifted up into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Then, Lin Ling slowly turned around and left. His mocking voice floated out, "Sorry, even a toad has passed." Silence. Silence. Only Lin Ling's voice could be heard in the square. Everyone's hurried breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. How is this possible? His result is better than mine. Luo Xuanhuan couldn't believe what she was seeing. Jianghu's face turned ugly. Although he also lifted the 9th 9 Boundaries Mountain, Lin Ling lifted all 9 at the same time. Moreover, the whole process was done so casually. As long as one wasn't blind, anyone could tell that he was inferior to Lin Ling. The most ironic thing was that he thought his result was the best, so he didn't bother to make a move. Now, he was asking for humiliation. Amazing, we didn't see what kind of power he used to lift the 9 Boundaries Mountain. Everyone was shocked. One should know that when Lin Ling lifted the 9 Boundaries Mountain, he didn't use his spiritual source or saint body talent. Then, he mysteriously succeeded. It would be strange if they weren't shocked. They didn't know that Lin Ling cultivated the godly demon overlord body. He had the strength of a universe. His energy and physical body were the best in the square. His physical strength is very strong, so strong that even I can't see through it. Moreover, his control over his strength has reached the point of perfection, which is why he dared to lift up 9 Boundary Mountains consecutively. Especially the weight of the 9 boundary mountains, even a transcendent fourth layer expert would be crushed to death. Yet, he stood there like a pine tree, which means that his physical defense is very strong. Sigh. His defense is very strong. Only a few top experts saw some flaws. Among them was Lady Watermist. Without a doubt, Lin Ling passed the 9 boundaries mountain assessment. Moreover, he took first place. Those who mocked Lin Ling as a toad were now like ducks being held by the neck. They couldn't say anything. Of course, it wasn't that they looked down on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's cultivation base wasn't high. Moreover, it was his first time participating in the assessment. Therefore, they guessed that Lin Ling's result was limited. You must have used some kind of treasure before the assessment. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to lift 9 boundaries mountain. Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? Or are you trying to prove yourself? It's a pity that the assessment has just begun. Strength isn't enough to make a cultivator a hero. When the effect of your treasure wears off, I think you'll definitely lose face. Luo Xuanhuan looked at Lin Ling, who was walking over, and said indifferently. She was very unhappy. Lin Ling's result was good. She didn't care because the better Lin Ling's result was, the more he wanted to impress her. But what made her uncomfortable was that Lin Ling's result had surpassed hers. A toad that she didn't like had surpassed her. She couldn't let go of her face. Yeah, although the assessment doesn't allow sacred tools and other treasures, if Lin Ling had used some kind of treasure before, he could have achieved the same result. Many people frowned. Some believed Luo Xuanhuan's words. Of course, it was just a guess. You talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling didn't even bother to say more. He turned around and left. Luo Xuanhuan was stunned by his attitude. Her pretty face turned even uglier. However, she still thought that Lin Ling was trying to be unique and win her heart. She had to admit that Lin Ling had done it. But what made Luo Xuanhuan feel disgusted was that she would never accept Lin Ling. Honorable Sir, I passed the first assessment by luck. Chapter 1199. Killing demons in Xianxia. Good, good, good. This is a huge slap to the 9 Heavens Dark Maiden Palace. Venerable Si Kongming couldn't tell how Lin Ling had passed either. However, he was in a good mood. Thus, he spoke while looking at the majestic hall in the distance. Lin Ling's slap had been resounding. At this moment, the 9 Heavens Maiden's beautiful face was filled with anger. The second 9 Heavens Maiden of the 9 Heavens Maiden Palace had actually lost to Lin Ling. This slap was indeed very painful. I'm just borrowing the power of the heavenly treasure. Xian Nu of the 9 Heavens said indifferently. That might not be the case. Lord Water Mist still insisted on his opinion that Lin Ling's physical body was very powerful. Of course, he wasn't completely confident because his physical body cultivation wasn't very strong. Your Majesty, these mediocre people don't even know how powerful it was to cultivate essence, qi, and spirit in the ancient era. After Lin Ling walked back, Old Zi's voice resounded in his mind. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The Purple Palace realm was indeed amazing. The cultivation method was also comprehensive. Lin Ling was looking forward to becoming an emperor even more. The test of the 9-world mountain was still ongoing. However, after the appearance of the 4 dazzling stars, the remaining people's confidence took a hit. This caused a large number of people to fail. Some of them even had their arms and legs broken. Lin Ling's pagoda bearing had especially shaken their fighting spirit. They can't even lift the 9 worlds mountain. Are they worse than toads? Lin Ling, on the other hand, was conversing with Yu Munyun and the others. His voice wasn't soft, as if he was talking to himself. The martial artists who were taking the test were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. Next, another jade tablet appeared in the sky, and one of them exploded. Killing demons on Xianxia Mountain took 2 hours. Xianxia Mountain is one of the most famous mountain ranges of wild beasts in Xianping province. Wild beasts are even more powerful than demonic beasts. Many people's eyes sparkled. The examination this time was indeed very difficult. Half of the people had been eliminated, and only 10 people would be left in the examination of Sky Mountain. These 10 people would undoubtedly become outstanding talents. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, a large number of black spears shot down from the sky and stabbed into the ground in front of everyone who was about to take the test. For this demonic beast-slaying mission, aim for the best results. Furthermore, you are not allowed to use sacred artifacts or martial arts. You can only use the black profound spear to kill desolate beasts. Only then will your results be effective. There are only 5 black profound spears. Remember to use them carefully. A voice came from the exploded jade token. The black profound spear must kill a desolate beast, and there are only 5 of them. This means that among the 5 black profound spears, they must kill more and stronger demonic beasts. Many people frowned, as they knew the difficulty of this assessment. After all, if they could use their own sacred weapons and extreme pattern martial arts, the assessment would not be difficult. However, it was obvious that this was prohibited in the hero assessment. Lin Ling, it doesn't matter what despicable methods you used before. What's coming next is the true test of martial arts. A true martial artist not only needs to know how to use their own weapons, but also needs to be proficient in using all kinds of weapons. Having great strength doesn't mean anything. If we used our extreme pattern martial arts, we could also lift 9 boundary mountains. You just took advantage of the rules. After that, many people looked at Lin Ling. Among them, Feng Buping, who came from the Earth Immortal Village, said faintly. He came from the Earth Immortal Village and wanted to amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. However, Lin Ling stole his limelight. Have you all been infected by the fairy of the 9th heaven? All of you are so long-winded. Lin Ling looked at them faintly. After he finished speaking, he ignored those people who were livid and strode toward the teleportation portal in front of him. Bastard! Feng Buping's expression turned ashen. Even the 9 heavens mystical maiden had an ugly expression on her face. Lin Ling actually dared to say that in front of everyone, she was also very long-winded. One must know that she was an existence akin to a fairy. Sky Mountain was not in the Qian Temple, but there was an ancient teleportation portal that could reach it. Lin Ling followed the crowd into the teleportation portal and appeared in an ancient forest. Your Majesty, I didn't expect that the teleportation portal left behind by the 4 big countries from the Antiquity Age would still exist today. Elder Zi's voice rang in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The teleportation portal that he used before was left behind from the Antiquity Age. Your Majesty, the black spear in your hand has the ability to memorize the surroundings. Therefore, you must use the black spear to kill the demonic beasts. Elder Zi's voice rang out again. Lin Ling nodded. Obviously, the black spear's ability to memorize the surroundings was a proof. It meant that the demonic beasts were killed by the black spear and not by martial arts. Moreover, the black spear is very fragile. If you don't use it well, the 5 chances will be wasted. Elder Z said again. Fragile. You have to know that the demonic beasts are very powerful. They are on the same level as Little Flame. Even if I don't use the black spear, it will be very difficult to kill them. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He played with the long spear in his hand. Then, the force of one universe erupted. With a crack, the long spear was crushed by Lin Ling's grip. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It was indeed fragile. In this way, even if he had great strength, the black spear would not be able to withstand that kind of power. This test was indeed difficult. Then, Lin Ling looked ahead. There were mountains and steep ridges. The aura of the demonic beasts permeated the air. The entire forest was extremely quiet, giving people a feeling of oppression. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 rays of light shot out from the left. They were like thunder and lightning. In the sky, a 2-headed bird with red feathers was shot down. At the same time, a disdainful voice rang out, "As a warrior, controlling great strength doesn't mean everything. Being able to use everything you have flexibly is the foundation of a warrior. Didn't the Dinghai heavenly abode teach you this?" A young man in a sea blue robe walked out from the forest. He seemed to be talking to himself. Then, he pulled out the black spear from the 2-headed bird. The black spear shattered, leaving only the spearhead. However, the spearhead proved his result. He smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. 5 black spears. 2 of them killed rank 1 demonic beasts. They are much stronger than some toads." This person was a disciple of the South Pole Xianpeng. His words were obviously mocking Lin Ling Wush. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot past him. On the ancient tree beside him, a spear was stabbed into it. Following that, Lin Ling slowly walked forward and pulled out his spear. At the spearhead, there was a thumb-sized red blood mosquito. It had been killed in 1 shot. As a warrior, being able to use everything you have flexibly does not mean you are strong. You have to pay the smallest price in exchange for the greatest results. This is the foundation of a warrior. Didn't the South Pole Xianping teach you this? You! The South Pole Xianping disciple's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had actually killed the bone-devouring blood mosquito in 1 shot. One had to know that the blood mosquito was smaller than his 2-headed bird. Furthermore, it was much faster. Most importantly, Lin Ling had only used 1 shot, while he had used 2. Not bad. There are still 3 black spears left. One of them killed a rank 2 demonic beast, bone-devouring blood mosquito. You are much stronger than some trash. Lin Ling looked at the spearhead. A large number of words appeared on it, recording the prey he had killed. This made him more familiar with the demonic beast hunt. Following that, he slowly left. You called me trash. The South Pole Xianping disciple stood rooted to the ground. His face was ashen. Lin Ling, if not for the fact that the hero assessment does not allow killing, I would have already killed you. However, after the hero assessment is over, the old man of the South Pole will definitely not let you live. Chapter 1200. 1 shot to death, only 3 spears left. Lin Ling moved forward along the forest. This meant that he had 3 more chances, and he wanted to get a better result in these 3 chances. Whoosh! Lin Ling stepped on the ground and landed on a tree branch. Then, he weaved through the forest and activated his Eye of Time, allowing him to see everything within 10,000 miles. Only the Black Profound Spear was effective against beasts in Sky Mountain, so Lin Ling couldn't use any of his trump cards. Of course, it was the same for the others. Spear. Not everyone knew how to use it. Furthermore, the Black Profound Spear was fragile and had a high requirement of spiritual energy control. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had trained hard in the Purple Palace realm, so he could use anything in his hand as a sword. Furthermore, his godly demon overlord physique was so strong that he could control his strength as he wished. Roar! At this moment, a low roar came from the front. In the dense forest, a white tiger the size of a small mountain slowly walked past. This was the bloodline of one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. It was an extremely terrifying dire beast. Even if it could use martial arts, ordinary second-stage transcendence wouldn't dare to face it. Lin Ling knew this as well, so he didn't act rashly. Instead, he stared at it calmly like a hunter. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Lin Ling raised the spear in his hand and threw it out. The black profound spear was as fast as lightning as he infused it with his spiritual energy. "You're not qualified to fight with me." On the other side, there was another hunter who had been paying attention to the white tiger. Therefore, he also shot out his black profound spear. This person came from the Western Sea Dragon Qilan Palace and had the Dragon Qilan Jade Void Saint physique. At his level, any attack was as terrifying as a mountain. Gotcha! However, both spears were aimed at the white tiger, but Lin Ling's spear was as fast as lightning. It shattered the other spear in mid-air and stabbed into the white tiger's forehead. How is this possible? The hunter from the Western Sea Dragon Qilan Palace narrowed his eyes. His prey was stolen. Whoosh! At the same time, Lin Ling's figure flashed past and disappeared after collecting the spear from the white tiger. "Lin Ling, it's you." That expert roared. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling's spear was so powerful. One must know that he himself was a spear expert and his cultivation was at the transcendent realm. In the past, he had defeated xianxia, but when compared to Lin Ling, he was still slightly weaker. The test this time is indeed difficult. That guy from before is on par with the first Ghost King and the Daredevil Mother of the North. At this moment, Lin Ling was still weaving through the forest. He thought to himself that if he hadn't entered the Violet Palace realm to cultivate, it would be difficult for him to fight for the desolate beast. 2 guns left. Then, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. It was getting closer and closer to 2 hours. Psychic eyes. Lin Ling once again transformed into a hunter. With the remaining 2 guns, he wanted to obtain a better result. Moreover, Lin Ling not only wanted to get a hero card in this hero assessment, but also wanted to test his strength. Rank 5 Ancient Rhinoceros Qilan. Just at this moment, Elder Z's voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears. On top of a mountain peak in front of him, there was an enormous purple rhinoceros Qilan standing there. This Qilan had a rhinoceros horn and the horn was emitting rings of light like a dazzling sun. The ancient aura of the King of Desolate Beasts permeated the air, causing the surrounding 10,000 miles to be silent. Rank 5, this represented the King of Desolate Beasts at the Transcendent Realm. Your Majesty, this rhinoceros horn contains a supreme pattern martial art and it is at the major completion stage. If you face it alone, you only have a 60% chance of winning. If you use all your trump cards, you have a 90% chance of winning. Elder Z was like the most dedicated Grand Tutor as he explained to Lin Ling how terrifying this ancient rhinoceros Qilan was. One had to know that this was a mutated breed of an ancient rhinoceros and a Qilan. Its bloodline was extremely noble. Rank 5, too bad I can't use martial arts, I have to use the black profound spear. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. If he could kill this ancient rhinoceros Qilan, he should be able to pass. Ancient rhinoceros Qilan. At this moment, a voice came from all around the mountain peak, causing Lin Ling to look over. It was actually Luo Xuanhuan and Feng Buping. The 2 of them seemed to have gained quite a lot, so they were still smiling. However, their smiles were now frozen. Obviously, they had also seen the ancient rhinoceros Qilan. Let me test its power. Feng Buping shouted angrily. The black profound spear in his hand shot out, Imperial Tomb Guardian. This spear carried the aura of a supreme pattern martial art. An ancient mountain appeared, thick and majestic, increasing the power of the black profound spear by more than 10 times. Roar! However, the ancient rhinoceros Qilan on the mountain peak roared angrily. Its horn emitted the light of the sun and the moon. Rings of light spread out and collided with the black profound spear, causing the black profound spear to shatter instantly. Feng Buping's face turned pale. He quickly turned around and ran, but he was still hit by the light of the sun and the moon, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. How terrifying, this king of desolate beasts can't be killed. Luo Xuanhuan gritted her teeth after witnessing the scene. She ran away like a fairy, not daring to provoke the ancient rhinoceros Qilin. Your Majesty, be careful to merge the aura of a supreme pattern martial art into the black profound spear. Using the spear as a sword, it can increase the power of the black profound spear. Elder Z reminded Lin Ling in his ear. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. At this moment, his expression was focused. He locked onto the ancient rhinoceros Qilin on the mountain peak in the distance. The entire world seemed to have disappeared. He could faintly hear the breathing of the ancient rhinoceros Qilin. What was even more terrifying was that he seemed to have seen the ancient rhinoceros Qilin's flaw with his eye of time. Heaven uplift. Lin Ling tightened his grip on the black profound spear. He carefully infused the power of one universe into the spear and threw it out. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the void. It carried the aura of a supreme pattern martial art. There were flames, but it was as fast as lightning. It was like a terrifying thunderbolt that cut through the sky. The most terrifying thing was that when it got close to the ancient rhinoceros Qilin, its speed instantly exploded. The power of one universe of heaven uplift increased again, almost reaching the power of two universes. The spear can't withstand the pressure. Lin Ling stared at the black profound spear in front of him. Previously, he had suppressed the terrifying power of the spear. Only by doing so could he kill the king of the wild beast. However, he was afraid that the spear couldn't withstand the pressure. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the spear was invincible. At the crucial moment, it pierced through the triangular imprint on the ancient rhinoceros Qilin's horn. The ancient rhinoceros Qilin let out a furious roar. Its huge body fell down like a mountain, causing the entire forest to tremble. The ancient rhinoceros Qilin that fell down didn't move. It was killed by a single spear. Your Majesty, you did it. Not only did you find the ancient rhinoceros Qilin's weakness, you even suppressed the power of one universe into the spear. Elder Z's astonished voice resounded. It was just a fluke. Lin Ling lightly exhaled. He felt as if he had just fought a great battle with a transcendent fifth stage expert. Previously, his essence, energy, and spirit were all in a state of peak alert, locking onto the ancient rhinoceros Qilin. This state undoubtedly consumed a lot of Lin Ling's energy. What? The ancient rhinoceros Qilin was killed. Luo Xuanhuan was still running through the forest. At this moment, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Who could be so powerful? Could it be jianghu? Even a transcendent fifth stage wild beast king is dead. This person is so powerful. Feng Buping also sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe the scene behind him. Whoosh! Chapter 1201. Everyone returned. Your Majesty, with a rank 5 wild beast, Your Majesty will definitely pass. Elder Z congratulated, causing Lin Ling to smile. The previous spear had increased his strength once again, and his control over his strength had increased by 10%. One had to know that powerful warriors could split mountains and split seas, but when they encountered opponents with such strength, control over their strength was extremely crucial. It could determine the outcome of the battle. Only the last spear left. After that, Lin Ling's spiritual eyes appeared again. He was confident that he could pass, but he also wanted to challenge his limits. Bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. Soon, Lin Ling's target fell on a swamp. A large number of bone-devouring blood mosquitoes appeared there, densely packed. Even a king of wild beasts would have to turn around and run. Although the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes were only rank 2 wild beasts, their numbers were extremely terrifying. Your Majesty, that's only a rank 2 wild beast. Elder Z was somewhat puzzled. His Majesty seemed to want to use the last spear to kill the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. This seemed a bit wasteful. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much. His body appeared on top of a tree branch. He didn't dare to approach the swamp, so he used his spiritual eyes to observe. Gradually, time seemed to stop at this moment. Everything in the world disappeared. Lin Ling heard countless breathing sounds and saw a large number of red dots. The breathing sounds were the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes, and the red dots were the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. Now is the time. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The black profound spear in his hand shot out, as if it could cut through the stars and break the moon. Your Majesty, you are currently 10,000 miles away from the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. Elder Z said in surprise. His Majesty wanted to kill the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes from such a long distance? How was this possible? However, he didn't know that Lin Ling had the spiritual eyes. In addition to his calm analysis, everything was possible. Whoosh! The black profound spear pierced through the dense forest and finally passed through the swamp. It heavily stabbed into a mountain peak on the other side. At the same time, the entire black profound spear shattered. The spearhead was still stuck in the mountain peak. This spear didn't seem powerful, but its power was concentrated at the spearhead. Success! Lin Ling smiled excitedly. He hurried towards the mountain peak 10,000 miles away. After a long time, the spearhead appeared in his hand. Elder Z looked curiously. Did Lin Ling really succeed in killing the bone-devouring blood mosquitoes 10,000 miles away? However, with just a glance, Elder Lin Ling had succeeded. Moreover, he hadn't done this for a single bone-devouring blood mosquito, but for tens of thousands of them. This meant that Lin Ling had killed over 9,990 bone-devouring blood mosquitoes with a single strike. The might of this single strike represented over 9,000 strikes from others, but in reality, they only had 5 strikes. Elder Z said with admiration. This made Lin Ling smile. 5 spears had been used up. In terms of the level of the desolate beasts, he had a rank 5 desolate beast. In terms of numbers, he had over 10,000 desolate beasts. 2 hours have passed. Half an incense stick's worth of time has passed. At this moment, a large number of people walked out of the teleportation array. 52 of them entered Sky Mountain, but only 41 returned. Apparently, some of them died in the mouths of the wild beasts. They're back. Everyone looked at the returning geniuses with anticipation in their eyes. Among these people, 10 of them would become outstanding geniuses. How did it go? Among the geniuses around the square, a prince in a luxurious robe asked anxiously. Father. I want one of the 10 geniuses. How can these mediocre geniuses compare to me? Among the returning geniuses, one of them laughed proudly. Many people's eyes lit up. He was very confident. Luo Xuanhuan also looked at the floating palace in the sky and revealed a smile that could topple countries. Master, Mon can't guarantee that I'll take first place in the monarch descent competition, but I'm confident that I'll take second place. Good. The voice of Xianxia of the 9 heavens drifted out from the majestic palace. Luo Xuanhuan was very impressive to be able to become the second place of the 10 geniuses. The first place must be Jianghu from Langia. Jianghu. All eyes were on Jianghu. Jianghu placed his hands behind his back, looking cold and indifferent. He said, the 10 halls of Langia do not produce mediocre people. Previously, there were people who cheated in the 9 boundaries mountain assessment, but I am too lazy to care. Killing demons in Sky Mountain is not something a toad can pass. Jianghu seems to have everything under control. Many people thought. Jianghu exuded the aura of an emperor, which reminded them of the powerful genius from Langia, Golden Armor King. Jianghu, you're from the Langia 10 halls. Everyone had high hopes for you before, but you lost to Lin Ling from the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. If you lose this time, you'll be a disgrace to the Langia 10 halls. Someone in the crowd laughed. This person seemed to be at odds with the Langia 10 halls. If I lose, I'll call myself trash in front of everyone. Xuanhuan looked at that person coldly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. But there were so many geniuses here, so he held it in for the time being. However, he said confidently. After all, how could Langia be looked down upon? You're bold. Many people gasped. It seemed that Xuanhuan was going to take first place. I also lost some faith in the assessment of 9 World Mountain. Now, we're going to kill monsters on Sky Mountain, and we're going to rely on real strength. We can't pass with treasures of heaven and earth. So, if that toad can beat me, I'll eat this. If he can't win, he'll eat this. At this moment, Feng Buping, who had been silent, said. At the same time, he waved his right hand again. A 2-horned, 1-legged bull appeared and fell to the ground like a small hill. Kuei, this is the bloodline of the ancient beast Kuei. Many people's eyes narrowed. Feng Buping had killed the bloodline of Kuei, which was a 4th-rank wild beast king. While all at one at this moment, the 2-horned, 1-legged bull on the ground excreted a large pile of feces. It was as big as a table, and a foul smell wafted out of the square. Many people couldn't help but touch their noses. They didn't understand what Feng Buping meant. After all, he had killed the wild beast king and only needed to bring back the spearhead. Why did he have to bring back the whole 2-horned, 1-legged bull? If he's not as good as me, I'll make him eat this feces. This is the consequence of bullying the Earth Immortal Village. Feng Buping shouted coldly. The crowd finally came to their senses. This guy was really domineering. This is the hero assessment. Feng Buping, this is not your home. You can't do whatever you want here. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and shouted coldly. The person who spoke was Venerable C. Calming. Venerable C. Calming, your subordinate is only a stage 2 transcendent. How can he lift 9 world mountains? Since he dared to fool everyone, he must be punished. That's right. The hero assessment is the strictest. If he had real strength before, he wouldn't have been weak in the next round. Why do you have to feel guilty? If he can't get into the top 10, he'll eat this feces. Chapter 1202. Number 1 again, bastard. Venerable C. Calming's eyes were red with anger. Unfortunately, there were too many experts around and many of them were not weaker than him. He's not back yet. Could he be dead? Then, Feng Buping looked around and suddenly smiled. He did not expect that he, a hidden genius, would become famous in the Xianping territory with Lin Ling's name. It seemed that he had made the right decision. That's possible. The returning geniuses sneered. As expected, Lin Ling relied on unorthodox methods to become number 1 in the 9 World Mountain. Now that he was facing a wild beast, he was instantly torn to pieces. Luo Xiuman also looked around and shook her head. Lin Ling had been trying his best to please her. Unfortunately, he died on Sky Mountain. What a pitiful person. Of course, it was normal for her to think that way. Lin Ling was a Transcendent Stage 2 Transcendent Realm expert and Sky Mountain even had a Transcendent Stage 5 Wild Beast King. Even Transcendent Stage 4 geniuses like them had to be careful. Therefore, it was not impossible for Lin Ling to die there. Paw! At this moment, footsteps were heard from the teleportation portal. A blue-white robe appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was handsome and carefree. His eyes were calm and unperturbed. He's back. Many people frowned. Lin Ling was not dead, especially the returning geniuses. Although they were proud and confident before, their hearts skipped a beat when they saw Lin Ling again. Obviously, Lin Ling's heroic demeanor was still shocking to them. Lin Ling, you're back. Yuman Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Ling walking over. Killing monsters on Sky Mountain might seem simple, but it was also dangerous. I'm back. Lin Ling chuckled and swept his gaze across the crowd. Suddenly, he found that everyone's expressions were a little different. They were actually gloating. Could it be that something had happened before he returned? These bastards. Sakura quickly walked over and told Lin Ling about the previous matter. This made Lin Ling frown as a cold light leaked out from the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he sneered and nodded his head. These people were still brooding over the matter of the star-plucking Violet Mansion and were looking for opportunities to make things difficult for him. Since this was the case, he would fulfill their wishes. Hand over your spearheads. At the same time, a majestic voice came from the majestic palace, ordering everyone to hand over their spears. Then, everyone looked nervously at the sky. Not long after, the voice came from the sky again. Ranked 36th, Eternal Celestial Court, Lu Qing. Ranked 35th, Lu Piaoyi from the Lu Mansion. Ranked 34th, Jade Void Imperial Palace. One by one, the rankings were announced, which made many people gasp. Among the 41 people who returned, there were actually a few who did not gain anything. Killing demons on Tianshan Mountain was indeed difficult. I was actually eliminated. I thought I could enter the top 10. The people whose names were announced had ugly expressions. They glanced around and then fell on Lin Ling. They all sneered. They failed, but it was still better than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was definitely one of the few who did not gain anything. Ranked 10th, Western Sea Dragon Kirin Palace, killed 4 third-level fire god tigers with 1 sword. Ranked 9th, the remaining 10 people were obviously outstanding. Ranked 4th, Earth Immortal Village, Feng Buping. What? What? I'm only ranked 4th. What? Feng Buping's eyes narrowed and his body trembled with anger. He thought he could get first place. Ranked 3rd, Nine Heavens Fairy Palace, Luo Xuanhuan. What? Many people looked at Luo Xuanhuan, the goddess of the 9 heavens. Their eyes were filled with longing. Luo Xuanhuan smiled. At this moment, she was as calm as a goddess. Although this result was not the best, it was at least in the top 3. Ranked 2nd, Lengjia 10th Palace, Jin Yunwu. At this moment, Jin Yunwu's result was announced. Many people gasped. Jin Yunwu was so confident before, but he was not first. Damn it, who is above me? Jin Yunwu stood on the ground like an emperor. His face was cold. Like everyone else, he thought he would be first, but in the end, he was only second. He had been second before, and now he was second again. This humiliation might follow him for the rest of his life. First place. At the majestic palace, the voice paused for a moment, as if surprised. Then it slowly announced, Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, Lin Ling. Crazy. Crazy, how can he be first? The whole square was silent for a moment. Shocked and angry voices floated like waves. Lin Ling was first again. This must be fake. In the previous test of 9 World Mountain, if Lin Ling had swallowed treasures and burned his spiritual source before the test, he could have been first, but the price would have been high. Perhaps his spiritual source would have been burned out. This also explained why Lin Ling did not reveal his spiritual source when he lifted 9 World Mountain. However, killing demons on Sky Mountain was even more difficult. Lin Ling was still first. What dirty tricks did you use to get first place? Jin Yunwu shouted angrily. In the previous test of 9 World Mountain, he could still maintain the calm of a strong cultivator, but this time, he could not. Why would I use dirty tricks against a piece of trash like you? Always second place. Second place. Lin Ling indifferently glanced at Jianghu as his disdainful voice drifted out. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Previously, you said that if you lose to me again, you will call yourself trash. Second place. You. Second place." Jianghu's eyes narrowed. He was indeed very confident before, so he said that. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to ask him to call himself a piece of trash. "And you brought the two-horned one-legged kuei ox out. Do you want to eat its feces?" Lin Ling looked at Feng Buping from the Earth Immortal Village fearlessly. He knew that Feng Buping wanted to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. Lin Ling decided to fulfill his wish. "Do you know where I come from?" Feng Buping gritted his teeth. His voice was extremely low. "You come from the Earth Immortal Village, but the Earth Immortal Village sent you to Xianping Province to gain experience, not to fart around. Also, you don't keep your word. Is everyone in the Earth Immortal Village so shameless?" His blue robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at Feng Buping indifferently. Feng Buping clenched his teeth, but didn't know what to say. "Wait a minute, as far as I know, Jianghu was able to become the second person because he killed a fifth-order wild beast king. Since Lin Ling is able to surpass him, then he must have killed a fifth-order wild beast king. However, his cultivation is only at the second layer of the transcendent realm." Boom! At this moment, a low voice rang out from the crowd. Many people looked over and saw that the one who spoke was Lu Wangya from the Lu Wangfu. The Lu Wangfu was an ancient and huge Wangfu. It was said that the Lu Wangfu had many existences with 72 demon gods. Therefore, in Xianping Province, not many people dared to provoke them. "What are you trying to say?" "Calm down." Lin Ling looked at Lu Wangya calmly. Lu Wangya's eyes were filled with killing intent. If not for the presence of so many experts, he really would have killed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had killed his son, Lu Ruffing. "Lu Wangya, what you mean is that you must have done something to kill the wild beast on Tianshan Mountain." "Yes." Chapter 1203. The might of this spear shook the heavens. Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Why are you so sure?" "I'm sure of your character, so even if we're friends, I'll stand up and testify against you for the sake of fairness in the hero test," Nanping said with a strong sense of righteousness. Many people nodded their heads at her. This woman's ability to see the big picture was extremely famous in Xianping Province. Many people had a very good relationship with her. "I don't have a hypocritical friend like you. So, don't try to make friends with me. Besides, if I really win, you and Feng Buping will eat the shit together. How about that?" Lin Ling said with a faint smile, his tone cold. "Me?" Nanping's expression changed drastically. Her image in everyone's hearts was that of a good person. Therefore, if she ate that shit, the image she had built up over the years would crumble. "Why wouldn't I dare? Aren't you a righteous person? Are you feeling guilty?" Lin Ling took a step forward. His voice suddenly grew louder, intimidating Nanping so much that her face turned pale. "I agreed on her behalf, but if you cheat, you will die. Moreover, you are not allowed to use other sinister means to kill demons on Tianshan Mountain, such as poison." At this moment, an old voice was heard. The old man of the South Pole had agreed on behalf of Nanping. He was forcing Lin Ling in front of everyone. If Lin Ling was lying, he wanted Lin Ling dead. "Old chap, you're forcing us to break up." Venerable C. Calming sighed as he looked at the aggressive old South Pole. He could accept other experts bullying Lin Ling, but he felt very uncomfortable when his old friend also bullied Lin Ling. Apart from that, among the experts in the square, some were dissatisfied with the treasures Lin Ling obtained from the star-picking Purple Mansion, some didn't want Lin Ling to become a hero, some fanned the flames, and some tried to sow discord. They were all targeting Lin Ling. Venerable sea calming sighed. Sure enough, when an expert rose, they would always be bullied. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling's eyes turn cold. Lin Ling seemed to be angered. Fine, then you can go eat shit for me. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Since they wanted to play, he would play with them. How arrogant. The crowd's pupils constricted. Although Lin Ling's words were directed at Nanping, they were actually directed at all the strong cultivators present. He was telling them to eat shit. He was scolding them. My lord, please reveal Lin Ling's spearhead. I know he must have killed the desolate beast, but how he killed it is the key. For example, he first used poison to poison the desolate beast to its last breath, then used the black profound spear to kill the demonic beast. This can also be considered a result. Everyone raised their heads to look at the majestic palace in the sky. Their hearts were filled with rage. I'll satisfy you. Lady Water Mist's voice came from the majestic palace. Lin Ling's first spear was shattered by him. Therefore, you can only see 4 spears. He dares to compete with us with only 4 spears. The experts who lost to Lin Ling shouted coldly. Lin Ling only had 4 chances. It was even more impossible for him to surpass them. Of the 4 spears, the first spear. An illusion appeared in the sky. It was the scene of Lin Ling killing the first spear. That spear had killed the rank 2 bone-devouring blood mosquito. Just rank 2. What a disgrace. Many people said disdainfully. The second spear. The second spear had killed the bloodline of the divine white tiger. That was a rank 3 wild beast. He fought with me for this white tiger and took advantage of me. Therefore, I already knew. Among the crowd, a genius shouted coldly. He was not surprised. Lin Ling only had 2 spears left. How could he win? He only killed some small wild beasts. Next, he should use some unorthodox methods. Many people believed that Lin Ling must have done something to the next 2 spears. The third spear. The voice from the majestic palace in the sky turned serious. Boom! An illusion appeared in the sky. The third spear was like a meteor shower. It pierced through the sky and heavily struck a hill-sized ancient rhinoceros qilin. The ancient rhinoceros qilin was killed by a single spear. After it fell, it intimidated the forest and caused all beasts to retreat. Rank 5 Ancient Rhinoceros qilin. That is the king of the wild beasts that I encountered previously. It is said that wherever the ancient country's rhinoceros qilin appears, there are no wild beasts within 10,000 miles. Feng Buping stared at the illusion in the sky. His heart trembled violently. Previously, he had tried to kill the ancient rhinoceros qilin but failed. Who knew that Lin Ling would succeed? So it's him. Luo Xueman's pretty face turned serious. The mystery in her heart had been solved. The crowd was silent. The spearhead recorded the entire process of the kill. As long as one was not blind, they could see that Lin Ling did not use any other methods. It was just a single spear. This kid's insight is terrifying. That single spear hit the ancient rhinoceros qilin's weak point, causing it to die in one shot. A powerful warrior said in shock. He felt that it was unreal. One had to know that the ancient rhinoceros qilin's defense was extremely strong. Furthermore, it was very vigilant. Within 10,000 miles, it was on alert. Hence, it was very difficult to approach it. The only way was to attack it from afar. However, to be able to kill it in one shot from afar, what kind of strong calmness and insight was required? He killed the rank 5 king of the wild beasts. In the entire square, those angry people were now speechless. Now, what else is there to say? Lin Ling's cold voice also drifted out at this moment. It made the faces of the people in the square turn ashen. However, they could not say a word. Based on this, it can only mean that you are stronger than the others. However, you are still not above me. At this moment, Xuanhuan shouted coldly. Many people's eyes lit up. That's right. It was only a rank 5 king of the wild beasts. Xuanhuan had also killed it. How could Lin Ling be ranked first? Don't forget, the last spear. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spat out a disdainful voice from the corner of his mouth. The last spear. Could it be that you killed another rank 5 wild beast? Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment before he shook his head disdainfully. There were only 2 hours to kill demons in Sky Mountain. Hence, even if Lin Ling could kill a rank 5 king of the wild beasts, he would not be able to find 2 kings of the wild beasts in such a short period of time. His last spear killed the rank 2 bone-devouring blood mosquito. In the sky, a cold voice drifted out from the majestic palace. As the voice faded, many people's eyes flickered. The result of the last spear was so bad. Boom! At the same time, in the sky, the scene of the last spear appeared. That spear seemed to have crossed the 9 heavens and shot straight ahead. It was as fast as lightning. In the end, it pierced through the swamp of death and killed the bone-devouring blood mosquito. However, it was not just one mosquito, but more than 9,900 of them. Buzz! In the end, that spear pierced into the mountain peak. It was like the most dazzling flag, causing everyone in the square to stop breathing. Everyone saw the result of that spear. It was not in terms of quality, but in terms of quantity. How terrifying! One spear killed more than 9,000 bone-devouring blood mosquitoes. This means that he has more than 9,000 spears than the others. What terrifying eyesight! Furthermore, I saw that he used his spear from thousands of miles away. Many experts spoke in shock. They did not have any enmity with Lin Ling. Hence, at this moment, they were speaking from a neutral point of view. Although Lin Ling's last spear had killed a rank 2 wild beast, the quantity was enough to crush all the geniuses. Chapter 1204. Go eat shit, all of you. Silence. Everything was silent. A genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years had appeared in this year's Outstanding Talents assessment. No one would be able to surpass him in 1,000 years. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King of the 9-World Mountain. Killing monsters on Sky Mountain, shocking the world with 2 spears. Moreover, Lin Ling's first spear was wasted by him. This made those arrogant geniuses feel like they had been slapped in the face. He had surpassed everyone with only 4 spears. Were they qualified to laugh at Lin Ling? Go eat shit, all of you. Silence. After a moment of silence, Lin Ling's cold voice thundered, silencing everyone. Lin Ling told them to go eat shit. If it were any other time, they would definitely refute and be furious. But now, they were shocked speechless by Lin Ling's achievements. Xuanhuan of the Langya 10th Palace, let me ask you one thing. Are you a piece of trash? Silence. Everyone in the square looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was looking at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had boasted, so now he was going to taste his own medicine. At this moment, Xuanhuan stood on the ground like an emperor. His golden armor shone brightly, but his face was extremely cold. Do you really want me to say it? Silence. It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with endless dominance. He wanted to see if Lin Ling dared to let him say it. Speak. Silence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shouted coldly. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. Many people felt like they were seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling, who was under Venerable C. Calming's command, was not someone who could be bullied easily. He's so arrogant. Silence. Even Luo Xuemon looked at Lin Ling for the first time. Her impression of Lin Ling changed. After all, Lin Ling could cheat in the first 9 World Mountain assessment, but the second time, he killed monsters on Sky Mountain. Even she had to admire Lin Ling's insight, calmness, and perfect control. Maybe he's not as bad as I thought. Luo Xuemon muttered to herself. Okay, I'm a piece of trash. Silence. Xuanhuan said softly at this moment. His expression seemed calm, but his heart was suppressing a strong murderous intent. He came from the Langia 10 halls, which was an existence that surpassed the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. But today, he was going to call himself a piece of trash in front of everyone. The reason was that he had been too confident before. Lin Lingbing sneered and looked at Feng Buping. That pile of shit just came out, and it's still steaming. I think you should be able to finish it. Many people's hearts were beating violently. Things seemed to have changed 180 degrees. Lin Ling was the target of disdain, but now, Lin Ling dominated everything with his results. Most importantly, those who wanted to make fun of Lin Ling were all beaten back by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of offending anyone. He's already a thorn in everyone's side. So, one more enemy won't make a difference. Some experts understood Lin Ling's intention. If they were in his shoes, they would do the same. Of course, they couldn't let Lin Ling dominate everything. I'll eat it. Feng Buping nodded gloomily. How could he not eat it now? There were so many people watching. If he went back on his word, then the reputation of the Earth Immortal Village would be lost. Moreover, he had been wondering why things had turned out this way. He had brought that pile of feces out for Lin Ling to eat, but in the end, he had left it for himself. He had shot himself in the foot. Go eat shit with him, Nan Ping. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was going to settle scores. Just like his personality, he would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. If someone offended him, he would repay it tenfold. Master. Nan Ping looked at Lin Ling in awe, then quickly looked at the old man of the South Pole. Was she really going to eat shit? Impossible. She would never eat shit. She suddenly realized that Lin Ling didn't kill her last time not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to take revenge on her. Venerable Si Calming. The old man of the South Pole's face was livid. He didn't want his disciple to eat shit either. If that happened, the celestial canopy would become a joke in Xianping province. Old man of the South Pole, you and I have been friends for many years, so I didn't expect you to target my people. Venerable Si Calming smiled. It was a smile of relief. Perhaps the Si Calming Heavenly Province was just an ordinary force in Xianping province. Today, the rise of the Si Calming Heavenly Province's general had caused many people to make things difficult for him. He had been suppressing his anger for a long time, but now, he felt a sense of relief. Since you've done it, go eat shit. Venerable Si Calming laughed. His words seemed to be telling the old man of the South Pole to eat shit, but in fact, he was telling all the strong men to go eat shit. Go eat shit. Lin Ling also laughed. His laughter was calm and carefree. These people had bullied him because he had no background and no strength. Now, they were all going to eat shit. Although Lin Ling came from the 6 Saint regions, he still had a strong backbone. Go, eat that shit with Feng Buping. The old man of the South Pole snorted and sat back down on the floating platform. His face was full of murderous intent. Lin Ling, I'll let you be proud for a while. You'll die for sure later. I'll eat shit. Nan Ping's delicate face was full of disbelief. She was really going to eat shit. Go quickly. If you don't eat it, Feng Buping will finish it and you won't be able to eat anything. At this time, Lin Ling's cold shout rang out. Many people couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. In Lin Ling's mouth, that pile of shit had become a delicacy. Lin Ling was afraid that Nan Ping would be too slow and wouldn't be able to eat anything. Haha. Finally, many people couldn't help but laugh. Nan Ping was a considerate woman in their hearts, but at this moment, they felt disgusted. Get over here. At this moment, Feng Buping was already eating. At the same time, he roared and told Nan Ping to get over here. He didn't want to eat shit alone. Luckily, the two-horned one-legged kuei cow eats plants. Its shit isn't as smelly as yours. Disgusting. Lin Ling sneered. His voice floated into Nan Ping and Feng Buping's ears, making them tremble. Lin Ling said that they were disgusting and that their hearts were smelly. They held back their anger and quickly ate the large pile of feces on the ground. 10 people have passed the hero assessment. Your names will be recorded in the Xianhu. At this moment, a voice came from the majestic palace in the sky, waking many people up from their dreams. Only now did they realize that the hero's trial was more difficult than usual. What was more surprising was that 4 of the 10 people were participating in the trial for the first time, but they surpassed all the heroes and passed smoothly. Chapter 1205. Hero's ancient battlefield. If he was lucky the first time, would he still be lucky the second time? That's impossible. Lin Ling must be hiding a trump card that we don't know about. Many experts thought to themselves. Lin Ling was only at Transcendent Realm Stage 2, but he could definitely fight against a Transcendent Realm Stage 3. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had become famous in Xianping Province today. He had used a special method to suppress everyone and become a hero. He had even made those who looked down on him suffer the consequences. I've become a hero. Ignoring the people around him, Lin Ling smiled faintly. A gold medal appeared in his hand and he hung it on his waist. This gold medal could save a lot of vitality stones when using the teleportation portal. This was the benefit of becoming a hero. Xuanhuan, I still want to take the hero card test. Just then, Jianghu raised his head and looked at the majestic palace and said faintly. Sure enough, Jianghu wants to take the hero card test. Many people stared at Jianghu. They weren't surprised. Then, many people realized that other than Jianghu, Feng Buping, Luo Xuaman, and the others were also looking at the majestic palace in the sky with strong fighting spirit. They all wanted to take the hero card test. The most terrifying thing was that these 3 people were participating in the hero assessment for the first time, but their goal was to become a hero. I want to open the hero's ancient battlefield. Jianghu didn't care about the surprised gazes around him and shouted again. At this moment, the entire square fell silent. Even Luo Xuaman and the others' expressions changed drastically. The moment one became a hero, everyone would have the opportunity to take the hero test, and the test was obviously more difficult. Just like the hero test, there were all kinds of test questions. However, the ancient battlefield of heroes was a very different kind. The test was extremely quick, and that was to challenge the remaining 9 people. If one succeeded, the 9 people would lose their hero cards, and the opportunity that they had worked so hard for would go down the drain. If one failed, the person who opened the hero's ancient battlefield would lose their hero card and the opportunity to take the assessment forever. Therefore, once the hero's ancient battlefield was opened, everyone would have to participate. Jianghu is crazy. He wants to eliminate us. The faces of Feng Buping and the others were extremely ugly. Jianghu had actually chosen this method of assessment. This also meant that they could only win and not lose. Otherwise, they would even lose the outstanding talent card. Someone has activated the ancient battlefield of heroes, permission granted. At the same time, a voice resounded from within the grand palace, and then countless rays of black light shot out from the palace and ceaselessly surged and interweaved together in midair. In the end, they formed a spatial battlefield, and Luo Xuaman and the others shook their heads helplessly at the sight of it. The ancient battlefield had been activated, so they had no choice but to fight and eliminate the other 9. Xuanhuan is very confident. The crowd was still shocked. They didn't expect that there would be such a test. 1 hero would be born, and 9 would be eliminated. This was the cruelest test. It forced everyone to fight with their backs against the wall. Most importantly, there were a few people who didn't want to take the test, but they were forced to do so. Since there is no way out, then I must win. At this time, Luo Xiaoman's voice also floated out. She was full of confidence. How could she, the fairy of the 9 heavens, lose here? Lin Ling, I want to fight you. You want to get the outstanding talent card. Dream on. At the same time, Feng Buping's voice was also heard. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. He wanted to snatch Lin Ling's outstanding talent card and become a hero himself, making his name known in Xianping province. Lin Ling embarrassed Feng Buping and Xuanhuan before. He will be forced to fight later. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had just obtained the outstanding talent card, but the others didn't seem to want to let him warm up the outstanding talent card. Therefore, they immediately challenged him and might even want to kill him. The ancient battlefield of heroes was the cruelest place. Killing people didn't violate the rules, and any martial arts and sacred weapons could be used. At this moment, Lin Ling was stunned. His goal was to take the outstanding talent card test, but he didn't expect the rules to be like this. This meant that he had no choice. The only way out was to eliminate the other 9 people and become a hero himself. You chose this path yourselves. I'm sorry. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Since that was the case, he would fight. Who will go first? An ancient voice came from the majestic palace. The eyes of the 10 people flickered. The first battle was crucial. They couldn't lose, they had to win. Xuanhuan sneered. He wanted to enter the void battlefield in the sky, but at this moment, a cold voice was faster than him. I'll go first. The crowd stared at the young man who spoke. Their hearts trembled violently. It was Lin Ling. It had to be said that Lin Ling had stolen the limelight in the previous 2 tests. However, the ancient battlefield of heroes allowed the use of sacred weapons and martial arts. Lin Ling was only at Transcendent Stage 2. How could he be a match for the remaining 9 people? This guy wants to die first. The 9 people laughed in disdain. Lin Ling had taken advantage of the rules. If it was a real battle, they wouldn't be afraid of Lin Ling's swoosh. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling floated towards the void battlefield in the sky. Stepping on the void, he looked at the 9 people below indifferently. Who will go first? The 9 of them exchanged glances. Xuanhuan's lips curled into a murderous smile. Just as he was about to leap onto the battlefield in the void, a figure landed lightly on the ancient void battlefield before him. West Sea Dragon Qilan Palace's Du Ruochen. He's at Transcendent Stage 3 and has a profound saint body. Moreover, he has cultivated a divine cloud saint body. Many people narrowed their eyes. The West Sea Dragon Qilan Palace was famous in Xianping province. As for Du Ruochen, he was the illegitimate son of an elder in the West Sea Dragon Qilan Palace. He was brought back to the West Sea Dragon Qilan Palace in recent years. After that, he cultivated bitterly and made a name for himself with the identity of an illegitimate son. Previously, in the secret realm of the Spirit Dong immortal abode, he killed an elite for a woman. After that battle, Du Ruochen's name spread out in Xianping province. Chi. At this moment, above the void ancient battlefield, an endless amount of fog floated out. It actually blocked out the spiritual energy, causing half of the void ancient battlefield to be controlled by Du Ruochen. Divine cloud. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Du Ruochen was very cautious. He used a divine cloud martial art at the beginning of the battle. It was a kind of heaven and earth momentum. Being enveloped by the cloud, the opponent's strength would be suppressed by 30% and their spiritual energy would be consumed continuously. One had to know that transcendents had powerful attacks, but their spiritual energy consumption was also very high. And if a cultivator didn't have spiritual energy, how could he fight? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He noticed that his spiritual energy was being consumed continuously. His opponent's divine cloud martial art was very strange. Chapter 1206. Will to win, me too. Lin Ling nodded lightly. He looked at Yu Munyun below and thought of Yu Yu and the others. His desire to win grew stronger. Do Ruochen had a reason to not lose, and so did he, Lin Ling. Destroy your own cultivation and break your arms. Then you won't have to die. Do Ruochen said again. His elegant temperament became cold, which made Lin Ling's pupils dilate. Then, he heard Do Ruochen say, I can see that the girl below is your lover, but she isn't strong. So, if you don't lose, she will die. Don't ask me how to kill her, but I can definitely kill her. I said that I promised her that I will win. So, I have to win no matter what. Do Ruochen's attitude was very strong, but he looked into the distance as if he saw the person he loved the most in the clouds. So, you use my family to threaten me. You want me to admit defeat without even fighting. Lin Ling's voice became low. Not only do I want you to admit defeat, but I also want to destroy your cultivation and break your arms. Do Ruochen took a step forward. 3 terrifying spiritual sources appeared on his body, causing the void to rumble. His huge aura was completely different from before, which made many people exclaim. It seemed that Lin Ling was in the limelight because of the rules of the assessment. If he really wanted to fight, he couldn't compare to anyone. Why? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Do Ruochen used Yu Munyun to threaten him. Moreover, he didn't want him to admit defeat and wanted to destroy his cultivation. This made Lin Ling puzzled because there was no hatred between them. Because the ancient battlefield of heroes has opened. I have to fight 9 people to become a hero. Otherwise, I will lose, and you will be used as an example to others. Do Ruochen said coldly. He was very smart. He knew that he didn't need to defeat 9 people. As long as he showed his strength and ruthlessness, some of the 9 people wouldn't dare to fight. They would directly give up the hero card and admit defeat. In this way, he could maintain his strength and fight against all the heroes. You've done so much for her. Lin Ling said softly. His eyes became even colder. For them, I can only win, not lose. But I will not use others to threaten them. You should know that if you love someone, you will protect them for their entire life. No one can have evil intentions towards them, but you use this to threaten them. If she knows that you won like this, she will only have disdain for you. Moreover, you violated a taboo, so you must die. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, causing ripples of light to erupt from the void. He was like a god of death as he shot towards Do Ruochen. At this moment, Lin Ling was showing off his ability. Lin Ling is making the first move. Many people's expressions changed. They seemed to see that Lin Ling was enraged. Do Ruochen's eyes narrowed. He thought that Lin Ling would admit defeat and be used as an example to others. However, he realized that he was wrong. Using Yu Munyun's death as a threat seemed to activate the god of death's descent. 3000 Forbidden God Fist. Without thinking much, Do Ruochen took a step forward and shot forward. The clouds in the void were under his control, layer by layer, as if everything was restricted. Then, they turned into a terrifying fist and blasted towards Lin Ling. Extreme force appeared. At this moment, Lin Ling's spiritual source was being consumed crazily. Do Ruochan's extreme force was extremely terrifying. He's dead. Without spiritual source, how can he win? Many people stared at the ancient void battlefield. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The small worlds in his body exploded. His legs, arms, spine, chest, all the small worlds were mobilized. The power of a universe was suppressed at his fist. It was as if his fist was dominating the heavens. Rumble. When the two fists collided, the entire void trembled. The aura was terrifying. Puff! Under countless gazes, Do Ruochan spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a cannonball. In mid-air, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. In the end, he crashed into the light screen on the other side of the ancient void battlefield. You lost. On the other side, Lin Ling floated in the void and said indifferently. Puff! Do Ruochan spat out another mouthful of blood. Impossible. Your spiritual source was exhausted by me. Where did you get the strength? You're dead. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't answer Do Ruochan's question. Do Ruochan's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling said that he was dead. Your love for her is not wrong. The wrong thing is that you used other people's love to fulfill your love. You want to use me as an example to others. Then, you'll become that chicken. Lin Ling said coldly. At the same time, Do Ruochan's body trembled violently. Under countless gazes, his body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. In order to become a hero, in order to marry that girl, he had to win. However, his method was wrong. In the end, he could no longer see the person he loved the most. Perhaps only after his death did he realize that he didn't have the person he loved the most. Lin Ling also had the person he loved the most. What? Below the void battlefield, countless people widened their eyes. Lin Ling killed Do Ruochan with a single fist. He was killed by Lin Ling's fist. At this moment, in the majestic palace, Lord Xuanhuan said with a frown. She had seen Lin Ling's fist clearly. Lin Ling's strength was extremely terrifying. He was able to resist 3 spiritual sources of extreme pattern martial arts. Moreover, after the punch, his strength had entered Do Ruochan's body and killed him. This person deserved to die. Soon after, Lord Xuanhuan said another sentence. Using another person's family to threaten him and treating his opponent as a chicken. Then, he might become that chicken and be used as an example to others. As expected, the remaining people's expressions turned grave. In fact, Lin Ling had been in the limelight twice. Therefore, they didn't underestimate Lin Ling. However, they didn't expect that Lin Ling was stronger than they imagined. He only needed a single fist to kill a 3rd-stage transcendent realm expert. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey had an effect. Lin Ling is actually so terrifying. Do Ruochan is rarely a match for him in the 3rd stage of transcendent realm. Someone's heart pounded violently. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's fist had made him lose his will to fight. Next. In the void battlefield, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Those who aren't convinced can join forces and fight. His frivolous and angry voice drifted into everyone's ears, causing their faces to stiffen. Lin Ling actually wanted the remaining people to join forces. This kind of arrogance shocked everyone. He didn't rest and actually wants to sweep the remaining people. Feng Buping said in a low voice. Lin Ling's arrogance had exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that only he had the courage to sweep the crowd, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Ling. Moreover, at this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight. The girl you were protecting before, was it me? Then, let me fight with you. If you lose this battle, don't ever bother me again. If you win, I will agree to any of your requests. A heavenly voice rang out. The girl in white floated towards the void battlefield. She was like an immortal, stunning everyone. 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden Palace, Xuanhuan, fight. At the same time, on the ground, Venerable Si Calming clenched his fists. Lin Ling's battle was a battle between Si Calming Heavenly Palace and 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden Palace. It was also a battle to regain his daughter's dignity. Lin Ling, you must win. I believe in you. Chapter 1207. Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror. As for the Grand Palace, the 9 Heavens Fairy's eyes were extremely cold. She had never heard of the name Lin Ling, she only knew he came from Calm Sea Heavenly Palace. Such a person dared to compete with the 9 Heavens Fairy Palace. However, reality had proven that Lin Ling from Calm Sea Heavenly Palace was truly terrifying. With just a transcendent second realm cultivation, he had taken first place in 2 trials in a row and even killed a transcendent third realm genius with a single punch. However, Lin Ling was definitely not Xuanhuan's opponent. Xuanhuan was a transcendent 4th realm cultivator with an earth-grade saint body. Interesting little brat, I'm becoming more and more curious. How did he win before? Lu Susu said, still sitting cross-legged. Everyone seems to be curious, let's use the Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror. Lady Shui Wu also had some doubts but soon smiled. The Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror was a relic left behind by the Hong Dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient countries. It could reflect a person's past and present life. As long as they weren't a Saint Realm cultivator, it would be able to reveal their origins, making the battles on the ancient battlefield even more transparent. Then let's use it. Everyone else in the palace nodded. Soon after, the ancient mirror floated out from the palace and covered the ancient battlefield. 6 mirrors appeared, illuminating the ancient battlefield from every corner. Hong King's Bone Reflecting Mirror. It seems the battles on the ancient battlefield of heroes must be transparent. Lin Ling must convince everyone. Understood. Many masters recognized this relic, and the mirror also revealed everything about Lin Ling and Xuanhuan, including their past and present lives. However, Lin Ling's past life was very vague, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. On the other hand, Xuanhuan's past life was faintly discernible, causing Lady Shui Wu's eyes to narrow. This was the first time she had encountered someone whose past life she couldn't see through. Lin Ling came from the 6 Sacred Domains Rainforest Holy Land. That place is very small, but I remember there was an ancient Bodhi tree there. I didn't expect a cultivator from there to be so powerful. Understood. Transcendent Second Realm, as expected, but how did he win before? Understood. Many people stared at King Hong's Bone Reflecting Mirror. All the secrets of Lin Ling and Xuanhuan seemed to have been exposed. At this moment, Xuanhuan wore a white dress, and her waterfall-like hair danced in the air like a fairy. She tucked her hair behind her ear and said indifferently, "Is it worth it for me?" She was very confident. She knew that Lin Ling definitely liked her. Moreover, he liked her very much. This was because Lin Ling's actions were very confusing. For example, the incident at the Immortal Water Hole. For example, Lin Ling's conviction to win for her. All of these could explain why Lin Ling loved her very deeply. Most importantly, she had been like a jade maiden since she was young. She had long been accustomed to the love of others. Therefore, Lin Ling was no exception. So the woman Lin Ling was talking about is Xuanhuan. Many people came to a realization, but they also felt that it was normal. If they were standing on that stage, they would also try to prove themselves in order to win the heart of the beauty. You talk too much. Let's begin. Lin Ling ignored Xuanhuan's words and said indifferently. If you win, I will agree to any of your requests. But if you lose, don't ever bother me. However, you can't win. Luo Xuanhuan stretched out her delicate hand and pulled it lightly before her, and then a completely crystalline white sword appeared. The treasured sword and white clothes seemed like they were returning through the snow, and they formed the most beautiful scene in the world. Use your sword. I don't like to fight with unarmed people. A cold voice sounded. White light flowed around Luo Xuanhuan's body. Her aura suddenly increased, causing the entire battlefield of heroes to shake. Okay. Lin Ling nodded slightly. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his right hand. My sword is a high-level divine artifact. If I break your sword, I will break your infatuation. Luo Xuanhuan stabbed out with her sword. She was like a fairy dancing in the air. The entire battlefield of heroes was filled with her shadow. That sword turned into 1,000,000 swords. Splash! Water filled the battlefield of heroes at this moment, forming white ribbons. It was like an illusion. Immortal guides the way. The 1,000,000 swords, gracefully transformed into a single sword and pierced towards Lin Ling at an unbelievable speed. Mystic water sacred body, extreme pattern sword. It formed the power of heaven and earth of water and sword. The crowd exclaimed. King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror showed the power of that sword. It was earth-shattering. No one below the transcendent realm can block this sword. The powerful experts said with certainty. Facing that colorful sword, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Luo Xuanhuan was indeed powerful. Not only did her sword form a small world, it also formed a powerful extreme pattern. Star-chasing sword. Bang! With a low shout, the sword in Lin Ling's hand seemed to move slowly, but it instantly slashed out 2,000,000 times, clashing with Luo Xuanhuan's stunning sword. This sword came from the star-picking nation, and it was something he had learned in the Violet Palace realm. Clang! The tip of the sword clashed with the tip of the sword. A terrifying power bloomed. What? He blocked it. Many people frowned. In their eyes, the black and white sword was like an ancient mountain and the sharp long sword was like a lightning meteor. However, the mountain blocked the lightning meteor. How was this possible? Luo Xuanhuan's sword was a high-grade saint artifact. It could increase the power of the sword by 10%. Plus, Luo Xuanhuan's cultivation was at the transcendent realm. Lin Ling shouldn't be able to block it. Look at King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror. It shows that Lin Ling has the power of one universe. Someone said with fear. The power of one universe, that's the power of 1,000,000,000. Everyone's heart pounded. They knew that it was the power of the physical body. There were very few people in Xianping province who had such a strong physical body. I see. Mistress Shui Wu and the other experts were enlightened. No wonder Lin Ling was so powerful. His physical body had reached the power of one universe. How could you block my sword? My sword is a high-grade saint artifact, the falling rain sword. My cultivation is higher than yours. At this moment, Luo Xuanhuan exclaimed. She couldn't see the information from King Hong's bone-reflecting mirror, so she couldn't believe it. My sword is not weaker than yours. It's at the king realm. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered in the wind. It was so elegant, but it also carried the aura of a king of swords. No wonder. However, external objects can't represent everything. My innate saint body is the mystic water body. The more I fight, the sharper my sword. Luo Xuanhuan's fairy-like body danced. Her sword light was like water. It was as if the void was cut by her. You lost. Fairy scattering flowers. Terrifying swords covered the sky and covered Lin Ling. Luo Xuanhuan seemed to have disappeared from the world. There were only swords, tens of thousands of swords. This was a small success stage martial art of martial arts. Immovable mountain. Lin Ling's tyrant song sword danced. He wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to swords. Any martial art in his hands could be turned into a powerful sword move. His sword was domineering and majestic. It was known for its power. Pop! 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 The void energy exploded. Lin Ling seemed to be defeated. However, he blocked the tens of thousands of swords every time. This made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling was actually so strong. I said that I don't like you. Don't bother me anymore. Mystic Water Jialan Sword.